All right. Made GIM account with friends on release. Never had plans on playing. Ended up playing Iron Man by myself, but on GIM. Here we are. Here's my progress. Ended up doing quite a few things. Now I'm going to do it again. Except I'm going to cheat by giving myself all these items, all these dupes I've built up over the account. This isn't even all my dupes because I've actually dropped a lot of things over to my main just to have my main set up just in case, and bonds and stuff like that. But yeah, these are some of the dupes I have remaining on the account that I haven't yet dropped over. Actually, some of this stuff might not even be used as of this moment. I'm thinking of making a 50 defense account. That's probably not going to be locked or set in stone. I'm going to start it as a 50 defense account, but I might just get bored or frustrated with it and just make it a regular second GIM account. But yeah, we'll see. All right, I know I showed a bit of it off earlier, but I guess before we switch the POV over to the fresh new account, I'm just gonna flex the bank a little bit. Obviously full Ancestral, Missouri, Torva, that's pretty much max of each style. Got the Amis, the bracelets, gloves, whatever. The 3 mega rares, that's probably the biggest thing. Got all the capes, quiver, inferno. Don't have a Venator ring out of the 4 DT2 rings, but that's... Honestly, when do you use a Venator ring? I am actually working on it slowly right now, but the motivation for that is pretty low, hence why I'm making a new account. Got the Elite Void Ornament kits, Echo Vertus from the most recent leagues. In terms of kits, the Dins, the Blowpipe, Sang kit, or I'm sorry, the Holy kit on the Sang staff, the Sang kit on the Scythe. Got the Fortified Ward. That right now that's the only Corp shield I have. I don't have much Corp KC, but I did spoon this, quite a big spoon. I'm very low Corp KC. I don't know the exact number right now. Yeah, no GM, yeah, whatever. Never went for it. Skill issue or laziness, what have you. I never have any GP on my account. Here's my runes, some TPs. Kind of my farming tab with the bird's nest. I actually did 9,900 through bird houses only. I'll show you the potion storage in a second. Some raw supplies, gems, ores, logs, planks, bars. Here's the herb making tab. Got lots of herbs from all the raids I do, especially chambers. Some skilling outfits, graceful. Just a bunch of random junk that I don't really use anymore. Even the Dragon Warhammer goes down here now ever since the Elder Maw. Some old stuff like the face guard. Don't need it when I have Torva now. Yeah, just random stuff. And then I guess here's some loot and other random things. I don't know. The lower I get in the bank, the more messy it gets. This tab is like the dupes and whatnot. I showed off a bit of the dupes earlier. Some dupe kits. Alkables, I guess, and just more random junk. And then potion tab, I got quite a lot of brews because, like I said, I got 9,900 through birdhouses. And then just a little bit of everything else. Nothing too crazy, I don't think. But yeah, that's this account. Go. I'm actually logging in for the first time. No members yet or anything. I just made the account. Actually, at the time of this recording, I can't even add this account to my GIM yet. I gotta wait 7 days to kick out one of the inactive accounts and then add this one. Okay, display name, with all MMOs or any online games really, what are you doing if you don't take at least 20 minutes thinking of a name? Actually, before recording, I've been thinking of names, and here we go. 416 Hero. If you know, you know. It's available, set name. All right, I know some people kind of have a go-to look when they create their new RuneScape characters, but I kind of just do whatever. This model looks nothing like any of my other accounts, but just kind of click some buttons, ended up with this, and I think I like it for now. You know, we can always change it. Let's just get it started. Okay, most important thing when you're making a new account and you want to be an Ironman of any kind, talk to the tutor right outside the mage instructor. So, let's go through the proper dialogue here. Oh, that was not the proper dialogue. Okay, talk to me about Ironman. Um, Yada, yada, yada. You know, hardcores, UIMs, group Ironman, regular Ironman, unranked. Come on. Okay, I'd like to change my Ironman mode. And group Ironman. To set a pin. Okay, we'll do that. Okay, we got a pin, and we've selected group Ironman. Okay. Now, I think as a group Ironman, we don't talk to the magic. Okay, looks like we have to do the magic portion of the tutorial island. We just gotta make sure we don't talk to him and teleport to Lumbridge. Okay. Oh, good. Now it actually tells you to go to the node. All right, so we're done with the magic instructor. Now we actually head to the node. Okay, we are on the node, and I've got my blue group Ironman helmet on. Now we just gotta wait out 7 days for my group to clear up a spot so that I can add this account to the group. While we wait the 7 days out, I'm just gonna be on the main iron playing like usual, but also I'm gonna do a bit of prep work here and there. Right now, I'm thinking of making a bunch of house tabs and trading that over so that the new account can have access to all these TPs, the stamina pool, and just be able to do quests really quickly and get around really easily. So with adding this new account, I'm still very much a Blue Helm Group Ironman. Because we're adding a fresh new level 3 account to the group. They're not bringing anything along, they are not bringing any stats, but that means we're going to have some trade restrictions with that account for about the first month. So, for example, we're not going to be able to trade over a shadow and have that account use it right away. For this first month, I'm probably just going to have it be handed some teleport tabs, maybe some stamina pots, some low-level weapons, like maybe a rune simi or something like that. The wait is over. I am on the island with both my accounts. And it's time to apply. Okay. It's in a group. You'll lose your prestige. Yeah, prestige is fine as long as we don't become unranked. I don't want to do that. Apply. Yes. There's the application. And then switching over to my main here, it says 416 Hero wishes to join your group. Invite 416 Hero to your group. Yes. And we are sure. Oh, here we go. And we're in. All right, as we get started on our new Ironman journey, I'm going to park my old Ironman at the Zaya Blood Runes. To get ourselves going, I've handed 2 bonds over from my main, so we'll be bonded for about a month, and then we'll extend it from there. Okay, now that we're a members account, one of the first things we're going to do is actually hit up the group storage and grab a bunch of house tabs that I put in there earlier. That way we're going to have access to our POH. On our very first episode, I very briefly explained some things about our game plan with the account. During the downtime, some things have come up, so we're going to be doing things a little different. I'm still going to be trying out being a 50 defense account, and that's subject to change. Keyword we're going to try. And while I was looking forward to playing with myself, I've got a good buddy of mine, Ben Jorkin, with me along for the ride. So essentially, we're going to be a duo GIM that's placed within an overall 5-man team with my main original account that I did show off last video, if you want to check that out. One big thing is we're going to have access to my main's POH. the player-owned house. So we're gonna have teleports and the ornate rejuvenation pool. So honestly, that's gonna be pretty game-changing for an early game account. But other than that, we're gonna try to do the bulk of things on our own. Oh, and don't worry about the other names in my GIM group. If you look over here on the side on my Ironman group tab, those are inactive accounts that I talked about earlier. All right, we're going to get started with X marks the spot. Looking for a quest, yep. Yep, we're going to be a spacebar holder. Not even going to pretend. And we're going to scam the magic tutor. Thank you for the runes. Pick these back up. You know, even though I'm not a big fan of questing, the early game Iron Man, well, part of the appeal is like the ability to start all these quests and run around and just do everything, run around the map, and if you're new, explore the world. Even if you know what you're doing, you're getting all these levels and EXP so quickly, getting so many things done, so many unlocks. I feel like this is a very common Iron Man start. We're gonna be up here at the top of Lumbridge Castle, and we're gonna light these logs, these 4 log spawns, for some fire making levels. Oh my god, level 2. Hello? Oh, light the log. Alright, with this last log here, we're gonna hit level 15. And now we're gonna move on. I also picked up some of the logs, banked them, and now we're making some arrow shafts for some fletching EXP. Probably some arrows for later. Or darts. Oh wait, no darts, what am I saying? Arrow shafts? Darts? What? Hello? Yeah. Alright, let's start a little pickpocketing. We got some thieving levels and a bit of GP. If we could just, you know... Yep, there we go. And... level 5 thieving. You can now steal from cake stalls, tea stalls, crafting stalls, and monkey food stalls. Cake stalls are pretty big. Okay, I came to dig up this spot right here for X marks the spot, but I forgot my spade. Okay, be right back. And here we go. We're going to talk to Father Eric here and start up Restless Ghost while we're in the area. Now, I've been running around Lumbridge and, well, now I'm out of run energy, and you know what? I don't even have my house tabs on me, but I realized I can't actually use the house until I unlock POHs, if I remember correctly. So we're definitely still on our own for right now, at least. Okay, so I'm not going to show every step of every quest and whatnot, but we're about to get the Ghost Speak amulet, I think. You know, pretty iconic item. There we go. First quest completed. X marks the spot. We're heading our way into Falador right now to start the Night Sword. And while we make our way in, there's something special. It's very nostalgic about Falador for me. I just feel like when I was a little kid playing this game, Falador just felt so far away from Lumbridge and Varrock. I needed to come to the Wildy real quick to grab these 2 iron bars, and I'm not going to lie, while looking for the spawn, which I'm standing on right here, almost got murdered by these bears. I remember doing this part, teleported to Castle Wars, and making my way over to Yadnil, and on a hardcore, I stopped in my tracks right here. Like, I was really scared, but you know, we're just a regular GIM account this time around. We're just going to run right through. We're totally not going to die. Do I eat? No, we're good. We're good. We made it. I'm fairly certain those ogres could have one-shot me at 10 health. Alright. We're gonna kill a couple of imps here since we're heading up north anyways and they're in the area. Am I gonna get one of the beads for the what is that quest called? Imp Catcher? Oh, level 2 magic. And a mine talisman. Mine Goblin D. You know, as I'm running around doing all these quests and stuff, this is the first time I'm really in the early game experiencing the run energy changes, and I gotta say, it is really nice. Monk's friend completed. Oh, there we go. 1 quest point, 2,000 woodcutting EXP, and 8 law runes. Where does that put me at? 13 woodcutting, not bad. 2 more till oaks, I believe. We're working our way up to Sears Village, and we're going to hop to a forestry world. We're going to hit 15 woodcutting, and I'm going to see if I can get any forestry events for some extra EXP at the oak tree up there while we're at it. Alright, we've made it to Sears Village. We're level 15 woodcutting, so we have access to oak trees now. Got a steel axe on me that I can't even equip yet. Still no combat stat. And we are on World 444. It's an official forestry world. We're going to see if we can get any events. We do have the forestry kit on us that we picked up back at Draenor, but I guess we could have picked one up here too. I think by hanging out right here in the middle, where the oak trees are, not only can we get potential forestry events on our actual tree, but then there's the maples up there that people are chopping, and then down here to the top left, people are cutting yews there as well. So our first forestry event with some roots and a bajillion people here. We just hit level 30 wood cutting. I believe that's an unlock for willow trees. We're gonna keep chopping oaks here for another 5 more levels to get access to teaks before we dip out of here. Oh, there we go. 35 wood cutting. Teaks unlocked. Oh, wow. And a clanmate just got 99 magic. Classic YouTube RuneScape content creation moment here. I just hit a total level of 100 as I'm burning up these oak logs, and I missed it. So you're welcome. We still have a few logs left, but we have hit 35 fire making, which I think is important because that will now enable us to burn teak logs. Made my way back to RD. We're going to do some thieving here at the cake stalls and then the silk. Here's level 10 thieving. We're about to hit level 20 thieving here right now. Boom. Now we can get silk stalls. Now the thing is, I'm not sure if we should go to this one on the north side or the one on the west. I want to say the west. Oh, I'm going to go with the north one actually. I don't know if it was always like this in the past, but I'm noticing that I'm pickpocketing or stealing from the market stall rather, the silk stall, and the hero doesn't care. I could have sworn they used to be like the guards and the knights. Okay, I was just about to say here's 25 thieving until we were rudely interrupted. Let me just run around real quick. 25 thieving. In terms of thieving, we can move on to fruit stalls, which some of you may have seen this coming since I pulled up in Artie. We're about to embark on the notorious quest, Sheep Herder. Oh my god, I pushed this crab so close to the gate and now it's just booking it all the way back. We're almost there with the first sheep. We're almost there. You know, honestly, not too bad. That only took me like 3 minutes for this first one. You wouldn't believe it, but first try on the second one. Surely didn't just jinx it. Oh. Yep. And another one. I think they did make some changes at some point that made this a little bit better. And the fourth one. I think this one's the last one. It is. Okay. I think they did make some changes because that did not feel that bad at all. Besides the first one. And there we go. Sheep herder completed. Now we're heading east to Witchhaven to complete Sea Slug. Sea Slug completed. Some fishing EXP. Very nice. Oh, and that puts us at 24 fishing. We're about to sell all this silk that we stole from the silk merchant earlier. Just sold the last of the silk, and now we have 10k. I believe that's enough for a player-owned house. Actually, a house is only 1k. I thought it was 10 for some reason. But nevertheless, we now have our own POH, and we're going to use the lamp on construction. Level 4. Okay, this was a little bit unexpected. I finally decided to use my teleport tabs to the POH, and I was expecting to go to my other account's house, and I even preemptively moved it from Prifidinus to Hasidius, but I realized I haven't even unlocked Zaya or Hasidius specifically in this account. So now I'm at Remington, like an idiot. I guess we'll move our house to Remington for now. Cost me 5 grand. We are officially in for the first time. Look at this. Total level 155 account with 4 construction, and I have access to the pool. No access to the fairy ring or the tree yet. I have to do a couple of quests for that. But I got the portal nexus here. Got the spellbook swap altar. The ornate jewelry box. Yeah, we're going to be flying all over the place. So while we're up here, we're going to get started with Dwarf Cannon, and we're going to come back and finish this later. We are going to do this railing fixing part, though, and I probably should have brought some food. Last railing here. And we didn't die. We didn't actually take that much damage, so that's good. Okay. Might just die to this one last railing piece, I guess. Nope, we're good. Oh my god, this is going to be so good. So this part of Dwarf Canyon, we have to go to the cave right next to the fishing guild. I'm low on run energy, and I got to regen a little bit of health. So guess what? Huh? Why didn't that work? Oh, it's because I haven't added myself in the other account. Okay, well, I can just TP through the menu to the group house, I guess. Interesting. So I've been world hopping and picking up these planks just by the Barbarian Outpost here, and I realized my other account has a couple of planks just sitting in the bank for whatever reason. And that should be enough to cover for the construction EXP that or the construction training I'm gonna do later. So I'm gonna stop world hopping now, and I'm just gonna yoink some planks from the bank. Yoinking 74 planks that were conveniently placed in the group storage. Forgot to mention, but we also started Waterfall Quest while we were up here, and now we're gonna make our way over to the Gnome Stronghold. I just realized I should probably start doing random events on this account. I usually tend to ignore them, but our first one, Evil Bob. What do we get? We got 650 fishing XP, which actually puts us at 25. Got all the ingredients for Plague City, the Hangover Cure, and we're gonna get started. This quest was a lot quicker than I remember it being. We get a Ardugne teleport scroll. We're in Varrock now, and we are working on Daddy's Home, the mini quest for some construction EXP. Daddy's Home mini quest completed. That puts us at level 10 construction. We were level 4 before this. And we're going to open the crate for our rewards. We got a Falador teleport out of it, some planks, some bolts of cloth, steel bars. That's nice. I've made my way over to the Isle of Souls, and the reason we're here is we're going to go chop some teak trees, get our wood cutting and fire making levels up. Yes, we're probably going to head to Wintertide. We'll see. Oh, and I've also got this rune axe out of the group storage for when we do hit 41 wood cutting, just to speed it up a little bit. I honestly forgot about forestry already, and I just got an event by myself here, and the EXP is so good already, 38 wood cutting. There's 40 fire making, 10 more levels to go until we have the levels for Wintertod. While I do wood cutting and fire making on the side, I'm going to be hard mode tobbing on the main iron. Another random event. Let's see what kind of reward we get from this one. Assuming I got the right key. There we go. Yep. What's our present? 2 kebabs. We're about to reach level 48 fire making, so 2 more levels to go. But the key here is 200 total level. 2 more fires here, and we're going to hit 50 fire making. With that, we can now go to Wintertod, so we're out of here. We are here in Draenor to get our oh, that's the wrong guy. Our trusty Chronicle. We're now in our POH, and we're going to train up some construction levels by building some bookcases. I think we may have to start out with some chairs first because... Oh, never mind. It's just because I forgot my nails. Be right back. Okay, got my nails. We're going to be making bookcases to level... I don't know what level, but we have 120 planks. Alright, this is the last of the planks, and looks like we're at 20 construction. Got some feathers here at the Port Sarim fishing shop, and then we're going to make our way to Wintertod. I thought I could take advantage of the POH and use the game's necklace to go to Wintertod, but it looks like it is not available. Oh, it says you must have visited Great Karen before you can teleport there. Okay, we can do that, and then we'll come back to the POH. It'll still be quicker. Okay, I talked to Veos, and I went to at least the port on Zaya, and I came back, but it looks like it still doesn't work, so I guess we're going to have to walk after all. We're passing through the Arceus library right now. Honestly, this is a good place for our early game source of rune crafting and or magic EXP. We've arrived just outside Wintertod, and looks like with all the arrow shafts we had and feathers, we made it to 15 fletching. So we're gonna have a good baseline start in Wintertod to gain wood cutting, fire making, and fletching levels. 416 hero needed 2 more pieces of warm clothing, so I went to Draenor and got a rainbow scarf, and then we're here at the battle staff store to get a staff of fire. And then we'll just put it in the group storage. Turns out the rainbow scarf is untradeable, so that's unfortunate. However, it says on the wiki that purple gloves count as a warm item too, so... Here we go, we're walking to Wintertod for the first time here. And I know there's been some changes to Wintertod, and I haven't been back to Wintertod since those changes, so... I'm not really sure what's going to go on. I'm definitely going to have to turn on player entity hider, because there's just so many people here. As we get started here, obviously we're at 50 fire making, we're at 48 wood cutting and 16 fletching, and 20 construction. We'll see where we end up. I'm not quite sure how long we're going to be here for. Okay, you can't make this up. Literally 2 seconds after I recorded that last clip, I just died. With the Wintertod arena being so freaking bright, something I've done is dimming it by using a screen marker and making it opaque. Okay, one of the big changes is that there's no physical loot crates anymore. You just come out to this cart, I believe. There's a search and a big search. I think we're going to be going to the cart to pull our rewards pretty frequently here, at least in the beginning. We're going to want that Pyromancer outfit as soon as possible for sure. Just realized I made a mistake here when I was looking for my 4 pieces of warm items to wear. I replaced my Clue Hunter gloves with purple gloves. And that was because the rainbow scarf was untradeable. So I'm gonna go get the rainbow scarf right now myself, and luckily I have the TP available now, so I can get back here pretty quickly. I am doing some hop pod, so I'm hopping between worlds so I don't have to wait for the downtime of games, but right now it's out of sync. So let's just see what we pull out of 6 crates. Nothing interesting. First clog on the account is the Bruma Torch, and with that we can bank our fire staff that we used as a warm item, as well as our tinderbox. In the middle of a game here, but we're about to come up on One more. 60 wood cutting. Oh, and we got interrupted, so we couldn't even see the pop-up message. 50 wood cutting. Oh my... A tomb of fire! A tome. Tome? Tome. Tome of fire. Let's go. I can't even equip it. I need level 50 magic. Here's level 30 fletching. And we're interrupted again. We got a big level coming in just a second here. Boom, there it is. 69 fire making. Okay, our first pyro piece. Oh, and some burnt pages to follow. Nice. 2 clog spots and 1 set of pulls. We've got 40 rewards to pull here. Let's see what we get. Oh, we gotta enter my pin. Here we go. Some more burnt pages. Oh, gloves. Nice. Let's put those on. Almost missed this level, but 40 fletching. We just missed out on recording 30 construction at the end of the last thought game. And finally, our second pyro piece. It feels like it's been a little while, but there we go. $80 fire making. I'm gonna fletch one of these roots here. That puts us at 44 fletching. But more importantly, 300 total level. Regarding the Wintertide changes, I'm really feeling it now that I'm past 80 fire making and I have 4 pieces of warm clothing. I'm up to about 60 rewards to be collected right now, and I've been able to do that in like one trip, one sitting, because I've barely eaten any food. I brought out 6 cakes originally, and I still have 2 and a third. Oh my, a dupe tome. There it is, 50 fletching. We are coming up on our very first level 90 on our account, 90 fire making. We can now burn redwoods. Any second now. Oh, there it is. 60 wood cutting. We can now cut yews. Pretty huge. Let's go ahead and do some pulls. We have 54 rewards to pull. Let's see what we get. Another Tome of Fire. That's my third one. Magic logs, very nice. Catching the construction levels are a bit difficult because they're pretty random, but we just got 40 construction. Wow, 92 fire making. There's no way you guys would be able to guess what I would be saying right now. Finally, another pyromancer piece. Oh, and there's the boots. Let's go. We got the full set and 361 Wintertide kills. Oh, and it tells you your claims too, so 889 claims. 60 fletching. Here we go. We're going to chop the last Bruma root. Put in here. And 99 fire making. Our first 99 on the account. Now, this may have only been a few minutes for you guys, but it was much more than that for me. Okay, so let's take a look at what our loot was. First, let's pull up the collection log, Wintertide. So our KC was 634 KC. We ended up pulling 3 tomes of fire, which is incredibly lucky. We pulled 593 burnt pages. We got almost 2 full sets of pyro. Here are my dupes, including warm gloves and the torches. No dragon axe for the pet, but that's not really a big deal. And then when we open our bank, our cash stack is just under 1.1 mil. And I did try to organize the loot a little bit here, so here's all the food, all the logs. We got 174 magic logs, which is pretty interesting. That seems like a lot. I don't know. To me, that seems like a lot. And then here's the herbs. Not too bad, not too bad. Now we look at our total level. Obviously, we just hit 99 fire making and we're out of Wintertod because of that. We finished at 66 woodcutting, 64 fletching, and 46 construction. Honestly, I got a lot more construction EXP than I was expecting. Okay, so that wraps up Wintertod. We're probably not going to come back. We did get 99 fire making after all. As for what's next, we're probably going to get into some more questing. We've barely done any quests. We only have 5 quests completed, actually, and 8 quest points. So yeah, we're definitely going to quest so that our stats are a little bit more well-rounded, get some key area unlocks. And then we're going to get our thieving, our agility, fishing, cooking levels up a little bit. And then we'll see from there. Before we close out the video, I almost forgot, but of course we have to talk to Ignatius Vulcan here and claim our fire cape. Or not fire cape, our fire making cape. There's a difference. There's a difference. Sheesh, it looks so good paired with the pyro outfit. Very nice, very nice. Welcome to another GIM progress video. I noticed my clips were a bit all over the place, so let me just briefly explain what you're about to see in this video today. We're fresh out of Wintertod and we're going to be questing and doing Diary tasks a ton. We also made a pit stop at Fishing Trawler. We are here to scam the Magic Combat Tutor some more because why not? Free runes. 30 mine runes, 30 air runes. Right now we're just gathering all the items we need for several quests. We got some eggs, buckets of milk and whatnot for Cook's Assistant, for example. And we're running up to collect the ammo mold and the notes for Dwarf Cannon that we started a little while ago. Quick POH teleport back to Varrock, and now we're talking to Gertrude to start Gertrude's cat. Here's the beauty of multi-questing. We just talked to these kids as part of Gertrude's cat, and then while we're here, we're going to talk to Romeo to start Romeo and Juliet. As well as Demon Slayer. Up here in the Varrock Castle to talk to Reldo for the Knight Sword quest. Back in Varrock Square, we also have to buy a newspaper off of this guy. I believe this is for a diary task. Buying a raw tomato off of this guy, also another task. I believe this is the Blue Moon Inn. Anyways, we're here for the bar crawl. Okay, we did the museum quiz. And 1,000 Slayer XP, 1,000 Hunter XP. That puts us at 9 and 9. I've got my clanmate on his pure account here that hasn't done Shield or Rav, luckily, so I'm able to do it with them. On our way to murder Johnny the Beard. He needs the key. I'm killing Johnny the Beard. Murdered. Handing over the weapon store key to clanmate right here. Apparently he's just kicking the level 23 guard or whatever he has to kill right now. I was gonna do the lean emote here while I was waiting for him to finish his part, but I don't have it unlocked. Oh, there's the certificate, and I think I give him one as well. Boom, we traded, even though I'm an Ironman. No way. Okay, I believe the very last step here is to hand this certificate over to King Roll. Oh my god, 1 quest point and 600 coins. We're rich. Both completed the quest. Oh no, he got 2 defense on his pure. It's over. Healing some tea real quick for another diary task. Talk to Aubrey to hand off this research package for rune mysteries. And I think this quest actually unlocks rune crafting. Although, I guess we're not finished yet. We have to go back to the Wizard's Tower. Wait, he just gave me a Phoenix crossbow. Can I actually use this? I can equip it. According to the wiki, this is the equivalent of a bronze crossbow, and it's Best in slot for free to play. Up here by the sawmill to do Gertrude's cat, but also I believe chopping this tree is yet another easy task. Gertrude's cat completed. We get a kitten, a chocolate cake, some stew, 1 quest point, and a little bit of cooking EXP. That puts us at level 12 cooking. In the wilderness here, it's onto the Zamrock Mage real quick. Or, uh, in the wilderness to talk to the Zamrock Mage real quick. 400 total level. Made our way over to Taverley, and we're going to start Witch's House. We have retrieved the ball, and we avoided detection from the witch. And now, Witch's House completed. Perhaps I should have watched my stamina before running through this. Anyways, we're doing Druidic Ritual right now to unlock Herblore. Druidic Ritual completed. Spoke too soon? Going through some dialogue? Hold spacebar. Boom, there it is. Plus 250 Herblore XP. And this quest gives 4 quest points? For such a short quest, that's a lot of quest points, I feel like. Anyways, level 3 Herblore as well. Back in Remington to start and complete Witch's Potion. Completed. We're about to cook up a red berry pie, and there's just absolutely no way that this is going to burn, right? 0 chance. Here we go. And first try, nice. While in Port Sarim, if you go to the jail and go upstairs and talk to the security guard, he'll hand you a book. There it is. You read it, and that's a achievement diary task. Red berry pie for our boy Thurgo. Coming down here to mine the 2 blue right for the rest of this quest, and just pointing out that this is also where the Royal Titans are. Those new prayer scrolls are going to be good for us in a little bit. Running into the Falador Castle right now, talking to the Squire to finish up the Knight Sword. This quest is really good for the early game because, boom, there it is. Almost 13k smithing EXP, and that puts us at 29 smithing without ever having trained any smithing. We're in Al-Kharid now, and we're just going to pick up all the ammo molds. In the palace now, starting Prince Ali Rescue. We need that free gate entrance, of course. You know, we can't be paying 10 GP every time. While we're in the area, fishing an anchovy here in Al-Kharid is actually an achievement diary, so the fishing spot disappeared. There it is, first try. We're going to get started on the tourist trap here. Hopefully we don't die. I completely forgot to get runes to kill this guy, so be right back. Okay, we got the captain safe spotted behind one of his mercenaries. Nice and easy. We're just going to fire strike him to death. This is another spot where you can really feel the agility changes. I'm running through this cave, and stamina's pretty good, although we are about to run out. But almost done with the quest here, but I don't understand why you have to right-click search everything in this quest. It makes no sense. Tourist trap about to be completed here. It's important that we pick agility as the reward we want, and it's twice over. Agility. I think everybody picks agility. That puts us at 26 agility. Very nice. We went from 1 to 26. Okay, what we're going to do now is minigame TPing to fishing trawler, and we're going to go ahead and grab the angler outfit. I think people actually say it's not worth it in terms of the experience boost, unless you're going for 200 mil fishing XP, which we are definitely not doing, by the way. But it's just something I want to do. I want to get the outfit, and potentially in the future, the Spirit Angler version of it as well. Before we start doing fishing trawler though, I'm going to take advantage of the fire here and the bank chest that's close by, and we're going to try and get our cooking levels up. First fishing trawler game completed. Let's see what we get. And a load of junk. Ooh, 30 fishing off of that last trawler game. Fishing trawler game number 19. We got the boots. Oh my, I'm actually in the middle of a hard mode top on the other account right now, but angler pants, angler waders, let's go. Oh my god, 24 pulls and we got our third piece already. Just one more to go. We just need the hat. There it is, the fourth and final piece. Yes, there are no angler gloves, okay? Just to be clear, there's no angler gloves, but we have completed full angler outfit in 46 KC. Very nice. Guess on a new account, we should be doing random events. Just wrapping up the Gravedigger random event right now. This should be it. Talk to Leo. Think I've finished. It's going to take a look. And we got 2 clogs. We got the zombie gloves and the zombie trousers. Nice. We're going to farm some of these imps to get the beads for the... Once again, I can't remember the name of the quest. Imp catcher, imp catcher. It's like self-explanatory. But yeah, we're going to try to get the beads now. Oh, just got the red bead. And I forgot to mention, we came out of the fishing trawler trip with 36 fishing. Let's see if we can get a bead here. We just got the red one back to back. Come on. Nope. A ball of wool. White bead. That makes 2 out of 4. And there's the black bead. Just one more to go. Just hit 20 magic. No 4th bead yet, though. Now, I was hoping for no dupes in terms of getting the 4 beads, but we just got a dupe white bead. Wow, another white bead. What's the one we're missing? Is it the yellow one? I never remember what color they are. A 4th white bead. What is going on? Okay, I've been scattering the ashes from these imps, and we just got level 4 prayer, which puts us at 500 total. I was not expecting that, actually. Ooh, and just like that, we got the yellow bead. Nice, that didn't take too long. We're going to get started on Fight Arena, since we're in the area, and we're going to do Tree Gnome Village after this, too. So part of this quest is to hand this guard some alcohol, and if you think about it, there's a lot of quests that require you to give somebody alcohol, which is I don't know, something to think about, I guess. Mage is so OP in the early game. You just safe spot everything, and just fire striking stuff does a good amount of damage. So I believe this is the last mob we have to fight in this quest, and then after this we'll be done. Fight Arena completed. 2 quest points. Some good amount of attack EXP and a little bit of thieving EXP as well. That puts us at 29 attack. Just like that, wow. And we gained some thieving levels. I'm not sure, maybe just 1 or 2. Either way, we're at 27 thieving now as well. There's Tree Gnome Village completed. This is big because now we have access to spirit trees, and we have one of them in the POH. Continuing the bar crawl mini quest. We're running the tutorial right now to get our first Slayer task. We're going to do some Slayer up until 42 magic. Some chickens just north of Lumbridge. Second task is bats. We're going to kill them just south of Camelot here. Just hit level 10 Slayer. Ice Fiend's task. We're going to do this on Ice Mountain. Down in the Stronghold killing Minotaurs for another task. We just got the Frog Princess random. And we're about to hit 30 magic. Okay, let me just try and kill this Minotaur before we do the random event. There we go, 1 frog token. Oh wow, and a right skull half. We're going to need that for the scepter, which I believe is a Varrock Diary task. Just wrapped up the goblin task here, and the big thing here is that we have done enough tasks, 5 tasks. Now we can actually start earning Slayer points. Little rare moment where I catch both my accounts at the POH at the same time. I'm just fishing anglers on the maxed account, and obviously doing Slayer on the other one. Okay, coming up on 30 hit points. 25 combat. On a cow fight task right now, and we just hit level 20 Slayer. We got stuck on a cave crawler task. They poison you, and I don't have any anti-poison right now, so I just decided to call it there on Slayer, and I'm going to train my magic on these moss giants and bury big bones while I'm at it to get a little bit of prayer EXP. 40 magic. And 28 combat level. Today, we go after the early game Iron's best friend, Artie Cloak 1. Now back to mining amethyst on the maxed account for me. We're going to go ahead and boost ourselves up to 43 prayer. So our method's going to be using a house tab and then going to the portal nexus and going to, I believe, Gorok. Yep, and then just running south, there's the altar, and then we'll just purposely die to something. Oh, this would be awkward. That, oh, oh, that is very awkward. All right, let's try to run further away from the Chaos Fanatic here. We're going so fast, I missed the level 10 and the level 20 pop-ups. Okay, so we finished an inventory. Now we intentionally die to the Chaos Fanatic. Also, it looks like we just zoomed past 600 total level. There's 40, and then we're just going to finish up 3 more levels so that we have our overheads. Okay, earlier you saw me pull out about 500 dragon bones, and that is completely overkill. When I plugged it into the calculator, I looked at the EXP instead of the number of bones. Okay, we're back to questing now, and we're going to get started on Haziel Cult. Haziel Cult completed. A little bit of thieving EXP. We're making our way over to Brimhaven so that we can do Tribal Totem. That's Tribal Totem done, which also puts us at 30 thieving. Dwarf Cannon completed. Waterfall quest completed. Let's see where our attack and strength end up at. 30 strength and 40 attack. We made our way over to Hasidius, and we're going to be thieving these fruit stalls up until, I believe, 42 thieving. Oh, and it looks like it's actually a diary task as well, so that works out. You can actually get into a pretty good rhythm just running back and forth, so much so that I actually missed the 40 thieving level pop-up. So yeah, anyways, a couple more levels and we're going to be out of here. We just got done with thieving. We home TP'd back to Lumbridge, and we're going to get Cook's Assistant done, and then we're going to get started on RFDs so that we can at least have access to the bank chest in the basement. There's Cook's Assistant. There we go, 20 balls of wool to Fred the farmer, and there's sheep here. We're in Draenor right now. I just gathered all the supplies I needed for the Prince Ali rescue quest. And while we're here, we're going to do the Draenor agility course for 1 lap, because that is a diary task, I believe. Also, just right beneath the course, we're going to talk to this guy to start Vampire Slayer. Making my way over to the Wizard's Tower, I'm going to turn in the notes for Rune Mysteries, and we're going to do Imp Catcher. We already got the beads up here. There's Imp Catcher, and there's our best in slot amulet for a little bit. And there's Rune Mysteries. Teleport to the mines through this guy in the Wizard's Tower basement, and that's a diary task. Also in the basement, I believe, is, yep, this skull. I believe that's for Restless Ghosts. Why, hello there. We're about to get the greatest weapon of all time. The Silverlight. That turns into the Arclight, that turns into... No, that turns into Darklight, that turns into Arclight, that turns into Emberlight. I remember as a kid, I had to write down the incantation or whatever, the chant, because I would never remember it. But with Quest Helper, click the blue text, and there we go, Demon Slayer completed. Wait, I don't get the pop-up. Hello? I guess the wizard interrupted me. Look, remember when I said, like, you had to give someone alcohol? Look, we're giving Dr. Harlow some beer just so he would give us the steak for Vampire Slayer. Since we've been out of Wintertodt, we've been zooming on the quests. Oh, there's a random event. And I've been using house tabs left and right. Okay, this is the second time we've gotten the Gravedigger random event. Last time we got 2 clog spots. Let's see what we get here. A zombie mask. Nice. Romeo and Juliet completed. 5 quest points just for that. Here we go. It's time. We're starting Grand Tree, one of the iconic quests. So we're on Karamja right now. We're doing parts of Pirate's Treasure as well as going to the dock here to do a diary task. When I was a kid, I always added an extra A into the name Karamja and it became Karajama. I don't know why, but it stuck with me for a long time until I realized that there was only 2 A's. Why does having this white apron on make me look thick as hell? Man, the Grand Tree is kind of a troll quest. It just makes you go up and down the tree, back to Glow's house, then back to the tree, back and forth. Okay, we have a choice here. Do we just want to talk to him, or do we want to commit murder? I think we're going to commit murder. And there's Grand Tree completed. Some fat attack EXP, some agility EXP, magic EXP, and access to gnome gliders. Doing biohazard right now. Got the gas mask on. Teleported to Camelot, and we're going to get started on Merlin's crystal. Getting a fishing rod for later. Man, this guy is just really in the middle of nowhere. But we're going to get started on fishing contests by talking to this guy. Running up north now to start and complete murder mystery. Dude, what kind of name is Gossip? There it is, murder mystery completed. Quick little crafting EXP. Doing the bar crawl mini quest really makes you realize just how many bars there are around RuneScape. Yeah, this is perfectly normal. We're just doing a fishing contest up against a vampire. Sinister Stranger. I wonder if that's like a Marvel reference, actually. That's fishing contest completed. We're pulling out 600 soda ash and 600 buckets of sand. Handed over from the other account. It's just a bit of a time save. I already had it on the other account, and I didn't need a world hop and buy from the charter ships. Up here with Doric, about to do Doric's quest. Think I already have everything on me. Yeah, he's even confused. Boom, there it is. Last step of Pirate's Treasure here, I believe. We just have to kill this gardener. Dig up the loot. And there we go. Pirate's Treasure completed. Since we're in Falador right now, we're going to do Black Knight's Fortress and Recruitment Drive as well. Came to the monastery to pick up a cabbage. I always wonder why this quest specified that you cannot have a cabbage from Draenor Manor. Alright, do not eat the cabbage. You right click, use. There we go. That's Black Knight's Fortress completed. Gave us 2,500 coins, 3 quest points. Mime show random. And we got an emote, glass box emote. I never knew you could actually use one of the weapons here to fight this guy. I always assumed you just had to box him. This is the classic puzzle with the fox, the grain, and the chicken. There's recruitment drive done. Friendship ended with the blue wizard hat. Black wizard hat. New best friend. We teleported to Castle Wars and just ran north. And we're about to do the observatory quest. Right here, there's a super anti-poison 1-dose spawn for some reason. I just picked a couple of these up. This is going to be good for a few things. I think certain Slayer tasks, for example, the Slayer task we left off on, the cave crawlers, they poison you. We're going to need super antis for that. And I think a couple of quest mobs may poison you as well. I don't know. I'm not sure. There's observatory quest completed. We just got to grab our Ghost Speak amulet to finish off the Restless Ghost, I believe. I have the skull with me. And we do have access to the RFT chest now. We did get started at the very least. He's gone. There's Restless Ghost completed. If I remember right, this is actually the first quest we started, so we finally got around to completing it. I forgot to do Goblin Diplomacy while we were in the Falador area, and I also accidentally made a purple dye while I was trying to make the orange dye. So we're here back at Wyson the Gardener, and we're going to try and get some more wood leaves for another blue... what am I saying? Blue dye. And then, if I remember right, this quest, you end up having to dye one set of armor blue, one set of armor orange, and then they just end up with the default one anyways, which is why you need 3. The brown armor, yep. And there it is, Goblin Diplomacy. 5 quest points. Dude, some of these early quests give a lot of quest points. Okay, with Goblin Diplomacy done, we can now start the Lost Tribe. Obviously, going for 99 fire making off rip at Wintertodt is not necessary at all, but something that's really nice if you do end up getting it is that it counts as a light source and it can't go out either. So I'm able to just have my cape on and go in here, pick up the brooch. Back in Varrock, we've continued the Lost Tribe. We picked up the priest gown for Shadow of the Storm later, and now we're going to finish off the Abyss mini quest. As it turns out, the priest gown doubles for finishing up Biohazard, and it's going to be useful for Shadow of the Storm later. Spoiler alert, huge find that the West Arty plague is actually just a hoax. There's Biohazard completed, a little bit of thieving XP. We're about to do dig site here, and I think a major time save here is going to be the access to the portal nexus, because I believe, which one is it? I believe this one, Sentiston. Yes, it puts us at the south of the dig site, right next to the exam center. And there's dig site completed, 15,000 mining XP, very nice. And 2,000 herbal is actually really good for the early game, 17 herbal. That was interesting. I'm able to use the Champions Guild teleport without having done Dragon Slayer. I guess it's because it puts you outside. But anyways, we're going to get started on Dragon Slayer. And we're back in Arty to finish up Arty Easy Diaries, something that pretty much every Iron must do. The Arty cape is so good. I guess less so for me because I have access to all the teleports, but nevertheless, EXP lamp as well. On my way to pull the Wildy lever, surely nothing happens. We're good. Okay, already easy diary completed. Got ourselves Arty cape on, or Arty cloak on, and an EXP lamp that we are going to be using on agility. We don't have 30 herblore yet, so we're going to use it on agility. 34 agility, very nice. We're going to be flip-flopping between POVs today as we get 416 heroes situated to do some barbarian fishing. I guess this is an inside look as to how we play both accounts. We're going to do Jungle Potion and then Shiloh Village right after. Okay, mid-quest here, but I just get the feeling I somehow missed 700 total level. And now we're at 741 already. I think it's just because we've been flying through the quest. Jungle Potion completed. Wow, getting the Shiloh Village before you actually do the Shiloh Village quest is a massive pain in the ass. Honestly, I should have traded myself some stamina pots because I've had to walk all the way from Brimhaven all the way down. Ain't no way I walked all the way down here and now I have to go up here to talk to this dude again. Oh my. Funny memory here, having to cross this bridge. I was watching my friend do this very quest and he had an inventory full of cakes. And he just failed over and over again. He used all his cakes. He TP'd out with more cakes, came back, and he crossed on the first try. So let's see what happens for us. Oh, well, surely second time, right? Never mind. Okay, they say third time's the charm, right? It's true! Shiloh village completed. 26 crafting. Back in Camelot finishing up Merlin's Crystal, then we're going to start Holy Grail next. There it is, 6 quest points. Massive. Playing the organ in the church, diary task. I feel like the Boots of Lightness aren't really needed anymore, but since we're in the area, we're going to grab them anyways. It wouldn't hurt. Here we are, fresh new kicks. And of course, while we're in the area, Elemental Workshop 1 completed. And that's the Lost Tribe completed. A Ring of Life. And 3,000 mining XP. Just 1 quest point though. Okay, this was a little while ago, but I couldn't remember the name of the quest to unlock blackjacking, and we're about to start it now. It's the feud. Once again, another quest where there's a part where you have to give somebody beer. Why is she just not in the building, but instead behind it? Hello? Alright, there's the feud completed. We unlocked blackjacking. Ah, the classic. I went to start blackjacking, and I just got my ass beat. I had to give myself some GP because I had all my house tabs and all my coins on me when I died, so there's no way of getting back there. Neat little trick to blackjacking is you want to position the bandit or whoever you're blackjacking to be near the bottom of your screen so that you can right click knock out and then left click pickpocket with as little mouse movement as possible. If you set it up well, you might not even have to move your mouse at all. Anyways, we're only here for one more level. We're level 49 right now. We're about to hit 50 in a little bit. And then ideally, we move to Varlamore Thieving. And there it is, 50 thieving. We are out of here. I do not want to do any more blackjacking if I don't have to. We are here in Shallow Village. I decided to do some fishing now. Okay, I don't have a fly fishing rod. Scratch that. Be right back. And we're back. Okay, we're going to get started on some fly fishing right now. We're going to get some levels up in preparation for barbarian fishing. And I'm doing this now because I'm about to pot some tobs on the other account. Also, one more thing. I just feel like if you're wearing the angler outfit, you have to put the RD cape on. Because look at this. Look at this. What the? And there's 40 fishing already. These levels are going to fly by. Wow, we just got a back-to-back. So Mr. Blorva guy over here, Pepperington, just got a Justy legs, which completes Justy for him. And then Me No Lucky here just got a Sang, and I think that's 7 out of 7 for him for top items. There's 50 fishing. We're going to get 8 more levels before we go over to barbarian fishing. I think we want to get 58 because at 58 we unlock another tier of fish. I think there's like 3 or 4 different ones at barb fishing, if I recall correctly. And we want to get to 58 just so we have a higher chance of fishing the higher level ones for more EXP. Alright, now that I'm not actively tobbing, I'm gonna 3-tick here and there where I feel like it, and an AFK some, and we'll get to 58 just a little bit quicker. 2 more fish here, and we're gonna hit 58 fishing. There it is. We can move on to barbarian fishing now. We're gonna do our cooking here at the Rogue's Den. We're gonna cook all our trout, I think. And this is a good spot because there's a fire right here and you can talk to this guy to bang, so you don't even have to move. Coming up on 20 cooking. If I could just stop burning, that'd be great. There it is, 20 cooking. Oop, I didn't even realize this was coming up, but we hit 800 total. 30 cooking. Just came back from grabbing a snack and we're 40 cooking. I've got a lot more trout to cook than I realized. So here's 50 cooking, and we still got another 800 or so trout to cook. We finally got done with cooking all the trout, and we've made our way over to barbarian fish. We're going to barbarian fish up until we get 50 agility. That way we can go back to the rogue's den and get the rogue's outfit for thieving. Ooh, this was not the level I was planning on recording, but 33 strength. And there it is, 60 fishing. Okay, so I'm still barb fishing right now. Just hit 60 fishing recently. But we're going to try our hand at a little bit of corp. Roll the corp lottery today and see if we can get anything. And today from corp, we're going to get 250 soul runes. Okay, I guess we'll do another kill though. Second KC, we got 250 law runes. There's 40 agility, 10 more to go until we get our rogue's outfit. Still barb fishing for that 50 agility, but we're gonna do some more hard mode tob on wait for it. Very nice. No purple, never lucky. Dude, this guy's ragging my tiles. Oh snap, we hit 40 strength. There it is. Might be a good one. 1511.4. Okay. Nice. But no purple. Not me 3-tick fishing in between tob raids right now. I purposely died at Verzik so that I could 3-tick fish on the other account, you know? You gotta admire the dedication. Sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do to get the gains. I've been catching some red chinchompas here and there on the maxed account, so that when we get to sow on 416 Hero, we can boost our range levels a little bit. That way I don't have to 5-1 the Corrupted Gauntlet. Second Mime Show event. And we actually got a clog. Mime Mask, let's go. I'm actually in the middle of editing one of the videos here, and we just hit 69 fishing. Nice. And there's 50 fishing. I think this one's a big one. Yes, it is, because we now can fish sturgeon, which is going to increase our EXP rates here up by a lot. Okay, so after reaching level 70 fishing, I've now fished like 4 or 5 inventories, and I haven't caught one sturgeon yet. And I'm just now realizing that not only do you need 70 fishing, but you need 45 strength and 45 agility. So I have the agility level, we're at 46, but we're not quite there yet on the strength level. There it is, 45 strength. Now we can start catching sturgeon. I'm here at the Corrupted Gauntlet on the maxed account. Even though I've completed Corrupted Gauntlet for quite some time now, I got the pet pretty early on. I got the 6 armor seeds I needed, and I even have both enhanced weapon seeds now. I still do usually about 1 CG a day just to upkeep shards. And turns out that one I just did was 999. Let's see if we get lucky on anything. Nope. Rune chain body is a better GP, and of course the shards that we need. Cosmic runes are always nice for thralls and enchanting jewelry. Got the Corrupted Gauntlet KC out the way. I'm still barb fishing on 416 Hero. Meanwhile, I'm now off to Corp on the maxed account in hopes of getting an Ellie one day. So I do have a lot of goals with 416 Hero, but while I'm doing Corp on the maxed account, I've been thinking, you know, at worst, if I burn out of the account or just, you know, get bored of it for some reason, at worst, it can just help me at Corp. Or maybe AFK Vires or something. It can just become like a supply gathering alt. So really, no matter what happens, it's a win-win situation for me. Pinball random, just finished. I forget what you get out of these. Gems, probably? Oh, yep, 2 diamonds. I'm catching gray chins right now. I'm not sure if this is entirely worth it. You did see me catch some red chins earlier. Or before, in preparation, just to get some range levels up for Corrupted Gauntlet. But red chins are at level 55 range, and gray chins are at 45. So I don't know if chinning from 45 to 55 will be worth it, but nevertheless, I'm gonna at least catch a couple here. And there's 50 agility. We are now able to go to the Rogue's Den and get ourselves the thieving outfit, the Rogue's outfit. But I think I'm just gonna camp out here at the Barbarian fishing spot for a little bit longer. The agility and the strength EXP is just too good to pass up. Welcome to another GIM progress video. We're just doing some angler fishing here, AFKing with some dude standing right next to me. But in today's video, we're gonna continue to get gains at Otto's Grotto. But that's gonna take a back seat though, as we start Perilous Moons on Wait For It. Ooh, frog token number 2. Our inventory is filling up though. Just hit 50 strength here. So pretty much as we fish, we're gonna get a agility level first, and then a little bit later we're gonna get a strength level. Okay, this really caught me off guard. Turns out I am out of feathers. So here's my max main to transfer over some feathers. A little care package. Boom. Here we are in Camp Torum, getting ready to step into Perilous Moons. I haven't brought it up much, but the goal for 416 Hero is to be a 50 defense account. 50 defense specifically for Moons gear. However, I'm here geared up to the max on Wait For It, the maxed account, because I've done some looking into Moons on a low defense account, and in short, to sum it up, it's just not it. Okay, we are officially in. Let's just get set up here. I'm going to get some fishing supplies, some herblore supplies. Okay, to make the potions, we need to grab these grubby saplings, use the pestle and mortar on them, and then use the paste that you get, and you make these moonlight potions, which give you attack, defense, and strength. So it's like a super combat essentially, and it also gives you prayer. It says +0 right now because I'm max prayer. Okay, first case here of the grind. Oh, what? Hello? Huh? Huh? Alright, fresh off that double chest, we're just flowing right into the next kill. Nice thing about Moons is it has a really nice flow to it. You go through the eclipse, then the blue moon, then the blood moon, then the chest room, and you get put right back at the start. And you can just go round and round and round. Still reeling from that double chest just now, and kind of realized that I don't know the rates here. So I'm gonna have to look that up in a second. Okay, we're at the blue moon now, and I just pulled up the wiki. It's looking like it's about a 1 in 19. Okay. Any back-to-backers? Wow, never lucky. Third KC, nothing. Here we go. Here we go, here we go. Come on. Okay, so let's just do a little walkthrough of the moon's rotation right now. So first thing you do is fight the eclipse moon. Okay, once you have finished with the eclipse moon, you then run east, and that takes you right to the blue moon. Once you have completed the blue moon boss, you will run east once again. Once you're done with the blood moon, you actually come out to the same position you were at before, but this time you run south down this long hallway. Here in the loot room, you're gonna get a blood moon. Nope, never mind. Keep in mind your run energy, and whenever you need it, you can just make a cup of tea. All right, 10th KC since we started. Surely this is a chest with a unique. No way, dude. The blue moon phased when it was 1 HP, and not even the thrall killed it. I can feel it. This one has something in it. Okay, a blue moon helmet. Let's go. First unique since the double drop. Can we get a back-to-back? The KC number 50. I am feeling lucky. Okay, never mind. I guess I was feeling something else. Alright, last KC of this session, and we don't even get rewarded. Alright, it's a new day for me. We're back at Moons. Starting at 57 KC. Let's see what kind of drops we can get today. Alright, first KC of the day. Let's see what we get. Surely some blood moon. So this is the main reason, the number one reason why I'm choosing to do Perilous Moons on my maxed account rather than 416 Hero, where at best it's going to be 50 defense. The Blood Moon. The life-stealing mechanics are absolutely brutal. What if we rotate our camera this way? Maybe we get loot this way. Never mind. Hey! Clog number, I think, 5 at Lunars. The Eclipse Atlatl. Yep, that's the 5th item. I guess the 6th clog if you include the darts. Very nice. At 64 KC. The Blue Moon boss is by far the quickest one to do. The site just absolutely crushes it. Can we get a back-to-back? Unfortunately not. 69 KC, surely a drop. I'm gonna try something different here. The slow walk up. And... oh man, that's so stupid. When you open the chest, but then you don't click anything and you just close out of the pop-up, it just automatically puts it into your inventory. Oh, Blue Moon chestplate. Is that Blue Moon completed? Oh no, we're still missing the tacits. Let's take a look at the log. That was KC number 77. And yep, we are missing the Blue Moon tacits. And then that'll be our first moon set completed. Ooh, freaky forced or random event. Nice. We got a top out of it. No back-to-back. Alright, since we pulled the dualies earlier, I can finally do that combat task, Betrayal, where you use the respective moon weapon against them. So I have these dualies here. And here we go. Combat task completed. Betrayal. Dude, this guy has no shoes on. The guy in the bandos. Here we go, here we go. And 1 maple seed. Hey, Blood Moon helmet, 87 KC. I think we're actually pretty lucky right now on the overall log, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 if you include the idle darts in 87 KC. Very nice, very nice. 2 out of 4 on the Blood Moon set. Any back-to-backers? Nope. Here we go. Last one before I go and grab some dinner. And nothing. Honestly, though, the soft clay is good for making house tabs. That 416 hero just absolutely burns up whenever I'm questing. Oh my god, a Ben Jorkin sighting. Here we are. About to open Lunar Chest number 100. And in this chest is going to be a triple unique. Well, there are 3 items. A Blood Moon chestplate. I think all that's missing is the tacits for Blood Moon. Nice. KC 102. Here we are. Collection log. Yep, just the pants for Blood Moon, just the pants for Blue Moon. And then Eclipse top and the helmet. Blue Moon tacits. Let's go. Let's take a look at the log here. Oh, that completes Blue Moon. Nice. So with the last item being Blue Moon tacits, we completed the Blue Moon set. And now I think what we're about to do is every Peerless Moon's rotation, we're going to skip over Blue Moon. So I just did Eclipse, and then now I just do Blood Moon, and then I'll go claim the loot from the chest. What? Where am I going? Oh, there we go. Okay, just completed KC where I did Eclipse first, and then Blood Moon second, and then obviously to the loot room. I heard that it might be more optimal to do the Blood Moon first, and then the Eclipse, and then it might route you better to the loot room. Let's check it out. Okay, so completing the Blood Moon puts me here, and this is the entrance to the Blue Moon. Where does this entrance take us? That's the Eclipse. Okay, interesting. Okay, we finished the Eclipse Moon. Now where does it put us? Straight back outside, and then I assume we go through here, and that puts us to the room just outside the blood room. Oh, no, just the loot room. So it does seem like doing Blood Moon into Eclipse is more optimal than Eclipse into Blood Moon, so we're going to stick to that now. Are you feeling it now? Oh my, let's go. Let's go. Blood Moon completed. All right, let's take a look at the log here. 124 KC, full Blood Moon, full Blue Moon. And now we're just missing the Eclipse Moon Helm and the Moon Chestplate. Yeah, now we're only doing Eclipse, so I actually have to run the other way now. I was going the wrong way. KC number 150, we get 84 idle darts. A little bit unrelated here, but we just hit 1,000 corrupted gauntlet completion count. Let's see what we get. Dragon arrows are in full helm, 2 rune plate bodies, 8 crystal shards. A little update on 416 hero, as we've been primarily doing moons, but in the background we've still been fishing. And let's just speed this up a little bit here, or try to, at least. Kind of failing. Just one more, I think. Boom, there it is. 80 fishing. Infernal eels, oh, that could be kind of nice. We can't get there yet, though. We need a fire cape. Ooh, I think this is the first time we're getting this random. Alright, what are we getting? A camo top. Alright, took a bit of a break from the moon's grind, and now we're back. We just gotta stock up again. Here we go, first chest of the session, surely. Yes, just what I wanted, 17 clay. Second Freaky Forcer random event, portal. There we go, some shorts, very nice. Alright, for chest number 200, we get a whole 9 buckets of super compost. Alright. With that being said, I think I'm going to take a break from Perilous Moons for now. We're still missing 2 pieces, the same 2 pieces, the Eclipse Moon chestplate and helmet. But yeah, we're going to take a break. I'll probably do some chests, some more Perilous Moons down the line at some point to finish the clog out. I'm sure I'll want the full Eclipse Moon set. But yeah, for now, I'm going to take a break. And we're going to wrap up Barbarian Fishing as well. And then we'll continue questing and skilling as needed. Alright, back on 416 Hero here. Like I said, we're going to move on from Barb Fishing. But I'd like to get just one more strength level to even it out between strength and agility before I leave. So I got about 400 fish to catch until I get that strength level. I'm going to speed things up here, power through with 3-tick fishing. And then I believe, like I said a little while ago, we're going to get the Rogue's outfit and get our thieving levels up. I think the target goal is going to be 72 for Wild Gothic Sleeps. There it is, 57 strength. That puts us at 900 total. Okay, so we're leaving Barbarian Fishing for now, temporarily, at 81 fishing, 57 agility, 57 strength. Coming up, we're going to be getting our Rogue's outfit, utilizing some tech to speed us up. And then we try out Varlamore Thieving for the first time. We then do some interesting multi-skilling. Alright, we are at the Rogue's Den. We're going to do the mini game here. I think first we have to talk to this bald dude right here. We are now able to go in. I wonder if I have the tile markers. Okay, turns out there is a plugin called Rogue's Den. So I just installed that and let's get started here. Alright, first run through. Are we going to get anything? Nothing. The course is honestly a lot longer than I remember it being. And even with the run energy changes, we ended up running out of stamina. So, while we're cooking, my clanmate here, Me No Lucky, might be cooking as well. He says to pot share a stamina dose right before you go in. Now, I don't know if I'm going to do that because using staminas for this is just kind of crazy. I mean, I do have a lot of staminas, but I'm gonna do it at least once just to see if it actually works. Okay, I brought wait for it over to the Rogue's Den here, and let's try this out. We're gonna pot share. I always forget which one is it. Is it this one? It is. Okay, we have received the pot share. Now, oh my god, I think it works. At the end of this run here, we're going to have to see what stamina we end up at. We're probably still going to do a couple of inventories of cooking in between runs because I don't plan on just force feeding staminas back up to 100 run energy every time. That would get expensive real fast. I'd like to think that the stamina doses I'm using for this are free, and they're the ones that come from Tob, the ones that I smuggle out of Tob. All right, we have made it to the wall safe with just under 40 stamina. This is pretty good. And we get a Rogue's equipment crate. Let's go. A piece of Rogue equipment. I guess it does not matter which one we pick first. We get a mask. We just hit level 55 cooking. Cooked about 2 or 3 inventories. We're at 80 run now. I'm just going to finish up this inventory. And then we are good to go for another run. Here we are again, and unfortunate. Aw, man. Sweet. We got another crate. Let's get the top. That's 2 pieces. You know, I really wish there was more consistency with the outfits here. So the Rogue's outfit is one of the outfits that has gloves. If you think back to Wintertodd, the Wintertodd Pyromancer set only has 4 pieces, and the warm gloves are not part of the Pyromancer piece, or the Pyromancer set. And then after that, we got the Angler outfit, and there's no Angler gloves either. It's just the hat, the top, the bottoms, and the boots. So why is it that the Rogue's outfit has gloves? Couldn't get the back 3 back, unfortunate. Yes, another crate. This time we get the boots. And only the gloves remain. Come on. And I was really hoping that one was going to be the one. No, come on. Alright, surely we don't miss out on the crate 3 times in a row, right? Of course we do. No way, dude. Are you serious? This is it. Without a doubt. 100%. Without any uncertainty. This is going to be it. You know, at least we didn't fail. I lost count. I think this is like 8 in a row or something. 9 runs in a row where we either get a rogue kit or fail to open safe. Finally. We are done. Give me the gloves. Thank you, thank you. Imagine if I just like clicked the wrong one. There it is. Put that bad boy on. And let's head to Varlamore. Now here's a question actually. Do I have to do any quest to get to Varlamore? I currently don't have access to fairy rings. So, with that being said, I think I will have to do Children of the Sun. There we go. That's Children of the Sun completed. Access to Varlamore. Alright, let's head to the center of Varlamore. I believe that's where we want to go. Okay, so this is going to be my first time trying out Varlamore's thing, but let's see. I think this guy here is doing it too. I think all we have to do is wait for these children, these little guys, to say something to these wealthy citizens, and then that's when they're distracted, when we can pickpocket them. Okay, so there the kids crying, and then the citizen walks up to Leo, and now free pickpocketing. Coming up on 60 thieving. I've only been doing the AFK portion of this method, where I pretty much only have to click once every 70 to 100 seconds. There it is, 60 thieving. We've stocked up about 184 house keys so far. I am going to try out the house keys in a little bit, but for now I'm just going to keep stocking them up. Okay, trying out the house portion of the Varlamore thieving right now. Seems pretty chill. It's probably not as AFK as thieving the citizens in the center of the bazaar, but I think this should be better EXP. Okay, someone's coming back, so we dip out. Peace. Wow, this plugin is OP. It even tells you which house to go to next. I've been doing this for a bit now, and I think I've got the hang of it. I've taken out a chisel from the bank because occasionally you get these items that you can chisel down and it'll give you blessed bone shards. So that's going to be passive prayer EXP essentially. And then you also get, oh, I was too busy yapping and I didn't get the bonus EXP right there. So yeah, that's what it is actually. Whenever an arrow pops up, you want to switch over to that chest or wardrobe and you'll get bonus EXP and potentially some extra valuables. But the thing you're going to get the most is these things, they're just labeled valuables. And and you can turn it into an NPC. I'm not sure what the NPC is right now. I think maybe next to the bank over there, you can turn them in for actual GP. Right here, if you hover over it, it says my 1,500 valuables is worth about 83k. And then you also just get like random assortments of like jewelry. Like for example, I got a gold ring here, a gold amulet. Some of it's useful, some of it's not. I've gotten a couple of ruby necklaces, which are going to be nice for dig site pendants. Some sapphire rings, good for recoils. So I think if you wanted to, you could also bring alks or runes for enchanting, and you can make some jewelry or make some extra GP as well. For right now, though, I'm just going to be banking these when my inventory gets full. Okay, I was only able to catch a bit of it, but basically the gist of it is the house owner comes back into the house. You kind of get a text alert as well as just being able to see them. You hop out the window, and then you rotate over to a different house. So if you're on the western side of Varlamore here, there's 3 houses. There's this one to the northwest we're heading to now, this one just south of it, and then this one further east. You pretty much go in a rotation between the 3 of them, and every time you have to leave one house, the next one should be available. 69 thieving. I'm feeling a little extra motivated right now, so we're going to head over to do a little bit of blackjacking, see how long that lasts. The beauty of this is that there are options now, right? You can go to Varlamore for some lower intensity but slower EXP rates, or you can go back to the traditional routes and still have really clicks intensive things but fast EXP. No, I took the carpet and I just realized I forgot the blackjack. Okay, we made it here and I'm just checking. Now that we're 69 thieving, we're able to thieve the Menifite thugs. I'm not sure what the rates are going to be like, but that will be what we're doing. So let's head down here. First things first, actually, I didn't bring any food with me, so I'm going to buy some wines off of this guy. So I already found this guy trapped in this room. All I had to do was walk up here and then get him up against this wall. And now we're set up. With the camera angle and everything, we don't have to move our mouse. We just have to right click, left click, and repeat. Okay, we got to level 72. We're going to move on for now because I want to make some active progress right now. We're going to do some questing, and then I'll return at some point to get to 75 for sure. Whether that's going to be at Varlamore or more blackjacking or maybe RD Nights, I'm not sure. But for right now, I just want to move on. So there's the golem completed. Some of you might already know what's coming next. We're going to work on Shadow of the Storm. During the previous quest, I had to run there every single time. Now that I've completed the quest, surely I have access to the magic carpet over there, right? Let's find out. I do, very nice. We're in the middle of the quest right now. I had to teleport out anyways to make the demonic sigil. But I also brought along the rune axe because chopping the trees back here, the teak trees, is a diary task, I believe. Yep, there we go. And then let's just continue on with the quest. Now, this is the first time we meet Evil Dave. Okay, it's time to fight the boss for this quest. We're just going to go ahead and flinch it. You know, for as long as I've had this rune simi, this is the first time I'm actually using it. There we go. Just had to face tank it a little bit. Okay. As most people do, we're going to put our rewards into ranged because that puts us from 1 to 27 range, just like that, off of one quest. Have you guys talked to Oziak? So the next step for us is going to be getting the Varrock Easy Diary done for the armor, giving us the mining perk. And with that, we're going to be mining a whole bunch of iron ore and superheating them at the same time. At first, I thought I could probably do something else other than this, but I decided that I'm going to go ahead and do this anyways because it's just a really good way of getting mining XP, smithing XP, and magic XP all at once. And we're going to later convert all the iron bars into darts, which I don't have any of to trade over even. And those darts are going to be useful for when we're doing Slayer tests later for barraging and stuff like that. So it all works out. So here we go. We're going to trade over 6,000 nature runes and 500 cosmics. Nothing in particular there. But you know what? We're just going to go ahead and trade ourselves 700k. Let's just pretend like we actually went and bought these runes, right? You know, just we're underneath Falador right now in the mines, and we are going to trade Drogo the Dwarf for, oh, wait, not this guy. Okay, we're trading, where'd he go? We're trading this guy for the Addy and the rune pick. And definitely need to get the Addy one because currently we're 34 mining. I probably had a extra rune pick lying around somewhere, but I mean, we had to come down here anyways, so might as well. Starting and completing the Varrock Easy Diary right now. So first things first, we feed the stray dog some bones. We need to get more kudos before we speak to the curator, so we're just going to go up here and tell this guy about the adventures we've been on. All right, let's use the lamps. Got 2 of these bad boys, 1,000 EXP. That puts us at 23 Herblore. And another one, 24. Speak to the curator in the museum. There we go. Running up to the sawmill. And we are going to be making 1 singular plank. There we go. The earth altar is right next to us, but we do not have an earth talisman, I don't think. As it turns out, we don't have an earth talisman. That's what I thought. I don't recall ever getting one. So we're just going to run through the abyss. Oh my god, I was trying to take one of the little pathways and I almost got murdered. Maybe I should bring some food. Oh, are we dead? I'm 9 HP? And I'm... Okay, good. When you're in the animation, it doesn't do any damage to you. Okay, where is the earth altar? Here we are. Craft 1 singular rune. Well, mining this 1 iron ore for the diary task got me 35 mining, and we can now mine sandstone. We went to Shiloh village for our fishing, so we never actually came here, but this is a diary task. Also in Barbarian village, we have to make a bowl. There we go. Now off to the stronghold of security. This is weird. I'm fairly certain I've been down here before, but I guess not. Got all the tasks done, and now we talk to Toby back in Varrock. Yep, we completed the easy task. And he tells us all the perks we have, and we get an antique lamp and Varrock armor. We are at the RD Monastery, and the mining grind is going to begin now. So this is where we're going to be mining our iron. And then we're going to be super heating it on the way to the bank over there. And then we can just use our RD Cloak 1 to TP back here and rinse and repeat. Oh, and before we gain any levels here, we're starting off at 43 magic, 32 smithing, and 35 mining. So at first I was trying to superheat while mining, but I think using the knife and teak log to 3-tick, and then just walking and superheating on the way to the bank is going to be the optimal method. I can definitely say this is not the first time I've done this. And once again, I just want to point out the run energy changes being absolutely massive. It turns out you don't actually have to have your run on at all. So today I learned. We just hit 40 mining, but we're going to need 1 more level until we can use the rune pickaxe. In terms of other options, I can think of other things to do to train magic. For example, we can go to Mage Training Arena, and for mining, we can just do star mining or something like that. But smithing, I don't really know where we're going to get smithing EXP from, and this is honestly a pretty satisfying way of doing it. We're leveling 3 skills at once. 41 mining. That enables us to use the rune pickaxe. I'll finish up this inventory and then grab it. Oh, there's 50 magic. You can now cast snare. Time to catch some people out in the wildy. Wow, in the 1100 or so iron ore that I've mined so far, this is the first gem that I've gotten, an uncut sapphire. There's 55 magic, if I'm not mistaken. That is high alch. Yep. Alright, we're done mining and we're just superheating the last of the iron ore in our inventory. And then we're gonna move on. We're gonna finally unlock Mauritania. We're gonna do some Priest in Peril, whatever falls, Nature Spirit, and just a whole new area to unlock and more quests to do. It is time to make some real gains. The iconic Dragon Slayer 1 quest, and one of the best transportation methods around the game, fairy rings. We're in the middle of Priest in Peril right now, and I remember this quest, the dialogue being pretty funny, because of the twist. It's one of those cases where you think you're helping, but you're not actually helping, and you get tricked pretty much. Okay, I did not actually come prepared to fight this thing, but I think it's okay. We're just gonna staff bash it with Bray Melee on. I was running back to the temple with some pure essence that I need for the quest, and I realized that I can start the famous quest, or the infamous quest, Rag and Bone Man. Actually, the first quest isn't that bad. It's the second one that gets everybody all annoyed. Not sure if I showed the stats after that iron ore mining session, but we finished off at 55 magic, 42 smithing, and 50 mining. And there's Priest in Peril completed. Completing the Nature Spirit quest here. And this quest is the first quest that I've completed that's going to give me defense XP. So I go from 1 to 13 defense. Oh, and we also hit 50 combat. Oh, and all the EXP and levels we got off of just finishing that quest, we are now over 1k total. We're 1009 total level. Look, I know everybody wants to read this quest as Creature of Frankenstein, but it is Frankenstein. Completed. 1000 thieving EXP and the Ring of... Alright, is it Charos or Karos? One of my clanmates is even pointing this out. It's the Mandela effect. Okay, I don't know about that. Stopped by the Champions Guild to continue Dragon Slayer. We asked to do 20 million questions. And then we also bought some green D'hide Vamps, chaps, and a coif, none of which we can wear yet. Actually, I think we can wear the coif at least. Yeah, we can. And let's go kill some of the things for Rag and Bone Man 1. Okay, just got the ram skull. I believe if we head this way, we can find a bear. Okay, at least we can find the unicorn here. We're going to need that too for the horn, I believe. Actually, with the unicorn, it's just a bone. And then there's a bear right here, so that works out. Teleport to Camelot, and we run down here to this tower where we killed some bats before for Slayer tasks. We're going to have to kill another one. Doing Elemental Workshop 2, it is also a task to kill one of each elemental down here. And there's the diary. Okay, I thought I wasn't going to get it for a second, but there we go. Diary task completed. Elemental Workshop 2 completed. 43 smithing, 37 crafting. Very nice. Back in Lumbridge Castle, grabbing the anti-fire shield, or anti-dragon shield. We finally have a offhand of some kind. Also, lots of Rag and Bone Man pieces we gotta pick up here. So we just got the goblin skull and then now the giant rat bone. And we're gonna head into the cave for the big frog legs. Here we go, starting the Lost City, which will eventually lead us to Fairy Tale Part 1 and the start of Fairy Tale Part 2, meeting Fairy Ring soon. And running up to do Ernest the Chicken and finish off Vampire Slayer, which I think we started pretty much like on day 1 of this account, but it's been a good bit now and we're finally getting around to finishing it. There's Ernest the Chicken completed, 4 quest points. And there's Vampire Slayer completed. Alright, we've banked everything and we're about to head over to Inchana. I always hate going to Inchana just because you have to de-equip pretty much everything you have. And then sometimes the game tells you, hey, you can't bring that. And then you have to figure out what in your inventory or what you're wearing you can't bring. It just gets annoying. Alright, how many zombies will I have to murder to get this bronze axe? Okay, that only took, I think, 3. 3 or 4. Not too bad. Okay, this bad boy is level 101, but as soon as you spawn it and you just run over to this spot in between these 3 fungi, you're good to go. We're going to get a whole bunch of extra Draman branches here. One for the obvious Draman staff, and then I believe we're going to need a couple for a few other quests, and then, I mean, some extra ones don't hurt in case we lose them for whatever reason. Made our way into Zenaris, and there's Lost City completed, 30 quest points. We're up to 103 quest points now. Time to Martin the Master Gardener to start Fairy Tale Part 1. The 3 items we need for Fairy Tale Part 1 here is an uncut diamond, a raw cave eel, and some edible seaweed. Okay, I don't think that's too bad. I think the only thing that's kind of out the way is the cave eel. If I'm not mistaken, that might be in the Lumbridge Swamp Cave, potentially. I'll check that out. An uncut diamond we can pull straight from the bank. The raw cave eel, we're going to need a fishing rod, I think a regular one, and some bait that we don't have any of. What? Well, let me go get some bait. Since we got 81 fishing, we can actually access the fishing guild. We have more than enough levels for it, and let me just get 1 bait pack. There we go, 1 raw cave eel, just like that. There's a few ways to get edible seaweed, but I think the easiest way for me is to grab it on, wait for it, on Fossil Island. 416 Hero doesn't have access to the Fossil Island yet, haven't done Bone Voyage. We will though, eventually, obviously, for birdhouses and the ammonite crabs here. But yeah, this is just going to be the quickest way, so let me grab it real quick and meet up with 416 Hero. There he is, or there I am. He is me. There we go. Magic Secateurs acquired. Let's go kill Tangleroot. Just like during Shadow of the Storm, we're going to flinch the boss. I think I called this boss the Tangleroot, but it's actually Tanglefoot. Anyways, that's complete. Fairy Tale Part 1 completed. Farming XP, attacking XP, magic XP. We're back in Draenor, talking to Martin right away to get started on Fairy Tale Part 2, because I believe there's actually some downtime during this one. Like you have to come back 5-10 minutes later to talk to him again or something like that. Also, since we are back in Draenor, we're going to go ahead and finish out Prince Ali Rescue. We have everything we need that we've accumulated before. Once again, giving somebody beer. Wow. Just started on the Evil Dave subquest of RFD. Prince Ali Rescue completed. Absolutely massive, because now we don't have to pay 10 GP every time we go through the gate. Oh, and 3 quest points. Also, I just realized, you know, with over 50 magic now, I can actually equip the Tome of Fire. Nice. Even with it being empty, it still gives us some magic bonuses. At this stage of the account, we don't have the requirements, the level requirements to complete Fairy Tale Part 2, but as most people would recommend, you start the quest and you do up until the part where you can unlock fairy rings, which is what we're doing right now. Doing this maze portion of Dragon Slayer. And I believe here is the first map piece. So for the second map piece, we can either pay him 10,000 coins or just murder him real quick and then telegrab the map part. Of course we're going to telegrab it. What do you think we are, rich? Here we're on the docks and we are going to buy and fix up the ship that we're going to take. Down here in the Dwarven Mines, we're about to go through this magic door and get the final map piece for Dragon Slayer. Search the chest, there we go. I believe this is the last step before we set off. We just have to talk to Ned and get him to captain our ship. We fix up the ship only for it to get absolutely destroyed. We're We're not that low level, so we should be able to just get this done without any flinching. And we have overheads too, so that makes a huge difference. Although I am getting kind of shit on right now, and my prayer's running out. Alright, I didn't bring that much food. We're chowing through it right now. I'm just gonna go ahead and do this the good old-fashioned way. I just noticed this rat under me, and I remember watching one of my friends do Dragon Slayer on a hardcore, and they of course they were doing the flinching method, and they misclicked on a rat and just absolutely chanced themselves. Imagine dying during Dragon Slayer 1 due to a rat. And the dragon is down. Back in Edgeville to complete the quest. Yes, I actually did it. Boom! Dragon Slayer 1 completed. The iconic free-to-play quest. Whole bunch of EXP, and we're not going to get a rune plate body. I mean, we can't even use it. Oh, look, we only got 34 defense. However, we are going to buy a green D'hide body. Can't use that right now either, but we will. Today we're continuing to knock out more key quests, notably Underground Pass and Monkey Madness. We are inching closer and closer to Recipe for Disaster. Here on Wait For It, we teleported to the Warriors Guild so that we could get some stews, because we're about to do the stew portion for Evil Dave for Recipe for Disaster. Classic, I didn't have any GP on me and I tried to buy something. Alright, I should have this correct. Yes, okay. Back in Lumbridge, give the stew to Evil Dave, and that is one of the subquests completed. In the basement, we're going to start Death to the Dorgishan. Actually, we're going to do this quest all the way through as well, so that we can have access to the bone crossbow. So for this quest, we're going to need 2 full ham sets. I was able to scrounge up 1 full set from some leftovers in the shared storage and the other account. And then looks like we're just going to need to get another pair of boots, the cloak, and a logo. So off to the ham hideout we go. Alright, I got the 2 sets of the outfit. Now we can do the quest. No, not my boy Zanuck. There we go. Death to the Dorgishan completed. We can now... Oh, first of all, 28 range. We can now wield bone crossbows. So let's trade this guy right here. Get ourselves a bone crossbow. I'm going to get a bone dagger while I'm here too. I think that could come in handy. And let's just get a good bunch of bolts. In the middle of doing Holy Grail here. So for this Black Knight Titan, you do have to finish it off with Excalibur, but you can actually use your rune simi or whatever weapon you have to do most of the damage. There's Holy Grail completed. That's some more defense EXP for us, putting us at 39 defense. Now, I don't think any of the quest rewards will push us past 50, but I've made it a point to not train defense just yet until I get all these quests done, just to be safe. We're up at the Barbarian Outpost. If I'm not mistaken, we should be done with the bar crawl. So let's go ahead and talk to... Who is it? This guy? Alright. I would like to smash vials. Yeah, I think so.
This drink, I like it.
I know, it's great, right?
Another!
I think you can also just toggle that now in the settings, actual game settings. Okay, so bar crawl completed, and then we're also going to go in here real quick and complete 1 lap of this agility course for a diary task. And it should be 1 lap. There we go. Medium task completed. Now we're at the lighthouse to do Horror from the Deep. So instead of taking that really annoying short, it's not even a shortcut, but it's like an agility thing where you have to hop through the rocks to get to the lighthouse, I can just TP to my POH and use the fairy ring to put us right next to the lighthouse every time. So I'm hopping in, getting ready to fight the Dagnov Mother, and it looks like there is a... Well, with that name, seems like a UIM. Getting ready to fight it. It's interesting. I thought this area would be instance. I'm surprised I'm able to see this. I don't think I've ever done this with anybody else here. Alright, I actually have to TP out. I did not bring nearly enough food, so let's just grab a whole bunch. I only had like 5 pieces of trout. Alright, round 2. Oh, what the... Okay, I got it safe spotted, and it is going much better this time. What is green again? Range. We're not going to do that. Didn't even bring a range weapon. Couple more hits here. Gotta cast Water Strike right now. 3 HP, and boom, there we go. Oh wow, it just finishes the quest right then and there. I closed out the pop-up by accident because I wasn't expecting that. Anyways, here's 32 range, 56 magic, 58 strength. That gave us a lot of EXP actually. So after doing Horror from the Deep, that put us at 32 range. I went ahead and finished a Slayer task I didn't finish before, and that put us at 33 range. Originally, I was going to continue doing Slayer, but instead I think I'm just going to come here to the sand crabs and train to 37 range. 37 because that's going to be a quest requirement for Spirits of the Elite. Okay, we just hit level 37 range. That's the range requirement we need for the quest. So now we're off to do an Animal Magnetism and Spirit of the Elid. And there's Animal Magnetism completed. And now we have an Ava's Attractor. And there's Spirits of the Elid complete. Good chunk of prayer EXP. Alright, it is that time. Time to start one of the iconic quests, Underground Pass. There's some crazy luck here. So the first 4, it's just a straight line, and I tested this 5th one, it's not it. So let's see if we have to go this way, and then will it be here? It is, okay. Okay, I want to say I have the level for the shortcut. Yeah, it's just 50 thieving. We have 72, so we don't have to go through this. Just got the Clank's gauntlets. Best in slot melee gloves for now. Managed to pick up the witch's cat without any issues. Now we just have to make it back to the house. Now we can just safe spot these 3 demons and even just telegrab the amulets that they're going to drop. Alright, we got the 3 amulets, and oh yeah, I was like, where'd they go? We placed them in that chest, and now we have to just, oh, actually, I think this actually works out. I think that's actually quicker. If there's a time to fall, it's right there, I think. On my way to fight Calrag the Spider. I remember doing this on a hardcore with no overheads, and this seemed very scary, but I don't think it's that bad. Not only do we have overheads this time around, I'm also utilizing a corner safe spot, so nice and easy. Just recording this clip to say that Underground Pass has largely gone pretty smoothly. I fell 1 time. Surely I won't jinx it right here. Yeah, I only fell 1 time, and it was actually a really convenient time. It sped the quest up. Wow, and we are out of there. All we have to do is return to King Lathis to finish the quest. On to King Lathis to finish out the quest. There we go. 5 quest points. 3k agility, 3k attack EXP, Iban staff, and Iban blast. Okay, if we finish the quest, now we talk to the Dark Mage, I guess. Can you upgrade? Yes, there we go. Rip 200,000 coins. Which we can't even use because we don't have 50 attack yet. What the hell? We cannot escape it. We have to do Slayer, even though I don't want to. But what I was going to say was that we have to do Slayer to train our attack levels up. And I was going to make a strength amulet, but turns out we don't have 50 crafting. But you know what? Through the power of being a GIM. Wow, no way. We just got a ruby amulet. There we go. Amulet of Strength. Alright, Turiel, what are you going to give me as a task? 20 ghosts. Ton of Vanica here for my 20th task, so I can start getting some Slayer points. I skipped over 10, I just kind of forgot about it. And what is this? Otherworldly beings. I actually have to look this up. What is this? All right, as it turns out, it's these bad boys in Zanaris. They're level 64. I have to kill 54 of these? Do they drop anything? I have never been here in my life. Look at the reaction in my clan chat too. They're just like, what? TPing to Falador Park right now, talking to certification to buy some initiate armor because I figured that I think I already got the helmet out of the quest. I figured the way we're going to be doing Slayer is we're just going to be using overhead praise a lot, TPing out, and then going right back to the spot. So might as well get the extra prayer bonus. Still working on 50 attack here, but we hit 60 combat level earlier, and now we just hit 40 hit points. And there's 50 attack. All right, let's move on to do Ghost Ahoy and Monkey Madness. We're in the middle of Ghost Ahoy right now, and I forgot to bring a weapon to kill this giant lobster, so we're just staff bashing it with our drum and stuff. And there's Ghost Ahoy completed. Got the Ectophile, which is a really good one-click teleport. It is time for Monkey Madness 1. Any puzzle solvers? Without the plugin, of course. Alright, we're going to be really patient. We're not going to get caught even once. Yep. Alright. We're going to be really patient and not get caught even once. Okay, I think this next rotation here for this gorilla is going to be it. Oh, maybe not. Nope, it is. Okay. Follow them out, pretty much. Go, go, go. Wait, what? Oh my. There's no way. There we go. We're just gonna finesse 4 of those monkey talismans for RFD real quick. Okay, I grabbed my 4 monkey talismans that we will be needing. I came back to the temple though because we need to kill one of these monkey guards up here as well as one of the zombie monkeys. Okay, turning in all the talismans and bones here. Gotta be really careful not to bury them. Otherwise, I'm gonna do it all over again. Alright, time to fight the jungle demon. Wow, my internet went out in the middle of fighting the jungle demon. Where am I right now? I just kind of chilled on the outside until all these little dudes out here got it down low. Now I'll just finish it off. 15 HP left, should be any second now. And there we go. There we go, Monkey Madness 1 completed. So being a level 50 defense account, or that's the plan anyways, we got to be careful with our defense levels. I haven't done any defense training at all. I'm currently level 39 solely off of quest rewards. Now, Monkey Madness has a huge combat EXP reward by talking to Darrow after the quest. And most people will typically do attack and defense EXP, and that's what we're going to do as well. Alrighty, we just did the training, and we jumped from 39 defense to 46. We jumped from 50 attack to 52, and I don't know what our hit points were, but we're now 44. Of course, right after the quest completion, we have to come back and buy ourselves a dragon simi. We can't use it yet, we need 60 attack, but we'll get there eventually. Next up, we're going to do the quest Wanted. Oh, and we gained so many levels off of doing Monkey Madness 1 that we are now over 1100 total. It's coming back to me now what quest this is, and all I gotta say is there are like 20,000 unskippable cutscenes. Not even cutscenes necessarily, it's just dialogue that you can't skip. This quest has taken me longer than Monkey Madness 1, and it's only because these NPCs never stop yapping. And this all-powerful wizard that just KO'd everybody decides to now staff bash me. Genuinely, this quest is in contention to be one of the worst ones. But we got it out the way, and we gained 5,000 Slayer EXP from this, so that Slayer EXP is always good. I know all the knights here are Serpons, but I've never noticed this dog. Is this new? How long has this been in the game? Cerberus. We're doing a bit more Slayer. The goal is to try and get our range level up to 40, and then once we get to 40 range, we'll switch over to meleeing and getting attack to 60. Man, early game Slayer is just so unbelievably ass. With that being said, I'm gonna get 40 range at crabs. Oh, and there's 40 range. Unfortunately, we do have to keep doing Slayer, but instead of ranging, I'm gonna go get my melee gear out and try to power through it. We're trying to get 40 Slayer here. I teleported to Edgefield, a bank, and I just made the realization. We can get a rune plate body, and let's go to the Champions Guild and pick up some rune plate legs. Here we are, rune plate legs, and boom. Look at this absolute unit. On my way to Vanica to pick up my next Slayer task. Hopefully he gives me something good. 14 vampires. I don't know if this is the best location, but what I could come up with was the Haunted Woods and these feral vampires, level 61. We are on another Vanica task here, and for this one, we're killing Ice Giant. After another 9 Turiel tasks, we picked up another one from Vanica, and now we're at Ogres. I'm doing Slayer on Wait For It right now as well for the Imbued Heart grind, and I decided to use my scythe on Gargoyles just for fun. It's ridiculously expensive. Not at all worth it, but I mean, look at this though. Back at Vanica, what are we gonna get? 87 crocodiles. There we go. Missed the pop-up, but 40 Slayer. We can move on to some more questing now. We're down here in Morton to start Shades of Morton. And instead of having to run south of Canifis, I was able to just teleport to Barrows, and then it was a short distance over here, so that's convenient. There's Shades of Morton completed. 38 crafting, 26 herb lore. We can now make energy potions. Okay, there is a book, I think. Maybe this diary. I'm gonna assume it's this diary that we can take to the apothecary in Varrock for some bonus herblore EXP. Here we are. I wonder if we can use it on the apothecary. Yes, we can. Now we move on to Hero's Quest. We're at Brimhaven now. This is the part of Hero's Quest where you need someone from the opposite gang to help you out. So I have Peppy, aka Pepperington, although by next week his name will probably be something different again. Okay, he's given us the key. Now we talk to Charlie the cook, do some sneaking around, then we bop Grip, I think, through the window. Now we just have to wait for Grip to be lured in. There you go. He should grab the key and get the candlesticks. And there we go. He gives us a candlestick. Getting the ice gloves from the Ice Queen right now. We're not doing very much damage. Okay, it took a little bit, but there are the ice gloves. Got all the items we need for Hero's Quest. And what are our rewards? 29k EXP spread over 12 skills. I think we get defense EXP out of this too, right? 59 strength, 28 herb lore, 44 smithing. We can now make steel two-handed swords. Oh boy, game changing. 67 combat. Oh, that's it? I was kind of expecting more. Next up on the list is Fremenic Trials. Looks like we need level 40 crafting, so I'm going to go ahead and chisel some gems we got from Wintertod. And there's 40 crafting. That did not take long at all. Only a couple of sapphires. Dude, we got to put our pet rock in here? What the... This part of the quest is really just a Fremenic exclusive of the One Small Favor. And there's Feminic Trials completed. Little bit of defense EXP from this quest. Puts us at 47, which is still okay. On to Throne of Miscellanea, and I believe the next quest, the follow-up quest, is Royal Troubles, so that we can finally start Kingdom. That's Throne of Miscellanea completed. And there's Royal Trouble completed. We're going to do Bon Voyage next, but first we have to get our kudos up. Oh, I was not paying attention, but we just found a, well, it says clean necklace now, but it's a ruby necklace that unlocks the dig site pendant. Got pulled into some hard mode tobs here, so I sent 416 here to the crabs, and we just hit 50 hit points. Oh my god, sailing has been released. Classic, I couldn't get the clip, but Bon Voyage completed. Setting up for my first birdhouse run here, and the great thing is, I don't even have to set up my own clockmaker's bench. Also, I don't have to make 10,000 dig site pendants because I have access to this one right here. While we wait to do our first birdhouse run, we are going to do the giant dwarf so that we gain access to the blast furnace in Celtigrim. Paying a visit to our boy Thurgo again with another red berry pie. Oh, this is the part where we have to hand in like a random assortment of ores or bars. Let's see, I think the first one was silver bars. Wait, it doesn't tell me. I can ask him again, right? 4 silver ore. We can do that. Oh, is this new? We have the option of skipping the cutscene. Nice. Quest completed. A little bit of mining, smithing, crafting, magic, thieving, and fire making EXP. This is going to make farming so much easier. So I did pull a dupe bottomless compost bucket on wait for it at one point in time. And I think I'm just going to go ahead and hand it over to 416 Hero. Early game farming always sucks because you have to juggle all the buckets and whatnot. But not if we already have a bottomless compost bucket to begin with. We're still waiting on the birdhouses right now, so I'm just going to go ahead and do some crafting while we wait. Crafting levels are always going to be good to have. This is something I should have done before doing the giant dwarf, and that's to plant these barley seeds because we're going to need some barley malt for the following quest that we're going to do, and that's a forgettable tale of a drunken dwarf. Okay, birdhouses are finally ready. We go from 9 to 10 off of one birdhouse. 10 to 12 off of the second birdhouse. And level 14 off of the last one. So we're able to do oak birdhouses now. While we wait for the barley to finish growing, we're going to do Tears of Guthix. There we go. Tears of Guthix completed. 1k crafting XP. And of course, we're going to do the actual Tears of Guthix minigame right away. And we go from 9 to 14 rune crafting. Perfect, because I think at level 10, or we needed level 10 to be able to do Guardians of the Rift. We are getting started on the Forgettable Tale right now, and after this quest, we're also going to do the Garden of Tranquility. Both of these quests have a lot of downtime when you're just doing nothing but waiting for stuff to grow. So this is the perfect time. Remember when we mined 2,300 iron ore and smelted them into bars? We're going to turn those into iron dart tips. Just set up the vat, and now there's more waiting. So we're going to do some herb lore at the bank. After what feels like an eternity, we finally finished Forgettable Tale. I was on my way to pick up some more items for Garden of Tranquility, and we just got a new clog. A new hat. Just hit 38 herb lore. This is a big one because we can now make prayer potions. Imagine if this quest actually made you push it all the way from Lumbridge to Vara Castle. Garden of Tranquility completed. 5,000 farming EXP. That will put us at 30. Staying on top of our birdhouse runs now, and we just hit level 20 hunter. Before we know it, we're going to move on from oaks to willows. We're currently in the middle of doing the Eyes of Glufry quest. Down the line, we're definitely going to do the next quest, the Path of Glufry, so that we can get our hands on a warp scepter. This stupid machine took me way too long, I'm not going to lie. I just couldn't get the right shapes. And that's the Eyes of Glufry completed. 57 magic, 25 rune crafting. Moving on to the Tower of Life quest now, and for some reason in this quest, they just have to drag it out. Like, look at this. We're pulling out one item, and it's taking 5 to 10 seconds to pull it out. And there's Tower of Life completed. We're up to 151 quest points now. And before we get out of here, which one of these altars is for the raw chicken and the swordfish? Looks like it's the southwest one. And for the diary task. There we go. Another birdhouse run, and that actually put us at 1200 total. I was in a little bit of a lull, but I figured out what to do next. We're gonna do Temple of the Eye to get some rune crafting EXP, so that we can get to do What Lies Below, which I believe is a prerequisite for Defender of Varrock. Oh, and to further that train of thought, we want to do Defender of Varrock because it gives us smithing EXP. We're going to need 70 for Song of the Elves. There's Temple of the Eye completed, Guardians of the Rift unlocked. Sticking with the Defender of Varrock questline, we're going to be doing Below Ice Mountain. This should be a quick quest. Not sure how many frog tokens we need, but I'm going to go ahead and do this random and get another one. Below Ice Mountain finished. So I'm getting started with farm runs now, and obviously the birdhouse runs as well. It honestly feels like we are now in a different era. Of course, we're still questing, but now we got to keep up with these. They're not quite dailies, but just general upkeep, right? Farming to get our levels up, herb lore. We have moved on up from oak birdhouses to willow. Starting on Temple of the Ikov, this is also part of the Defender of Varrock questline, but it's also important in general. So you're supposed to use ice arrows on this guy, but if you just have them in your ammo slot and you use something like knives or darts, you can actually cheese this. Once again missed the clip, but that's Temple of Ikov completed. That put us at 42 range, which is for Void. We're only 76 EXP away from 43, actually. We took a little break to get 60 attack, which should come up in the next hit. There we go, 60 attack, 69 combat, nice. We're currently waiting on some willow trees to finish growing so that we can do Enlightened Journey. In the meantime, we're going to try to get level 50 construction through Mahogany Homes. 14 contracts in, working on our 15th, and this is the first time we have to teleport to Varrock. Anyways, here's 50 construction. Finished with construction, now let's grab our willow branches. Now that we have our willow branches, we can continue and finish the Enlightened Journey. Enlightened Journey completed. Most important thing out of this is this sick bomber outfit. You could probably work out that from all the questing that we've been doing, we're working towards RFD and Barrow's Gloves. So we just got a couple more quests to do, and we're actually pretty close now. Big chompy bird hunting completed. Another birdhouse run, and we just hit level 30. Rag and Bone Man 1 completed. Dang it, I missed it again. I closed the pop-up. But 60 magic, that's big, because I think that's the requirement for Mage Arena 1. Family crest completed. We can now go and grab the Goldsmith gauntlets. Working on Death Plateau right now, and it's yet another quest involving giving somebody alcohol. Death Plateau completed. That's Troll Stronghold completed. Riding the carpet on my way to start Desert Treasure 1. This is going to be a big quest. Obviously, it's the last quest before RFD, but also this will unlock the Ancient Spellbook. Fighting the first boss for Desert Treasure 1 right now, nice and easy because of the ice gloves and using Water Blast. Alright, how many lockpicks will it take for us to open this chest? We're on number 2 right now. Nope. Number 3. Nope. We did it! We got it. Let me hit the bank and find out how many lockpicks that took me. So originally we had 50 lockpicks, and now we have 17 remaining. So that means we used 33 lockpicks for the chest. That's honestly not too bad. I'm not gonna lie, this took me several trips. I died a couple of times. I just couldn't get a safe spot to work. Alright, we finally got the diamond. Let's get out of here. Here's the third boss we have to fight. That is not my Ivan staff. Whoops. So for this one, I think you can cheese it by just flicking range and melee prey, because it'll switch depending on which overhead you have on, right? But if you keep switching, it confuses it, and you're kind of just flinching it in a way. Everything about this last boss is just made to annoy you. Like the amount of effort it takes to get here, and then like this guy constantly freezing you when you're just trying to get close. And then after you defeat the boss, it still makes you walk all the way around to get up this mountain. Got all 4 of the diamonds. We just gotta place 1 in each corner of this pyramid. Running through the pyramid took a few tries, but we finally made it. Desert Treasure 1 complete. 3 quest points, 20,000 magic EXP, and the biggest thing of all, ability to use ancient magics. And the best thing is, for us, we don't have to run all the way here to use this. Or not the lectern, but the altar to spellbook swap. We can just teleport to our POH. After completing Desert Treasure 1, we now have finished all the prerequisite quests for RFD. We just need a few more quest points from outside the quest line though, so after that we'll be able to complete Recipe for Disaster and get Barrow's Gloves. We're going to do the quest Regicide here, and I want to say that this quest will give us enough points to complete RFD. Staying on top of our farm runs, we just hit level 40 farming. Just hit 34 hunter, which means teak bird houses. Good thing I brought both logs with me, I wasn't sure. Okay, this quest took a fair bit, but Regicide is completed, 3 quest points. Not only that, but we now have access to Zulrah, although I don't think I'm quite ready for that yet. We still have the RFD subquest to do, but I'm thinking ahead for the boss fights, and I want to get a Mage Arena 1 cape, I think. It is a Friday right now, but it's only Mage Arena 1, and we're in combat here anyways. It should be fine. Alright, nice and easy. We just got the Mage Arena 1 caves. Just one more quest before RFD, and that's Hand in the Sand. We're gonna need this 1 quest point. Once again, use beer on an NPC. Don't mind me, just casually have a wizard's head in my backpack. And that's Hand in the Sand completed. Now we can start the RFD subquest. Completed the General Goblin section. We did Evil Dave earlier, so that's 2 done already. Mountain Dwarf subquest completed. Okay, I was not expecting a clog while I was down here, but fresh crab shell, okay. Pirate Pete's portion finished. I was in the middle of doing the Monkey Ambassador subquest, and I realized I needed 70 cooking. So here I am cooking away 60, and we need another 10 levels. While we're cooking away on 416 Hero, I'm on Wait For It, humidifying jugs to create jugs of water, so that we can later make wines for faster EXP. I've been sitting at 60 cooking here, but I've been making the wines and I just haven't let the EXP drop yet. But unfortunately, I'm going to have to let the EXP drop because I have to go do a birdhouse run. So let's just do this last inventory and let's see how big of an EXP drop we're about to get here. A casual 364k. We went from 60 to 68, so 2 more levels to go until we can finish out the RFD subquest. I plugged my current EXP to a skill calculator and was able to figure out how many more wines I needed. So 400 wines later, give or take this inventory, we are about to be... Wow, I was hoping I'd time this better. But we're about to be 70 cooking. Oh. You know, 577 EXP short. Okay, one moment. That is awkward. I thought wines would stop failing or going bad at 68, but I don't know, maybe I was wrong. Anyways, now here's 70 cooking. I'm definitely going to grab more than one snake corpse just in case, because it would be very unfortunate for it to burn and then for us to have to go all the way back out here and then back. No issues there. Cooked it on the first one. So here's the stuffed snake. There we go. Another one down. And that's another one done. 173 quest points. Only 2 to go. Another one down, and just one more to go. And that's the last subquest. Alright, let's get geared up for the fights. Ooh, that was very close, actually. The floor in here is so hard on the eyes. I don't remember it being like this. Yeah, the first one was cooking me, but this one, nice and simple. Nice and easy. This guy's hitting 17s on me. That kind of hurts. We're doing lots of damage, though, so this is good. And there we go. Alright, for this next one, I think we're going to need a little bit more magic defense. Oh. Can we get it within this phase? Yes, there we go. Time for the final boss himself. There it is. Recipe for disaster completed. Barrow's gloves. Wow. Honestly, all things considered, that did not feel like it took too long. Here we go. How much do these bad boys cost? 130k? Not bad at all. The obvious Ironman goal these days is to get to Song of the Elves for the Corrupted Gauntlet. But Recipe for Disaster and Barrow's Gloves will always be important and remains iconic. It's definitely one of the key stepping stones for any account. Now that we have it, as for what's next, we are going to work towards Royal Titans and the Prayer Scrolls, which will actually be our best in slot as a 50 defense account. Following that, we'll make our way to Song of the Elves and the Corrupted Gauntlet. And plot twist, we're probably going to get the Blade first. Just finished a farm and birdhouse run, and I was thinking about my next steps. I was looking at my skills, and obviously we need a bunch of 70s for Song of the Elves. Well, I think I'm going to go ahead and get a graceful outfit. I haven't got that yet. And then, after that, I'm going to go to the blast furnace with the gold gauntlets and get our smithing levels up. We're going to be at the Falador agility course for the next 16k EXP or so. And then that'll give us 60 agility, and we'll move on to the Sears course. Oh, first Mark of Grace. We should be picking up level 60 agility in the middle of this lap, I think. Yep, there we go. 60 agility. We can now use the werewolf and Sears Village course. I actually don't know what the werewolf course is, but I imagine that's probably somewhere in Mauritania. But where we're going is the Sears Village course. Just hit 60 strength. At this stage of the game, we're probably going to be setting up shop at Crabs a lot whenever we have any downtime, just so we can get our stats up as much as possible. Another birdhouse run, another leveling milestone, 40 hunter. After the Falador course, we've since moved on to the Sears Village rooftop. We're actually already 26 laps deep, and we have 11 marks of grace. Now the question on my mind is, am I going to be able to get 260 marks of grace first or 70 agility? 260 marks being the amount we need for full graceful, and 70 agility so that we move on to a different rooftop course. And of course, that's a Song of the Elves requirement. I want to say that we're going to hit 70 agility first. I've just been yapping away in clan chat and running the laps, and I kind of just realized this is another case with the run energy changes. I don't know, I always just like to point this out, but when you used to do this course, especially without the diary for the teleport that puts you right in front of the bank, you would definitely run out of stamina often. But it's not the case right now. Stamina has not been an issue. Earlier today, when I first logged in, I did my farm run as you do, being an Ironman, and I hit 46 farming. What I didn't realize was at 45, I have access to the farming guild. That kind of just slipped my mind. So this is huge. We only have this area for now at 45, but at least we have the big compost bin. If I recall correctly, the big compost bin is literally double the capacity of the regular compost bins at the other patches. And honestly, just upkeeping compost from this one compost bin is enough for me. 100 laps on the Sears Village course. That's 200 laps at the Sears Village rooftop course. We are currently level 63 with 44 marks of grace. We still got 7 levels to go, and we still got 216 marks of grace to go until a full graceful outfit. Just doing another tree run here, and we hit 1300 total. Just got back to the rooftops after a farm run and birdhouse run. We are currently level 66 agility, so 4 more levels to go. We're at 81 marks of grace. Just completed lap 400. Just a bit of an update here. We have passed 500 laps on the Sears Village agility rooftop courses. And as a side note, we now have 62 attack and 69 strength just from AFKing crabs on Fossil Island. What that means is we can now go to the Warriors Guild and grind out the defenders. There's 50 Hunter. And by the way, we're moving on up to Mahogany Birdhouses. We actually could have done this one level early at 49, but it is what it is. We've made our way over to the Warriors Guild. And that's right, we're about to start the Defender grind. But unlike a normal account where we go all the way to a Dragon Defender, we're just going to stop at the Rune Defender. That's going to be our best in slot. We're still in the middle of our agility grind, but in the AFK time that I have, I tend to go to the Ammonite crabs, and I figured getting a defender now is better than later. I've gone ahead and collected 1100 Warrior Guild tokens. This should last us a good while. Classic, I just missed the level 70 strength pop-up. It feels a little bad to TP out when we're not even out of supplies yet, but we have a farming contract to do as well as a birdhouse run. After the completion of the Fremenic trials that we did a little while ago, we did unlock the Berserker Helm, the Archer Helm, and the Farseer Helm. This was a step that I was going to skip over and just not purchase because I already have the Moon's gear ready and waiting. However, based on the order of things I want to do, we probably won't be 50 defense for a while. So I went ahead and got the Berserker helm. This would help greatly on this grind, as well as AFK and crabs. Okay, the Bronze Defender. I'm happy to get it, but unfortunately, this was not a very good start. That is KC number 92 to get the Bronze Defender. All right. Not too long after, at KC 127, we get the Iron Defender. The bronze was at 92, so 127 minus 92, quick math, 35 KC. I will take it. This absolute champion over there in the corner in full dragon is a pretty interesting account. It has level 100 mining and level 115 smithing. And then everything else is all below 80. It's like between 50 to 80. There it is, Steel Defender at KC 164. So the last one was at 127. 164 minus 127. 37. Wow, not long after, we get the Black Defender. KC 175, so only 11 kills later. Wow, we are on a roll right here. Look, I still have a full inventory. That is KC 178 for the Mithril Defender. Alright, we are absolutely just flying through the defenders now. Unfortunately, I didn't get a good clip of us getting the Adamant Defender, but I just stepped out as soon as I got it. That was KC 190. And there's the Rune Defender. I got a little too excited and picked it up. Didn't even let it really show up on the ground. Well, we are out of here. Final kill count is... Can I not wear this bad boy? Oh, no, I did. There we go. Final kill count is 230. We first came in here with 1,100 Warrior Guild tokens, and we leave with 90. We are looking like an absolute unit. Approaching 800 laps on the Sears Village rooftop course, and we are almost done. Just under 5k EXP to go until we hit level 70 and we can move on. Here it is, lap 801, and that puts us at 70. We couldn't quite get the perfect clean 800, but nevertheless, we have 70 agility as a clanmate just gets a Zamarakian spear. We have 161 marks of grace. That's 99 marks short of getting full graceful, but that's okay. We'll just head on over to the Rogue's Den right now and get the pieces that we can get. We're here in the Rogue's Den, and I believe what we're going to do is check the value of the top and bottom, actually. The top is 55 and the legs are 60. I think those are the two highest priority things to get here, and that leaves us at 46. Now we do have Boots of Lightness, and for the Blast Furnace, we're going to be equipping Ice Gloves and Gold Gauntlets anyways. So we either pick the cape or the hood. We're going to go with the hood here because more times than not on a farm run or something, we're probably going to have our Arty Cloak on anyways rather than a graceful cape. So here we are. Here's our new look. We just need to withdraw the Ice Gloves and Gold Gauntlets from the bank, and we're going to head on over to the Blast Furnace. So now that we have some graceful pieces and more importantly 70 agility, we're going to move on to smithing and try to get 70 in this skill as well. We're here at the Blast Furnace and we're going to be smelting gold ore. Using the Blast Furnace is about 72 kgp per hour, but being that we're below level 60, we have to pay an additional 2.5k per 10 minutes. But once we're over level 60, that 2.5k per 10 minutes will be gone. So here's a quick example of what we're going to be doing. I took out all the gold ore, dumped them in here. I make my way back over here, wait for the EXP drop. There it is. Switch to Ice Gloves, and I can take all the gold bars immediately. Switch back to the gold gloves, deposit gold bars, take out gold ores, and rinse and repeat. This inventory we're about to put in right now should get us to level 50 smithing. 20 more levels to go. A huge quality of life for me right now is that I'm just absolutely chugging staminas. Traditionally on a solo Ironman, you wouldn't do this, right? Even if you had staminas, you would be very reluctant to chug all the stamina pots just for this, but for me, I just want to get these done as quick as possible. With this inventory, we're going to hit 60 smithing. There it is. And we now no longer have to pay this foreman for extra, what was it, 1.2k? Really, the GP is not the issue. It's the fact that you have to take out the GP and give it to him. He doesn't pull it from the bank or the coffer, so it really disrupts your flow having to take out the GP every 10 minutes. We are running out of stamina, but this is our very last inventory of gold ore. And in just under 3 hours, we have hit 70 smithing all the way from 48. Now that we've knocked out agility and construction out of the way, we still have a checklist of skills to get to 70 as for the Song of the Elves requirements. That being farming, herblore, hunter, mining, smithing, not smithing, we just did that, and woodcutting. While crafting isn't one of the skills required for Song of the Elves, I'm going to work on 60 crafting real quick, just so that we'll have the crafting level required to make birdhouses when we get around to 60 hunter. And there's 60 crafting. I think what we're going to do next is work on our mining levels. We're going to head over to the Motherlode Mine. Motherlode Mine's not the best EXP per hour, but I do want the Prospector outfit. It's been quite some time since I've been at the Motherlode Mine. The upper level hopper is new to me, and I'm sure they've made a bunch of other changes too. So it's going to be interesting to check everything out. Been staying on top of my farm runs here, and we just hit level 60 farming, so we can move on from maple trees and now plant yew trees. Chipping away at the Motherlode Mine still, but this inventory that we deposit should get us should get us 60 mining. 10 more levels to go for the coveted level 70 for Song of the Elves. We are currently level 62 mining, and I have not used any of these nuggets yet. But now that we have 100, I think the first thing we're going to do... Now, I don't know if this is the meta thing to do or what people like to do, but what I'm going to do is unlock the upper area first. So apparently at some point they lowered the requirement from 72 mining to 57, so that works in my favor. Just logged in for the day and did my tree run, of course. We were level 62 farming, but after the trees we hit 63. But at 62, we could garden pie boost and get into the left side of the farming guild, which has the tree patch, the herb patch, and the anima patch, but most importantly, the Hespori cave. So we went ahead and planted a Hespori seed. Now that we're done with the tree runs and our birdhouse run, we're back at the Motherlode Mine, mining away. And yep, that is a dragon pickaxe. I recently hit level 61, well, we're actually almost 63 now, and I just decided, you know what, we're just trying to speed this up, we're trying to get to Song of the Elves, so I'm just borrowing the dragon pickaxe from myself. Just logged back in after eating dinner to continue Motherlode mining, and this cowman guy was offering to trade me his gold nuggets so that I would have access to the top bin. I don't think he realizes that they're not tradable, like whether or not I was an Ironman or not. But he reminded me, and I checked my gold nuggets, and I think I have enough now. So let's talk to Percy. And let's see. Yeah, 50 nuggets for the upper hopper. There we go. Another update on our bird houses. We are moving on from mahogany homes, and now we're doing logs. Another farm run, another level. Level 65. That is access to the Hespori area in the farming guild, which we've already been to because of the boosting pie. But now we don't need to boost anymore. After a couple of days, my first Hespori is finally ready. Here we go. Oh, I didn't bring any pots. Besides the resource, I didn't bring any super attacks or super strengths. I got the anti-poison though, so that's important. Oh my goodness. The great thing about Hespori is the fat EXP you get. But let's go ahead and replant a Hespori seed. We don't need to compost it either, actually. What we got out of it was an Addis seed and palm tree seeds. I don't think I've showcased this in a little bit. Aw, man, this is what I get for trying to record this. I just turned my log into a teak stock. Anyways, I don't think I've shown this recently, but yes, I'm still hunting red chins from time to time. I think I'm up to about 2.3k, 2.4k right now. I didn't even realize this was coming, so I replaced this birdhouse and we hit 60 hunter and I missed it. But there it is, 60 hunter. 10 more levels to go until we hit the required level for Song of the Elves. Oh my god, I did it again. I missed the 70 mining pop-up. But yeah, here we go. Nevertheless, 70 mining. Now we're going to move on to wood cutting, I think. I think I'm going to go do some maple trees. I want to do teaks realistically, but my hardwood trees on Fossil Island aren't grown at the moment. And the only other options for teak places I can think of, there's no bank close by. So we're going to do maples. Now that we're 70 mining, taking a look back, we have 88 golden nuggets left after using 100 to unlock the upper area, and then another 50 to unlock the hopper that's up there. Unfortunately, we haven't unlocked any prospector pieces yet, but that just means we'll come back to the motherlode mine in the future. Just like with mining and giving ourselves the dragon pickaxe to use to speed things up, I went ahead and gave myself a dragon axe. We're going to be chopping maple trees here in the woodcutting guild, and I think the game plan here is I'm going to turn these maple logs into arrow shafts. We are still working on 70 woodcutting on 416 Hero as a Song of the Elves requirement, but here on Wait For It, we are hunting the Imbued Heart, currently on a neck reels task, and we are at almost 21.3 million Slayer EXP. That's the last maple log. We just hit 70 woodcutting. So in terms of Song of the Elves, we still got Herblore, Construction, Hunter, and Farming to go. Farming is going to be time gated, and we're 68, so that's coming in soon. Construction and Herblore I'm not too worried about. We definitely have the supplies we need to get 70. Hunter, I would prefer to do birdhouses only, and that may take a little bit longer, but that gives me the chance to do more quests. Maybe this is a little bit of a spoiler recording this intro here, but you guys already know I went to Moons. Today we work on locking in our defense and prayer levels through questing. We will never be able to train these skills again once we hit 50 defense and 63 prayer. As for what quests we're going to do, well, I've mentioned what lies below several times before, and that required 35 rune crafting, which we have now. We got that through Tears of Guthix the other day, which I tried to record, but upon watching the recording back, it turns out I was recording the wrong POV and I was just recording Wait For It fishing some Karam ones. But yeah, we did Tears of Guthix, and that got us from 32 rune crafting to 35 rune crafting. So we're going to do what lies below as well as all the other quests that give out defense as a reward. That means after that, we'll be able to wear our Perilous Moons gear finally. I wasn't expecting this, so I didn't catch it on the recording before this pop-up happened for the completion of What Lies Below. But the game did ask me if I wanted the EXP rewards from this quest. Now, since I've already taken all the defense EXP I'm going to get into account, I went ahead and clicked yes. So that's 8,000 Runecraft EXP and 2,000 defense. I know I complained about the wanted quest, but I equally... Okay, maybe not equally, but I also don't like this quest, A Soul's Bane. Now, truthfully, I'm not a huge quester, but there are quests that I do like. But I've only really pointed out the two that I really don't like, and that's Wanted and A Soul's Bane. The thing about this quest and the Wanted quest, and what I don't like about them, is that it takes needlessly long. It's not long because the story is expansive or, just in-depth. It's just needlessly long, like these cutscenes that don't really actually do much. Okay, Soul's Bane is done. This is one of those things in this game that I never actually knew how to pronounce because I've never heard of this word outside of the game. But I believe we have completed the quest in search of the Meyer key. Here's another neat group iron dynamic here. The shopkeeper for the quest in aid of the Meyer key requested 10 snails from 416 Hero. And instead of having to go around Mauritania and find the snails, I was able to just get 10 snails off of the shopkeeper itself on, wait for it. And now I can just easily trade over the 10 snails. The follow-up quest to the previous one in aid of the Meyer key is now completed. We're down here in South Keldegrim. We're about to get started on Between a Rock. If I remember right, this quest is short and a little bit funny. Ah, yes. I believe this guy wants to be launched from the cannon with a golden helmet on. Oh, I misremembered. Turns out we're the ones being fired in the cannon. That's another 5,000 defense EXP after the completion of Between a Rock. That puts us at 48 defense. And I believe we have just one more quest to go in terms of defense EXP. And that's being Olaf's quest. We are here just east of Relica, starting Olaf's quest, our very last quest in terms of quests that give defense EXP, so we will be ready to equip Moon's gear shortly. Here it is, search the chest again to finish the quest. Surely we're not going to be 50 or over 50 defense. Boom, gives us 12,000 defense EXP. That will put us at 49. And we just need to manually train up another 2.4k defense EXP. The next step for us is to train at crabs for this remaining 2.3k EXP to get to 50 defense. And then afterwards, we're going to range, got my range here in the inventory, to 45 so that we can start chucking some gray chins for more range EXP. Couple more hits here. 36 EXP to go. Oh, there it is. 50 defense. And now we stop training defense entirely. Oh, in combat, so the little pop-up closed, but that's 45 range. Let's go grab some chin. We grabbed our chins and we made our way to the temple spiders in the Forthos dungeon in Karend. Now, two things. Yes, I do not have Void at the moment. And two, we're not at the Monkey Madness 2 caves. But obviously we don't have 69 Slayer right now, so we don't have access to the caves to chin the monkeys there. So this will have to make do for now, and not to worry, we're not going to be chinning for too many levels. We just need to get to 60 so that we can use a rune crossbow. And really just get enough levels so that we can do Royal Titans. Absolutely flying through the levels right now, just hit 50 range. Still got plenty of gray chins. We are back at Ammonite Crabs because unfortunately I ran out of gray chins and we stopped at 53 range. At 55 we'll be able to use these red chins, so maybe we'll go back to the temple spiders when we get that. Just hit 55 range, we can now use red chins, but for right now we're going to go ahead and switch to our melee gear and train up our strength and attack. We're going to train our attack to 70 and our strength to 75 so that we can start using our Blood Moon set. There's 75 strength, missed the pop-up because we're in combat, but we're going to be switching over to attack now to get it to 70. On a tree run right now, and a big level is coming up. There it is, level 70 farming. That is the requirement for Song of the Elves. That just leaves Construction, Hunter, and Herblord to go. While we're AFKing some crabs on 416 Hero, I decided to head back to Perilous Moons to try and finish out the log. We were missing two pieces, that being the Eclipse Moon Helm and the chest piece. But at KC 212, we just pulled the Eclipse Moon Helm. There it is. I just got back from dinner, did some more moon runs, and here we are, 232 KC Eclipse Moon chest plate. That is the log completed. Let's take a look. If I can find the... Where is it? Moon's apparel. Yeah, that's right. It's green now. It's glogged. There we go. Not too bad at all. We've been doing some hard mode Tob on the other account right now, but that means I've placed my account for 16 hero at Crabs. We've been training up strength and attack. We just hit 70 attack. I really should go get the Blood Moon set now. Because with 70 and 75 respectively, that's the requirements. Of course, the 50 defense as well. But kind of in the middle of a hard mode Top session right now, so I'll go just grab that later. After a couple of sessions at the Ammonite Crabs on Fossil Island, we've made it to 70 attack and 76 strength. And we got 50 defense earlier. So now we have the Blood Moon outfit on. We're technically ready to do Royal Titans, but I think we're going to try and get 63 prayer, primarily through quests first, so that when we do get the prayer scrolls from Royal Titans, we'll be ready to use them. First on the list was Making History, giving us 1000 prayer EXP. Bro, this isn't even a real bear, it's just a dude. Another quest completed, Mountain Daughter, 2 more quest points, and 2000 prayer EXP. Next up was another slice of ham. And turns out this is the quest for the Ancient Mace. So not only do we get prayer EXP, but now we have the Ancient Mace. This is not actually a quest, but it is a prereq for a quest that I can't think of right now. So we're doing Skippy and the Moogers real quick. Just remembered why we needed to do the Skippy and the Moogers mini quest, and that's because of Rag and Bone Man 2. We are now doing Zogre Flesh Eaters though. Although we only need partial completion of this quest, I might as well do the whole thing. This is also going to be for Rag and Bone Man 2. Fighting Slash Bash right now using Crumble Undead. The ability to make Relisim's Bomb and Brutal Arrows. That's Zogre Flesh Eaters completed. We're now getting started on Rag and Bone Man, starting off with the bats just south of the Odd Old Man. The frustrating thing about this quest is that the drops are not always 100% drop rate. For example, I think I'm trying to get bat wings right now, or yeah, bat wings, but I had to kill a couple there. Luckily that did not take too long, but it can. Took me 6 KC to get the experiment bones. Now on the canvas for the werewolves. I decided to use range for most of these during the quest. Oh, there's the gold bones. Just because I want to get range a little bit higher. We AFK'd at Crabs and got our melee stats up pretty high so that we could use Blood Moon. We're not able to use the Eclipse set yet, as we need 75 range as well. I am looking to chin, like I did a little bit earlier, but I'm going to need Void first. But so down here in the Varrock sewer, we were here for zombies, and the rats are right here as well. We need those as well. And that made me think, if we were ever on a rat slayer task, we could do some scurrious. Had to get these cave goblins, and they're so deep into the cave that I'm almost out of run energy by the time I got here. Running through the desert right now, and I've already got 3 out of the 4 things I need out of the desert. We just have to go to the vultures now. And it does feel like I'm flying through this, except I checked the list and there's still a ton more bones to collect. We have to go to the ice giants down here, and while the quest helper points me to the area by the blue right ore, surely these ice giants by the Royal Titans work too, right? Confirmed, they do. Ice giant ribs. This portion of Rag and Bone Man 2 for the Mogers is the reason why we needed to do that mini quest earlier. Just have to stand further away. It is an explosive after all. Well, working on the Jogers here, and we just got 70 hit points and 1475 total. We're down here in the Giants Den to get Fire Giants, but while I'm here, I might as well get 1 Hill Giant, 1 Moss Giant, 1 Fire Giant. 1 of each, essentially, because I believe that is a combat achievement task. After this Fire Giant goes down, we should get the task. There it is. Oh, and we get what we needed for the quest as well. 2 in 1. I swapped the melee gear here, and I'm wondering if using the dualies with the Blood Moon set is just better on everything over the Dragon Simi. The thing is, not everything's weak to crush, right? So I'm actually not sure. Oh, I gotta get out of here because I'm almost dead, but I just got a long bone and the troll bone for the quest in the same drop. Just one more thing to obtain from the Zogres for Rag and Bone Man 2, and then we will be done. All things considered, this was not as bad as I remember it being, and that's likely because I have teleports to get around the map easier. If I was a traditional solo Iron Man, it would take much, much longer. After 5,000 world hops, because the mechanic of this thing over here is real clunky, we have finally finished Rag and Bone Man 2. This time around on this account, we get it done nice and early, whereas on Wait For It, it was probably one of the very last quests I bothered to do. But we do it early because 5,000 prayer EXP. That puts us at level 50 prayer, which is actually a prereq for one of the next quests we're going to do, so we don't have to manually train to 50. That's nice. The 50 prayer rec was for Great Brain Robbery, but before we do that, we have to do Rum Deal and Cabin Fever first. There's about 5 minutes of downtime waiting for these blind weeds to grow for the quest Rum Deal, so I'm just going to showcase what I've been doing on Wait For It. Aside from the hard mode tops that we do occasionally, I've been fishing a ton of Karam wands, and the plan is we're just going to launch ourselves, by ourselves, I mean 416 hero, to 99 cooking. I don't think we're anywhere close yet, but I think we've got about like 20,000 Karam wands. We'll see. Rum deal completed, and we get a holy wrench. Pretty big. I believe sometimes a holy wrench can save you a couple of prayer doses or two, depending on the content you're doing. We get 7,000 prayer EXP though, which is what we're looking for. Well, sailing has been in the game this entire time. The ending of this quest had a pretty long cutscene, but there we go. Cabin Fever finished. Another... Oh, actually, we don't get prayer EXP for this, but it's a prereq quest that we had to do. We obviously can't buy wooden cats off the GE as an Iron Man, but we can make them. And luckily for me, I already have the table or the bench. So we're just gonna go... Oh, we had to make one at a time? Are you kidding me? The Great Brain Robbery completed. Honestly, I'm not too sure what this quest is about, but this is what you get for spacebarring through it all. Anyways, that is 6k per EXP. A blessed lamp. Is that like a EXP lamp? It is an EXP lamp. I should double check what I should use this for. Probably not prayer. I think I'm going to go ahead and use this lamp on Slayer. We got 5k EXP out of it. Very nice. And so it begins. We're about to do another one of the infamous quests of RuneScape. One Small Favor by Tanda Yanni Salika in Shallow Village. As we're doing the quest here, I just want to once again reiterate, it's honestly not that bad for me because I have access to all of the teleports. So this is such a huge quality of life thing. We're at the portion where we have to cut these gems for one small favor, and there is a chance for you to fail them. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to trade over the chisel and all these gems to Wait For It, who has 99. Oh, that's awkward. No inventory space. We're back. Here we go. Got the inventory space now, accepting the trade. And obviously the sapphires won't fail, but these other gems, let's see what happens. So far, so good. Oh, wow, we broke a red topaz. Alright, now that we're done with the gnome glider section, we are now officially halfway through One Small Favor. We just have to go back to all the original NPCs that we talked to. Finally, after running all around the map, teleporting everywhere, we are back in Shiloh Village. Gonna talk to Yanni here. And we're gonna... Even with all the teleports and stamina pots, this quest still took quite a bit. But there we go. It's completed. 2 quest points, 2 antique lamps for EXP. That's going to be good. And this quest doesn't even give prayer EXP, which is what we're after. However, it is a prereq quest to Swan Song, which is what we'll be doing next. What do you mean you're out of runes? I kind of regret bringing my range gear now. This would have been so much faster if I just brought my Blood Moon. The sea trolls you're fighting in this quest don't even give you real EXP. You just get 1 EXP drops, which is kind of lame. Well, of course this would happen. So I TP'd out because after I caught 5 monkfish, I burnt 4 out of 5 of them. And I was like, I'm going to have to fight more sea trolls, so let me just TP out and get my Blood Moon. I come back, I fish 4 more monkfish without being interrupted, and I cook all 4. So that was a waste of time TPing out. Oh, there's the sea troll queen. Can we melee it? We can. Can I play mage against this? I didn't bring any food. That'll be fine, right? Wait, can I flinch it? Oh, I'm TPing out, TPing out. Seriously, what is up with this? You don't even get EXP on the boss fight. Okay, 3rd time's the charm. Here we go. Oh, gotta eat. There we go, 10k prayer EXP after the completion of Swan Song. What I wasn't expecting was 50,000 fishing EXP. After that, we're here at Barrows to do 1 KC. Now, Barrows items aren't actually going to be useful for us, at least the armor. But there is a mini quest that you do here that will give you, I believe, 20k prayer EXP. Well, we're going for 1 KC here, and we got a Darrock cave. Ooh, we just got a combat task out of that. Whoa, I accidentally spawned 2 Darrocks. What the heck? Alright, can we get a 1 KC clog spot here? Moment of truth? Nope. Here's the lamp. We're rubbing it for 20,000 prayer EXP. That now puts us at 53 prayer. The game plan is going to be Fairy Tale Part 2 next, but we're going to need 57 Herblore. We're only 38 right now. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to try and make some prayer pots, and when we hit, I believe, 45 or 43, we're going to switch over to super attacks. Quick jump from 38 to 40. While we're continuing to make prayer pots here, let me just talk about why we need to do Fairy Tale 2, and also tell you that after Fairy Tale Part 2, we're going to do Land of the Goblins. Now, neither of these quests give prayer EXP. At least I know for sure Fairy Tale Part 2 doesn't. But what does give prayer EXP is the mini quest Hope Spear's Will. And, of course, with questing, these first 2 quests I mentioned, Fairy Tale Part 2 and Land of the Goblins, are prereqs. Just hit 45 Herblore, which means we can move on to super attacks. I think at 52, we're going to make super energies just so that we can get better EXP rates on the way to 57. So as I'm making the super attack potions on 416 here, I am also making potions, although unfinished potions, over on wait for it. This just saves a bit of time so that I don't have to spend time making unfinished potions, which give you no Herblore EXP on 416 Hero. Midway through this inventory, we are going to hit level 52 Herblore, which means we can move on to super energies, but also we just hit 1500 total. As we're making the super energy pots here, it looks like 57 Herblore, the requirement for the quest, is boostable. But I'm always of the mindset, especially now that we need 70 Herblore anyways for Song of the Elves, is that you might as well get the actual level because the end goal is 99 in the long run anyways, right? I think there are a few exceptions to that though. For example, with construction, if you're 70 something construction, you need 83 to get the ornate pool and jewelry box, right? Now those things are probably worth getting as soon as you can. Just hit 55 Herblore, we're switching over from super energies to super strengths. There it is, 57 Herblore, just what we needed. Now back to questing. Once again, we've just been absolutely burning through teleport tabs. So we're going to have to make some more. Looks like I dropped enough certificates, so I'm going to have to come back here and grab another one if I can remember how. Okay, we grabbed a certificate. We're back at the hideout. We have everything we need. We just have to talk to, or give the magic essence to the Fairy Queen and talk to her. There's Fairy Tale Part 2 completed. Another EXP lamp after this quest. Very nice. A little bit of Herblore EXP and Thieving EXP as well. Up next is Land of the Goblins. I just need to make a couple of dies here. Doing Land of the Goblins right now, and this is the quest where you can turn into a goblin. Now, which one do we want to be? Let's go ahead with this one. Why not? Our boy Zanuck is locked up behind bars, man. Nearing the end of the quest now, this is a little gauntlet portion where we have to fight a bunch of what looks like undead goblins. Once again, I didn't bring any food to a quest boss fight. Surely this will be fine, right? It's like I forget I'm on a 50 defense account that doesn't have max strength and attack, no less. Yep, we had to TP out. If it isn't the consequences of my own actions, wasting my time. We're back and we get the job done right there. Well, there goes Zanuck. That's Land of the Goblins done. Now we can finally do Hope Spear's Will. So it seems like Hope Spear's Will is just a follow-up mini quest to the previous quest we just did, Land of the Goblins, because we're back at this place. And I think this time around we have to fight all the undead goblins without any armor or weapons. Okay, this third guy, level 88 Moschin, is kind of whooping my ass. No! The good news is the gravestone is out here, so I'm able to loot this. No way, it's gonna make me do it all over again? So you can't really protect prayers like these guys because they always do at least 2 different types of attacks, and as far as I know, you can't predict it. So this guy, I mean, he looks like he's ranging me right now, but it's actually a mage attack. I guess I can also try just camping one of the protection prayers. That way I'm probably protecting at least 50% of the attacks. Well, that one was tough, and to think there's actually one remaining. And now we know that if you TP out, you have to start all over. Okay, yeah, there is just no chance. In the interest of saving myself some trouble, I'm going to TP out now. So I've come back, and it looks like I don't have to start from scratch again. Maybe there's a checkpoint, because the first time I had to TP out, I was only on the 3rd one here. But the second time around, I made it to the very last one. But, I mean, this works out in my favor. But as you can see in my inventory, I guess I went a little overkill just to be sure this time. You know, maybe this isn't overkill because I'm getting my ass beat right now. I should have brought more super combats. What is this? Oh my... This inventory I brought might unironically not be enough. Oh my. Well, this is awkward. I was thinking this is like a regular quest and there'd be a pop-up once I finished everything, but turns out all I had to do after I boxed those goblins was come here and bury them. Well, I just hit 56 prayer. I believe that was like 40,000 prayer XP I gained. Now that we're done with that, I'm just going to do a quick birdhouse run here. You know I got to stay on top of those. We're currently at 64 hunter. Again, we need 70 for Song of the Elves. But up next, we are going to manually train prayer. We're going to try and get it to 63. 63 being the requirement for, I believe it's the Dead Eye prayer scroll, the prayers from Royal Titans. Of course, our method of prayer training is going to be hitting up the Chaos Altar with some dragon moves. This didn't take too long. Prayer training is really quick, especially if you're willing to go into the Willy altar. So with these last 6 bones, I brought 6 just in case, in the small chance that this doesn't happen. Well, Here we are, just 6 bones remaining. Boom, 63 prayer. Mystic Vigor and Deadeye. Let's go ahead and TP out of here. We had to lay out a lot of groundwork, but we finally made it, and we are ready to do Royal Titans. This is what our loadout looks like. We got the full Blood Moon set with a Strength Amulet, Rune Boots, Barrow's Gloves. We haven't got the Jad yet, and our range levels are actually pretty low still, so we're still rocking the Fire Making Cape, mostly for the defense purposes. Our range gear, which is honestly not that important since Royal Titans is primarily a melee fight. We got the magic short bow, green d'hide. I could possibly upgrade this to blue d'hide, honestly, but We got the Avas, and as a spec weapon, we got the dragon dagger. Bring in a super attack, a super strength, 4 prayer pots, and then the rest is just Karambwans. Now, I don't know how this is gonna go. We're 50 defense, obviously. 77 strength, 70 attack. The stats aren't super high. I've only ever done Royal Titans on a max gear, max account. So we'll probably have to make some adjustments. Here we are into our first Titans fight. It doesn't really do us any favors for one thing, that our pots are not on left click drink. And we're doing it with a UIM that hasn't done this before, so I've at least had some reps on my other account. We'll see how this goes. Bro, he didn't go. Hello? And first KC, here we go. It took 4 minutes and 16 seconds. It was meant to be 4:16. So we're just regrouping after that fiasco of a first KC. Let's go over the gear a bit more. So someone is going to have Fire Wave and Water Wave, I believe, for the walls. And unfortunately, in my current setup and stats, I'm not going to be able to do that. So whoever I'm going to do Royal Titans with is going to be in charge of that role, and I'm just going to be a leech. Ideally, I would have Thralls, but I have not even done a single quest in that quest line in order to unlock the Book of the Dead and Thralls. Alright, I am doing with a UIM right now, so when he died, it was a bit of a process, but I think we're ready to try a second KC now. Hey, we got some kind of combat task. And we beat our PB by almost 3 minutes. Coming up on another KC here. If I could do some damage. Very nice. Alright, we're trying something a little bit different here. I was noticing I was doing practically no range DPS whatsoever, so I dropped the range switches in order to bring more prayer pots and a little bit more food. Hey, we got a prayer pot. Nice. So here's the thing, right? In the beginning, right here, I'm just standing around doing nothing because I don't have a range weapon at the moment. Wow, a 126, a fat new PB. That's actually a task as well, a CA task. Oh, another task completed. The hard combat task. I need room. Royal Titan Champion. I can only assume that's the 10KC combat achievement. Managed to do this KC with no food left. Surely rewarded, right? Another palm tree seed. And another water battle staff. I'll take it. No way, he just got the prayer scroll on, I think 14 KC. I think I have one more than him. Damn, I got excited, but I just got pages. And he actually got the amulet. So I believe you need law runes and big bones to get the amulet, and you can TP right back. And you can also TP to the other giant bosses. Alright, I am standing outside the Royal Titans on both accounts, and I'm about to attempt to dolo the boss. Okay, I didn't really say anything there, but I was just focused up, and that was not too bad. I think less prayer pots and more food. Getting the hang of this. Getting it real close there. That was the last kill of the trip. What are we gonna get? Some money and seeds. Alright, we're back for a second trip. So I unfortunately died on both accounts. I got distracted. Things were actually going pretty smoothly until I was like, wait, is my mic working on the recording? And then the little portal thing came up and then boom, double death. So neither account has any prayer scrolls right now. On Wait For It, we have 192 KC, and here on 416 Hero, we have 39. So I guess we're technically dry. Hey, we got the giant soul amulet. That's the TP for this place. I decided to turn on a damage counter plugin, and it appears that Wait For It is doing 3 times the damage than 416 Hero is. We're getting more accustomed to the dolo method now, just taking a look at the log while we bank for more supplies. We're up to 56 KC on 416 Hero now. We got the amulet, some pages, nothing else to show for now. Over on Wait For It, we are up to 211 KC. I did some KC on the day of release, and I pulled a Fire Element Staff Crown at some point. We're up to 4 Giant Soul Amulets. Got a decent amount of pages, but no prayer scrolls even on this account. Also, now that we're in the flow of things a bit better, I can kind of explain or try to explain what's going on while I'm in the middle of the fight. So over on Wait For It, I'm running pot share on the Lunar Spellbook. And since 416 Hero is kind of bare bones right now, he's just receiving the pot share, not really on anything else. It seems like we can ignore the walls. They disappear in a timely fashion for the most part. So it seems like bringing elemental spells aren't necessary, more of a quality of life type thing. I try to keep both characters stacked up on top of each other so that the pot share is easy to do. Due to the gear and level difference, I often have to pot share on Wait For It, even when Wait For It does not necessarily need it, but 416 Hero does. It's always worth it to pot share because either way you're using one dose. Looks like I just picked up a combat task by mistake. So the typical strategy is to focus one down on the first phase so that you eliminate the range phase as soon as possible. But then on P2, when they're both on each side of the platform, you want to get them both down around the same time, similar to in Chambers and the Olm Hands on P3. I made a mistake there. I accidentally killed the Fire Queen. No, Wait For It has sniped the Deadeye Prayer Scroll at KC 224. Just got another combat achievement. It takes too long. On Fossil Island right now after doing a birdhouse run, and my mahogany trees are ready. I kind of made a mistake. I didn't realize that my trees were ready here, and I did a tree run already. But if I had come here first, I'd likely already be 75 farming for magic trees. But I plan to use instead. Not a big deal, but just like a little bit of an EXP waste. Oh my god, it happened again. I got the prayer scroll on Wait For It at KC 247. Recording is hard when you're playing two accounts at once, but here's the prayer scroll. Mystic Vigor Prayer Scroll. Let's go ahead and read this bad boy. Let's take a look at the prayer book. I don't think it actually moved anything. Yeah, it bumps Deadeye and Mystic Vigor closer down at the bottom of the prayer book, but it just essentially replaces the old prayers. And of course, let's take a look at the collection log here. We now have both prayer scrolls. We've got 8 giant soul amulets so far. And of course, the fire element staff crown I mentioned earlier. I guess now we pull from the ice one. What is the ice one called? Again, just want to say it's really hard to keep up while playing two accounts, but we passed 100 KC on 416 Hero. I somehow just got perfect Royal Titan. What? DOLOing. And now we're taking a break from DOLOing and we're joined by one of our clanmates, Where Ya, to do some more Royal Titans. And just like that, a new PB, 112. I think my Dolo PB was like a 114. So we just finished the KC here, and an interesting tactic is he's going to TP out, hit the Narda TP to regenerate his stats, while I come in on Wait For It, drop a bunch of supplies that will show up in a second here. He comes back when the fight starts, and I can just stay here. Yep, and towards the end of this fight, the loot on the ground, or not the loot, but the supplies on the ground I dropped earlier, are finally here. Oh, and a new PB. Oh my, 101 PB. We are zooming. That's 150 KC, and we get a rune axe and 15 gold ore. That's it. Still grinding away at Titans here, but we just hit 80 strength. Oh wow, and that was a sub 1 minute Titan. Absolutely flying now, just got a 55-second PB. Coming up on KC 200. Surely we get a prayer scroll here. And 70 coal. Just wrapped up a duo session with the clanmate. Let's take a look at the log now. Royal Titans, there it is. Unfortunately, nothing to show for. We got 3 giant soul amulets now and 41 desiccated pages and 213 KC. Even if we were doing barely any damage, like 30%, I think we're still due for prayer scroll now. But anyways, I'm going to continue the grind. We're going to go back to DOLOing because I don't think there's anybody available to duo with right now. We just got the Ice Element Staff Crown on KC 283 on Wait For It. So aside from the pet, we have everything on this account. This makes sense because if you look over on the top left corner here, the party damage tracker, it looks like Wait For It is doing about 75% of the damage, and 416 here is doing about 20% of the damage, sometimes 30. So let me go over briefly, from my understanding anyways, how the drop table works at the Royal Titans. There is a damage contribution factor, so when it says that a prayer scroll is 1 in 75, that assumes a solo rate. So naturally in a duo, if you assume that the two people are doing exactly 50% damage each, then it is technically a 1 in 150 for one person. Now, obviously, with the gear and level disparity between these two accounts, it is not a straight 50-50. So, in order for 416 Hero to get a drop, it is going to be likely a much higher KC. Bad news, Wait For It has pulled yet another unique, the second Ice Element Staff Crown at 313 KC. The sort of good news is that if I pull another Fire Element Staff Crown and Wait For It again, the staff, the completed staff, is tradable. So 416 Hero will be able to complete it. But Wait For It has to pull the Fire Staff Crown. Scratch that. It's not just sort of good news. It is good news. Turns out these pieces are tradable. So all I have to do is pull another fire piece, and we'll have a staff for each account. All right, we are dueling with someone else now, Mina Lucky, but I did a solo kill, and that took me 5 minutes and 19 seconds. Safe to say that even with the damage contribution concept with the loot, duoing with someone that's going to do like 70% of the damage is going to be worth it. Ooh, a first clog on 416 Hero, but unfortunately, there's the Ice Element Staff, which we don't need, but that is KC number roll tons 261 for our first unique other than the amulet. Now this situation is actually a little unfortunate. Like I said earlier, we need another fire piece for the staff. But I still need both prayers on 416 Hero, so we might end up getting a third ice piece, and there won't be any use for it. I've been primarily pulling from the Ice Titan in hopes of getting the Dead Eye Prayer Scroll first, and then once I get that, I'll move on to the Fire one for the, I think it's called Mystic Vigor. After doing nothing but Royal Titans all day, main-handing these dual, I don't even know how to pronounce this, the dual Makas. I had to turn off game sounds. I typically play with them on, but I don't know. It just got a bit tiring. I think my head hurts. I don't know. Just TP'd out of a trip, but that was 300 Royal Titans. No new uniques just yet, unfortunately. I don't think I really showcased this, but when I do have a duo partner, I just stick Wait For It outside with some supplies, like Super Combat, some prayer pots, some more Karan bonds, and I periodically go into the room whenever my teammate TP's out to regenerate their prayer and HP, and I resupply myself since I don't do the TP out method. Little bit of an intermission here, but let's take a look at the collection logs between the two accounts. I guess it could be somewhat, I mean, at the very least, it's interesting to look at. So on 416 Hero, we got 300 kills, no prayers yet, 8 amulets, and 1 Ice Element Staff Crown, and 92 pages. Over on Wait For It, we have both prayers, 11 Giant Soul Amulets, 2 Ice Element Staff Crowns, 1 of the Fire ones, and 136 pages in just 13 more KC. I don't know why I didn't think of this sooner, but I can also spec transfer. It is late in the night, 28 minutes before a game update of some sorts. 343 Royal Titan KC, and no prayer scrolls just yet. Yay for me, post update. Let's get back to Royal Titans. So on 416 here, we have 343 KC, and let's switch the perspective over to wait for it real quick. And the respective KC on here is 313. But the only thing we're missing on here is the pet. So we did a pretty extensive session with a UIM last night, and we were consistently doing about 32% of the damage. If I'm doloing by myself, it is likely a little bit lower contribution just because this gear has, or this account has a bit more gear. Although, if you take into the fact that maybe I'm less efficient with my hits, doloing, maybe it's around the same. I'm going to turn on the game sounds on wait for it so we can hear the sight today. I'm quite tired of hearing the dual. I have no idea how to pronounce. I suppose on wait for it, I should pull from the fire, the Branda, the Fire Queen now, so that I can try to get a second crown piece. Oh, that was KC 350. Nothing yet. Alright, just banked and started another trip. This time we turn on the party damage plugin and let's check out what kind of DPS we're doing on both accounts. So far on this trip looks like, according to the party damage tracker, 416 hero has done about 1,000 damage. Meanwhile, wait for it has done 2,600 damage. Doing a birdhouse run here, but just running the numbers, I was doing about 30% of the damage on 416 hero. Honestly, that's not terrible. Oh my god, it finally happened. KC 394 Deadeye Prayer Scroll. Wow. Now we're going to be pulling from Branda the Fire Queen in order to try and get the other prayer scroll, the mage one. I believe it's called Mystic Vigor. It's going to take a little bit to get used to the fact that this prayer is down here in the bottom left of the prayer book. Kind of a weird spot. I can't believe it took us almost 400 KC to get one of the prayer scrolls. And my duo partner, Mino Lucky, just got himself the Deadeye prayer scroll. Another update here. It's been about 51 KC since we got the Deadeye prayer scroll. Nothing really of note so far here at 444 KC, just 13 giant soul amulets now in our log. I haven't really figured out a good way to fit both clients on a 16:9 resolution screen. So this might look a little bit different than the clip earlier, but I'm going to go ahead and record some footage of me doloing again. It's at 74 hit points, 88 combat. After going pretty hard on Royal Titans, this is what our log looks like. Not much to show for besides the Deadeye Prayer in 463 KC. We did get the ice piece for the staff, the ice element staff crown. So I went ahead and combined it with a fire piece that I got off of the other account, wait for it. And now we have the twin flame staff. My original goal was to get both prayer scrolls before Corrupted Gauntlet, but honestly, I'm feeling a bit burnt right now. Keep in mind, I did all that KC, 463 KC, in only a matter of a couple of days. So with that being said, I think I'm going to move on from Titans for now. It's been a good bit since the recording of that last clip. I said I was moving on, but you know what? I went straight back to Titans. I'm sure you're thinking the Mad Lad went back and did it, but I'm here to tell you. Actually, let me just show you. That's right. Nearing 700 KC and we still don't have the Mage Prayer Scroll. We don't have the Fire Staff piece either, but that's okay. While doloing, I pulled a second one on wait for it here, so now we have one staff for each account. But where is my prayer scroll? Oh my god, it finally happened. It finally happened. We're getting out of here. Yes. There's the log. Mystic Vigor Prayer Scroll. KC 718. During the excitement of pulling the prayer scroll, I didn't even realize that on wait for it, in the very same kill, I pulled my third fire element staff crown. I only realized after I looked at my screenshot in the Runelight profile and I saw the chat box. So I logged back on and honestly, I had my doubts that I even picked it up because I didn't realize in the moment, but I guess I just am naturally a loot goblin or something, picked it up, teleported out, and banked it without even realizing. It's crazy to say, but we're done with Royal Titans now. Like, actually done. And we can move on. As for what's next, we're going to knock out Defender of Varrock real quick. This quest actually gives us a decent chunk of Hunter EXP, and we're still not 70 Hunter yet. We're going to do some magic training bursting the armored zombies. If we get a zombie axe, cool, but I'm not sure how useful it is for us, since we're going to be using the Blade of Saildor anyways, and we have the Blood Moon set. After that, we'll knock out 70 construction at Nurplor. Oh, and at some point, we're going to get Void so we can finally chin some range levels, like I've been talking about quite a few times. Over on Wait For It, we are here at LMS. Honestly, this is long overdue, but I went ahead and grinded out some points. It didn't take long, actually, because I had about 40 something points just stocked up from before. But we have 76 now, and what we're going to get is the Rune Pouch. We're not going to get the Rune Pouch, we're going to get the Rune Pouch Note, because we're getting this for 416 Hero. Okay, the description when you read it says to use it on a bank boot, but I wonder if it works on a bank chest. It does. Okay, there we go. Rune Pouch acquired just like that. Ooh, was not expecting that combat task, but that's 5 KC, so Hespori Adept. And there it is, we get 2 combat achievements. Actually, we got 3. First one was getting all these flowers down within 5 seconds. We did that in the beginning. Then we did plant-based diet, and what was the other one? Hespori isn't. One of them is to finish it off with a spec, and the other one is no prey. We're going to talk to Gommel here to claim our easy combat tier achievements and rewards. Alright, we're just outside Varrock, heading northeast to head to this inn called the Jolly Boar Inn. And we're going to get started on Defender of Varrock here. We're in our Mystic's gear with an Ancient Staff. We're going to be on the Ancient Spellbook, because we're going to be bursting the Armored Zombies. While we're working on that on 416 here, I have sent, wait for it, back to the mines, the Zaya mines that is, to recover some of the blood runes that I've used. Over the many KCs at Royal Titans, we were definitely draining scythe charges. It was adding up quick. We're very early on into the quest, but we've made it down here to the Armored Zombies already. We're going to pause the quest for now, and this is where we start our magic training. We're taking advantage of the fact that this is currently an instance area for us. So it's essentially a free world. I went ahead and muted game sounds because these armored zombies are just loud and obnoxious. We are ice bursting and occasionally blood bursting to heal ourselves up. There is one ranged zombie that will spawn that will absolutely mess us up. But all the other ones are melee, so we protect melee. Like I mentioned earlier, our goal here is to just train our magic levels up. If we happen to get the zombie axe, that is a nice little bonus, but truthfully, I don't know how that's going to be useful for us. Another key thing here is to hopefully get 75 magic, as once we hit that, we'll be able to use our Frost Moon gear. The magic levels are also going to help, of course, with the Fragment of Saren fight. So the armored zombies seem to spawn in clumps. So right here in this area, there's about, I don't know, 6 or 7 of these bad boys. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to barrage them down. And then once I'm done with this clump, instead of waiting for them to respawn, I'm going to go through this gate over here. And just down the hall, there is another group of armored zombies. And I'm just going to be running back and forth. That way there is less downtime. Now to be more specific, these armored zombies drop a broken zombie axe, which you would need to take to an anvil with 70 smithing to turn it into a usable zombie axe for yourselves. Now the drop rate, I believe, is about 1 in 800. We're currently at 77 right now, so we'll see. We'll see what happens. Oh, there it is. I was actually running away from that clump, but there we go. Broken zombie axe. That is KC99. It's really just that easy. Didn't even take 100. Well, we didn't hit 75 magic because we got the axe that quickly. I'm going to go ahead and finish the quest now, and we will figure out where else we can train magic in the future. So to finish off this quest, I'm going to have to fight a couple more things. I'm going to go ahead and melee them. Now, instead of using the dualies, the Blood Moon dualies, or the Dragon Simi, I'm going to go ahead and fix this broken zombie axe now. Yes, I would like to repair it. And there we go. You successfully repair your zombie axe. Let's put that bad boy on. Now, I think comparing it to the dualies is a very situational thing, but definitely compared to the Dragon Simi, the zombie axe is going to be always the better option. Oh no, the Varrock Castle is under attack. It's a zombie apocalypse, and this dude Reldo is still just chilling in the library, bro. What are you doing? That's Defender of Varrock. Finished pretty quick quest, actually. We had a whopping 15k smithing EXP, which, honestly, I wish I did the quest sooner, so that I could at least make use of that to reach the 70 smithing threshold. But we do make use of the 15,100 EXP, which, to be honest, doing the quest, I don't understand where the Hunter EXP comes from. But I'll take it. So after the completion of Defender of Varrock, we still need to pick up more magic levels. 2 more levels so that we can finally start using our Frost Moon or Blue Moon gear, whatever it's called, and just higher magic levels in general for our fight for Fragment of Saren. I decided to come over to the Monkey Madness 1 tunnels and start bursting these skeletons down here. I believe this is the next best thing if you don't have access to the Monkey Madness 2 tunnels, which we do not. Our Slayer level is still just 48, and you need 69 for Monkey Madness 2. Now, I've never been here before, so I don't know if I'm doing this the best possible way, but it seems to be working pretty well so far. I believe the gist of it is that these skeletons will reanimate from the bones on the ground, so you want to pick up the bones if there's like a huge stack in one tile and just spread them out, giving them more opportunities to spawn. And that way, that's the reason why there's so many skeletons here. I think when I first showed up to the spot, there was only like 3, but as you can see, just right-clicking these piles, there's probably like over 10 now. Wow. What? Not expecting this at all. Just pulled a skeleton champion scroll. Still at the monkeys here in the Monkey Madness 1 caves. Almost out of prayer pots, actually. That is the first champion scroll on the account. Unsure if the loot tracker is entirely accurate, but it says 368 skeletons. No fucking way. I just got another champion scroll. I teleported out of that last trip to do a birdhouse run and resupply on prayer pots. And I just got a second champion scroll. Probably not even 20 kills later. A couple more casts here and we're going to hit 75 magic. We're going to TP out as soon as we hit that, because 75 is going to allow us to go and get the Mage Arena 2 cape. That is a pretty big DPS upgrade. And we will also be able to use the Blue Moon gear. Also a pretty big upgrade. All of these new things will give us more, obviously more magic attack accuracy, but also damage. Here we are with our Blue Moon outfit. I keep thinking it's called the Frost Moon, but it's the Blue Moon outfit. We have it on for the very first time. Having this outfit on makes me realize that, hey, you're in the way. It makes me realize that, dude, okay, you know, maybe this is not the best spot, but makes me realize that I need to get myself some infinity boots and a mage's book as well. With the Frost Moon or Blue Moon spear, it's a two-hand weapon, but let's say we were barraging with the ancient staff. A mage's book would be ideal, and I don't think there's anything better than a mage's book that we'll be able to use. We definitely can't use a ward from TOA because of defense levels and prayer, I think. Made my way to the wilderness to do Mage Arena 2. This is going to be a huge DPS boost for magic, so let's get started. Okay, I already made a mistake. I need to be on the standard spellbook. Before we officially begin Mage Arena 2, there's some tail end stuff of Mage Arena 1 that we need to do. Yeah, we have the God Cape, but we need to do 100 casts of Saradomin Strike, Claws of Guthix, and Flames of Zamrock respectively in this arena so that we can use these spells outside of the arena. Now the annoying thing about this is that there is no auto casting these spells. You have to manual cast. So you're just sitting here spam clicking the spells hundreds of times, 300 times to be exact, 100 of each spell. We just got done with the Saradomin cast. Now we're moving on to Claws of Guthix. So 100 of these and then 100 of Flames of Zamorak. And finally we have our Zamorak staff and cape, and we're gonna do last 100 casts of Flames of Zamorak here. Now that we're done with the 100 casts of each spell, we're gonna venture off deep into the wilderness to fight the 3 bosses. Found the first one pretty quickly, the Justiciar Zachariah. Alright, that's the first one down. We got the Justiciar's hand. Let's head back to the bank and then head out for the next one. We had to scout some locations, but this is going to for sure spawn the Guthix boss. Unfortunately, just staring at the minimap, I ran through some poison spiders, and I kind of just refused to go bank for an anti-poison right now, so hopefully that doesn't bite me in the ass. There it is. Oh, okay, one more hit. Boom. Ent roots. So that's 2 out of 3. We just gotta make it back to the bank. Is there a flinchable spot here? Maybe behind the skeleton remains? Never mind. Maybe behind the... this thing? Nope. Alright, we're just gonna have to tank it. Okay, seems like this guy does a lot more damage. I inadvertently... I think I dodged that. Right? You know... Oh my... That's unfortunate. I probably should have read up on what the bosses did as a quick refresher. It's been a long time since I did this. And this is what happens when you just go in with no guide. Or reading. This is why I hate the wildy. So I got back to my gravestone, and I mean, most of my gear back. Everything that was mildly important. Although nothing I brought to the wildy, obviously, I'm not willing to lose. But I got my red d'hide back, my glory back. But for some reason, I lost my Zamorak cape. And all my food that I brought is gone. So I really, really don't know how the wildy works, man. There's so many different rules. Depends where you're at, what you die to, what, like, I don't know. All right, we are back. I very quickly skimmed the wiki. So apparently when that ball comes at me, I just have to run away from the boss like 12 tiles or something to negate its damage. So we'll just keep our distance to begin with. That way when the ball does come, we can clearly see it and react quickly. So we're doing this quest at exactly level 75 magic, which is the base requirement. However, if I was level 80, it would actually make this quest a little bit easier because of this spell charge. It temporarily increases the damage or buffs the damage of these spells that I have to cast. Yeah, this is already going better than last time. But yeah, you know, this is why you thoroughly read up on content you're about to do. Even if you've done it before. Because you just might forget some stuff. I'm just gonna safe up here. I don't know what the max it is, but this guy does a lot of damage. Definitely the highest damaging boss out of the three. There we go. Boss is down. Demon's heart on the ground. Let's pick it up. And get out of here. Back at the mage bank. Let's talk to Collodion. And we use a god cape of your choice. Well, I'm gonna go with the Domin one. It's gonna turn it into an imbued god cape. There it is. Oh, the Zamorak staff I'm wearing currently is preventing me from wearing it, but there it is. Let's take a look with our Frost Moon set. Blue. I don't know why I keep calling it Frost. The Blue Moon set. Look at that. Sheesh. We're back at the Monkey Madness 1 caves, and we're gonna get some more magic levels. This time around, we're doing much more damage. We're just hanging out at the Falador Park, but if you take a look at my inventory, you can take a guess as to what our plans are gonna be. Yep, that's right. We're gonna do Mahogany Homes. We're gonna get started just over here with Amy. We're gonna go from 50 to 70 construction, and in the meantime, I'm gonna high alch some rune arrows that I have to train up magic and get some more GP. I'm actually on the wrong spellbook right now, so I'll fix that in a second. Through a Mahogany Homes calculator I found online, I was able to figure out that it's gonna take me approximately 198 adept contracts, that being using teak planks, to get from 50 to 70. That's going to be about 2,300 teak planks and 100 steel bars, according to this calculator anyways. We'll have to see if that holds true. We're off to a terrible start. I already misclicked and I asked for a novice contract instead of a adept contract. So I think that is oak planks. Good thing we have some. I don't even know where I got these from. Maybe some of it was from Zombie Pirates, but I didn't do very many of those. There was a quality of life update for Mahogany Homes at some point, and now you can just left click everything. Before it would open up an interface and then you'd have to remove it, build it, it's just extra steps. But now it's just left click everything. It feels good that I'm already making use of the twin flame staff. It serves as a fire staff and a water staff combined, so it's saving me a good bit of runes whenever I'm teleporting, and high alching as well actually. Just picked up another contract. This one's to Norman's house, south of the Found in Falador, right here. And this contract, well, we gotta go upstairs real quick. There it is. This contract gets us to 60 construction. So another 10 levels to go. So let's take a look at the reward shop real quick. There's nothing I really want to get just yet with my available 256 points. The first thing we're going to look to get is the plank sack to 350 points. I think this is the general consensus that everyone should get the plank sack first. That way you can carry twice as many planks in your inventory. The outfit is another one of those skilling outfits that gives you an EXP boost, but I don't really know how much of a difference that makes. But eventually you're going to have so many points that you'll be able to spend the points on the carpenter's set anyways. Just finished up my 90-second contract. And we're going to talk to, well, I'm going to talk to Amy like usual to claim our next contract. It's going to be in Insidious. But we're going to go to the rewards because we have 352 points. We're going to claim the plank sack. There you go. There's the collection log. And now we should be able to do mahogany homes at a better rate. We just hit level 63 construction. In terms of EXP, that means we are halfway to level 70. Well, I didn't even mean to do this, but we left off on 100 contracts exactly, and I noticed that my mahogany... Oh, wrong location. I noticed that my mahogany trees on Fossil Island are complete. I don't think they've died, so this is about to be some fat EXP. Here we are. 15.7k, 15.7k, and 15.7k. Just 29.4k shy of hitting level 80 farming. So this little sequence I just had is a fantastic example of how much of a time save the plank sack can be. So I first got a contract that led me to this house right here, which I believe is Jeff's house. After the completion of that, I came up here to claim another contract. Then I got Bob's house. After Bob's house, I came back down here, got another contract, and I got Jeff's house. So just 3 contracts just like that without having to bank. I decided that we're going to do a Tears of Guthix game while we still can. Our lowest skill at the moment is 38 runecrafting. Wow, and we come out of it hitting exactly 40 runecrafting. Very nice. We're here on Fossil Island because you guessed it, we did another birdhouse run. We are now 53.4k EXP remaining till 70 hunter. As for construction, we're still working on that. We're 67 right now. We got 3 more levels to go. But I'm going to take a bit of a break from that and sprinkle in some nice bank standing to do some herb lore. Working on making some super strength pots here, and within this inventory we should hit level 60 herb lore. We're in Insidious just outside the home portal working on one of the contracts. Actually, this contract is contract number 200. We are nearing the finish line, just a couple more contracts. About 29k EXP to go until we hit 70. Entering this house, and I'm fairly certain this is going to be the last contract we have to do to hit 70. Let's find out. I think with the final EXP drop when we talk to Norman over here. Here we go. There it is, 70 construction. All that remains in terms of Song of the Elves is 8 more herblore levels and 45k EXP of Hunter. Another tree run, another farming level milestone, level 80. 5 more until we unlock the final area for the farming guild. I guess another 2 levels and then we can pie boost into it if we really want to. Early and mid-game irons have so much to do. I've been heavily focused on 416 here, particularly with that Royal Titans grind. Wait for it actually also got roped in, you know, we were doloing Royal Titans. But now that I'm just working on herblore on 416 Hero, I have the opportunity to do some stuff, some progress on this account. Although I don't know how much progress like 2 Corp KC really is in the grand scheme of things, but progress is progress. At the rate we're progressing on 416 Hero, I think soon enough I'll be able to send it here to Dolo Corp and just speed up kills just a little bit. After doing some Corp, I decided to come to Sarachnis here because I realized I'm a little low on red spider eggs to make super restores, so let's just do a little bit of Sarachnis. Still working on herblore in the background. We are currently level 65. Well, hits level 70, it won't take too long. I think it goes without saying that the site absolutely goes nuts here. But something that's really OP here as well is the Arania boots. I don't get caught in webs, And just a little extra side note, these webs that you have to go through to get here, typically you have to slash them, right? But with the boots on, you kind of just phase right through them, so you don't even need to bring a slash weapon. But in terms of fighting the boss, the Arania boots just allow me to turn my prayers on, click the boss, and pretty much AFK. Occasionally when I have spec, I'll declaw spec. I just keep my prayer and super combat up, and I deft charge and thrall where I can. And that's pretty much it. Just reached 300 Sarachnis KC. Not sure how many I've done in this one trip though. I think 9 or 10 maybe. No red spider eggs yet. This trip is wrapping up soon, and it doesn't look like I'm going to get any red spider eggs, unless right here. Nope, uncut rubies. Wrapping up this inventory of super strengths, and just in time as I got to go pick up dinner, we hit 70 herb lore. All that remains is 25k of hunter EXP. I'm going to go ahead and wait for my birdhouses. I still have to knock out roving elves, Morning's End Part 1 and 2 before the actual Song of the Elves quest. So I should be able to get a couple more birdhouse runs in the meantime. And then, if we still need some Hunter EXP, I'll just go train on, I don't know, like salamanders or something. Everything we've been working on so far has led up to this day. Today, we knock out the Song of the Elves questline, starting with Roving Elves in the Morning's End Part 1 and 2, and then finally the Grandmaster quest itself. Just about to finish Roving Elves here, and at the end of this quest, this NPC will give you an option of either getting the crystal bow or the crystal shield. And I was asking the clan, like, hey, which one should I get? And they were like, probably the bow. And I'm like, I'm still thinking about it, right? And then I realized I can't even use the shield. The requirements, let's take a look here, is 70 defense with 50 agility. Well, we're a 50 defense account, obviously, so there's only one option. Let's be real careful here. This is the part of the quest where we have to shoot these dyed, bloated toads at sheep for some reason. I don't know. Like I said before, I am a quest spacebar holder, but why in the f do we have to do this? I don't know. But where are the sheep? Here we go. Here we go. No, no. Here we go. Don't move. Don't f***ing move. First try. Looking for a yellow sheep. That's the farming or the fishing guild master. There we go. For the longest time, I didn't know there was a West RD teleport, but I've since added that to the Portal Nexus. So a bit of a time save there. This is part of the quest where we needed to get another barrel of Natha, however you pronounce that. But luckily we already did that when we were doing, what was the quest called? Can't remember what the quest was called, but we already grabbed it is the point, so. And that is Morning's End Part 1 completed. Only Part 2 to go, and in terms of Hunter EXP right now, 16.7k. That is 17 birdhouses to go, so I think it's 17 anyways. So 4 or 5 more birdhouse runs. Here we are at the Tempo Light. I can only assume that's what it's called because of the music track. But this is the part that Morning's End Part 2 is known for. Let's see how long this takes us. Oh my, we're getting absolutely smacked. Let's turn our prayer on. Had to TP out as part of the quest to talk to some more NPCs, but now we officially begin all the puzzles. I have my inventory set up here with some Karam wands, some prayer pots, some stamina pots, and we got ourselves a death talisman courtesy of, wait for it. Oh yeah, one of the biggest frustrations of this puzzle is that the mirrors aren't stackable. They take up 1 slot each in your inventory. Whereas I believe when they released Song of the Elves, they made that change to make it a little bit better. TP'd out for the birdhouse run. And now we have 12.6k EXP to go. Surely third time's the charm. Looking good. Just for convenience and comfort, I've kept my Prey Melee on. I've been shredding through the prayer pots, but that's okay. And I've been chugging stamina pots like no tomorrow, but that has definitely helped with this quest as I have to do so much running. I believe this is the last thing we have to do in the temple. Use the newly made crystal onto this. And yep, now we TP out. Except I'm out of charges on my crystal teleport seed, so that's a little unfortunate. And that is Morning's End Part 2 completed. A fat 60,000 agility. Honestly, that checks out with all the running you have to do. Almost gained a level. 1.4k shy. Now looking at Hunter, that's 12.6k EXP to go. Yeah, I think I am going to have to do salamanders or something. Let me figure it out. Went to the fishing guild here, picked up some small fishing nets. We are going to hunt some red salamanders. And currently, for the life of me, I cannot remember where the red salamanders are at. I'm looking on the map, I'm like, where is it? Alright, through the help of the clan chat, he said above Castle Wars. So I was like, oh, okay. It's right here next to the altar. The Arania altar. Alright, with just 12.6k EXP to go, this should not take too long, I don't think. Got about 7.5k EXP to go, and wow. Actually, training Hunter kind of sucks. We still have about 5k EXP to go, but it looks like our birdhouses are ready. The birdhouses will get me about 4.1k EXP. So we're going to train up another 1000 EXP here, and then we should be good to start Song of the Elves. And with this final birdhouse, we hit 70 Hunter. And 1600 total. Wow, crazy how that worked out, actually. Oh my god, we are infiltrating the RD Knights. Alright, we did the Morning's End Part 2 light puzzle earlier. Now we are in the Grand Library for Song of the Elves. Yep, I mentioned it earlier, but in Song of the Elves, these mirrors are stackable. I'm going to take the opportunity here as I'm running around everywhere to say, I mean, it kind of goes without saying, but I'm going to say it. Run energy changes very good here. Oh, here comes a little agility check. First, spoke too soon. I was gonna be like, first try, it's too easy. Never mind. Alright, we finished the library and we instantly get a random. Let's do this real quick. Just got an EXP lamp from that random event because we already finished the outfit. Also, I was autopiloting clicking the blue icons through quest helpers so hard I didn't even realize I finished the library, which is why I started that recording outside of it. First quest boss fight of sorts in Song of the Elves. Oh! This place is in shambles. Yet, they still have bank services. Let's go. Down here in the underground pass, we got another little fight to do. This is a bit like tower defense. So I think the strategy here is to tag all the rangers and then just body block the meleeers because you want to prevent them from breaking down the barrier. Oh, we got it. First try. Wait, they break through anyways, man? I forgot about this. Oh, this is a boss fight. Wait, Wait, how do you do this? I didn't read. Protect from melee. He can drain your stats, so drink super restore. I don't have super restores. Okay, not too bad. It was a little closer than you would think, just because I wasn't prepared in the beginning. We're just outside the entrance to fight Fragment of Saren here, and we've sort of geared up. We got our Blue Moon gear with our Blue Moon Spear. We're going to be on the Ancient Spellbook using Bloodburst. We got a bunch of Karambons here, and I have wait for it here to trade over some supplies. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to trade over a Super Defense, a Forgotten Brew. I had an Antidote just in case, but we don't need that. We're going to trade over like 3 brews, a restore. Okay, I just needed a quick refresher of how the fight's going to go. We're going to go ahead and pre-pot now, and let's just send it. The darts are going to for the little crystals that spawn, that healer, and you got to get rid of them as soon as possible. Take 2 here. We're going to make some minor adjustments. I decided to bring a magic short bow and some bronze arrows just so I can reach the healing crystals quicker. And this time around, I'm just going to pack more brews with me. I also noticed I was wasting a lot of time healing when I didn't need to. The only time I need to be full health is for the big attack, which is the 4th special. And we're also going to bring along the Forgotten Brew with us. Oh, that is not a good start. Didn't have autocast on. Next attack is a clone. Get ready for the crystals. I can already tell that went better than last time with the darts. I think I should brew before the big attack. Essentially overheal. Our DPS seems to be better this time around too. TP into melee range. Next up is the clones. Come on, let's do a little more damage here. There we go, big hit. We're boosted up to 85 magic right now, so that's good. Alright, after this is the healing crystals. Now let's overheal now. Wish I had another dose of the ancient brew, but we do not. I noticed we had the magic level to brew once and still be in autocast for Bloodburst. So I'm gonna try to do that so I don't miss attacks. Oh, I was not ready for that. It's okay, we have plenty of supplies. Even without the brews, this has just gone much better than the first attempt in general. Alright, we're already overhealed for this big bomb attack, so we're fine. We might get one more if we don't do enough damage here. So we'll just keep that in mind. Alright, healing crystals next. After the healing crystals, we'll just safe up again in case we get the bomb attack. It's actually likely to happen. Man, we are not doing any damage here. Hopefully we finish it before the bomb attack happens again. There we go, just hit a 1. And Fragment of Saren is completed. Or defeated. We're entering Prifdinus. And that, my friends, is Song of the Elves completed. 4 quest points, access to Prifdinus, 40,000 EXP, each in agility, construction, farming, herblore, hunter, mining, smithing, and woodcutting. We're now at 218 total quest points. That gets us 71 agility. Oh, that was it? I was expecting more pop-ups. All right. To the gauntlet. Hello, this is 416 Hero, and welcome to my trust fund group Ironman. I've made it through Song of the Elves and to the Corrupted Gauntlet with some help of my maxed GIM account, wait for it. And this is wait for it. Let me show you just how maxed I really am. There's some more stuff in the bank, but this is the gist of it. If it wasn't clear, both accounts are me. I started 416 Hero just over a month ago as an addition to the GIM team. As the first videos of the series suggest, we're running it back. But this time, we're aiming to do PVM content as a 50 defense, 63 prayer account. There aren't many rules here, hence the Trust Fund Group Iron comment, but I'm going to try and strike a balance of personal fun and a sense of progression. Our first test on 416 Hero is the Corrupted Gauntlet. I know, typical, but we're going for the blade first. That's the difference. Despite being able to hand myself everything, there's some interesting restrictions that Jagex themselves have put into place. Because 416 Hero was added well after the initial formation of the team, he's not prestiged. Let me show you what that means. Here are some items that 416 Hero can technically equip, but I actually can't. Here's the Occult Necklace. It says you need at least 1 Smoke Devil kill before you can use this item. And likewise with the Tormented Bracelet, it says you need at least 1 Demonic Gorilla kill before you can use this item. Interestingly, I was able to trade over and use the Moon's Gear that I earned on Wait For It. There's a list of items that have that restriction on the wiki, but even that isn't a full list, so we'll have to figure it out as we go. And one last thing, before we get started, I just want to once again reiterate that I'm always going to prioritize fun. If I go dry on the Enhanced Weapon Seed and stop having fun at the Corrupted Gauntlet, I have a Blade of Sailor collecting dust in Wait For It's bank. This is future me here, popping back in to make a few more comments. This is a reintroduction of sorts to my series, or maybe we can consider it a new chapter or season. I want to clarify that you can kind of consider 416 Hero to be the main character, and Wait For It will pop in on occasion to showcase late game progress over there. We're also going to be diving into some Dolo content as well, like we did with Royal Titans. I'm thinking the likes of Corp or any of the God Wars bosses really, and whatever else comes up. Let's get started on the Corrupted Gauntlet grind. Once we're done with that, I'll lay out a more long-term roadmap of sorts for the account. Oh, you thought this next clip was going to be me in the gauntlet? Well, I'm here to tell you I got to do a farming contract, a tree run, a birdhouse run, and then we'll step foot in the gauntlet. You really can't blame me. This is just basic Ironman discipline. Doing my birdhouse run and we're getting in there, I swear. But isn't this the part where I have to make some kind of joke or reference to the gauntlet being a prison and how I've been sentenced? Nah, that's too expected. Maybe let's not do that. This Bryn guy won't let me into the gauntlet until I talk to him, but he doesn't know that I've done well over 1,000 corrupted gauntlets. Yes, I would like to go in. Alright, first we have to do a regular gauntlet, and then it'll let you do the Corrupted Gauntlet, which is definitely what we're going to be doing. The difference in drop rates is just too big. But while we're doing the regular Gauntlet, Casey, I'm going to do my best to try and explain how we're going to tackle the Gauntlet. Basically how we need to due to our stats. We're 50 defense, 77 magic, and 66 range. I was going to get a much higher range levels, but that required me getting chins, which I have some. I did get some chins. But in order to use chins more effectively, you want void, right? And I just haven't gotten around to doing that. So we're going to see how we're going to do. We're probably going to have to 5-1 with magic realistically. But I do have the Titan Prayer Scrolls. We'll see how much of a difference that makes. Okay, clearly I was thinking too hard on what I was trying to say, and I was just running into random rooms and not doing a proper rotation around the map. It is the regular gauntlet, but let's focus up here. Actually get our supplies that we need. Surely in a regular gauntlet, we're not going to need to T2 prep, but we are going to T2 prep, at least the armor, for Corrupted Gauntlet. T2 armor and T3 weapons, but I think in this regular gauntlet we can kind of just do whatever. Well, this is something we have to be very careful of whenever we're using the melee weapon. There is a controlled method that will give us defense EXP, which is what we don't want. We do have the attack style plugin that hides the defense options, but it looks like this was set to controlled by default. We're going to put it to swipe. Man, the regular gauntlet is so easy. I spent so much time in the beginning just yapping and running around doing nothing, and I still have 5 minutes to prep. Here we go. Let's go take on the regular Hun lift real quick. And that's the first gauntlet completed. What are we going to get? 1 rune chain body, 28k coins, and 6 crystal shards. Now the real grind starts now, the Corrupted Gauntlet. Let's make sure we do this properly. The margins are much tighter. We're going to hit the small mobs for a weapon frame. Unfortunately, I took the third one, which is guaranteed. Sometimes you get lucky and get it on the first one. We're going to collect, typically I collect 2 herbs, but maybe on this account I do 3. We're going to check this room for a demi-boss. There's a ranger. We'll keep that in mind, and we're going to chop this tree here for some bark. We are T2 armor prepping, which I actually just remembered. I already forgot. So we're going to need more than just 3 of each. We'll try to remember and not scuff this first run. I believe you need 4 of each. Okay, we got a bear and a ranger. I want a mage. Start trying to make our potions as we go. Let's get this Corrupted Dark Beast. Now back on Wait For It, I did do the Corrupted Gauntlet with similar stats, around 70, like high 70s mage, just below 80. And I actually had lower melee stats, and range levels were even lower. I didn't range at all. I definitely 5-1. But it's been so long playing a maxed account that we're pretty much going to have to relearn just how difficult this is at this level. Now I said we need a major, but we're going to go ahead and kill this bear because if we find another bear, it's going to give us the mage orb. Let's go ahead and crush some of the shards while we can. No fishing spots either. This is honestly very unlucky. Okay, we have a dragon here. Let's go ahead and fight this. And check what's over here as well. Wow, we don't need... Yeah, this is very unlucky right now, honestly. I'm going to go ahead and pick up this leaf as well. I might actually end up having to make another one. Okay, we don't need 3 leaves. So we're going to drop 1. We're going to drop the scepter here so we can get the 4th fish from the spot. We're going to TP back to the center here. Maybe it's 7 and not 4. It's probably 7 now that I think about it. Alright, we're going in. Let's see what happens. Well, I'm very, very surprised I got that kill. That was not good at all. But that is 1 KC. We got the gauntlet cape. That took 1126. Not great, honestly. But like I said, I was surprised I even got the KC, so we'll take it. Let's see what we get here. 135 nature runes. 268 law runes. Alright, just standing outside here for a second. Now that I'm not in the gauntlet, under a time restriction, and trying to think about what to say, I can more clearly say what's going on. I might have mentioned that you need 4 pieces of each respective resource while I was doing the gauntlet there, but I believe it is 7. Hence, I had a tier 2 helmet, a tier 1 body, and a tier 1 legs, which doesn't do me any favors because you need a full set for a tier to be worth it. There's no point in having one singular T2 item. Second KC without any issues. It was actually somehow slower, I don't know. It felt better though. And we even got a combat task out of it. What are we gonna get? A Dragon Alley, that is big money. Another KC, another PB. Well, actually, we didn't get a PB on the second one. When I completed Song of the Elves and made it to the Corrupted Gauntlet on Wait For It, I'm fairly certain once I made it there, I never left. But on 416 here, I don't really feel as inclined to camp it that hard. We're still going to come out and do our birdhouse runs and farming contracts and whatnot. We're really going to try to pace ourselves. We rushed pretty hard to Soat and kind of neglected playing and making any progress on Wait For It. So we might try to do that in between sets of Corrupted Gauntlet sessions. Maybe get some more Corp in, Fasani's Nightmare. There's still some stuff I need to do on that account. Incredible RNG on this one. We have 3 tier 3 weapons. Not that it's super important because we're 5 to 1ing anyways, but it's nice to have that extra damage or potential damage whenever you're doing that one. This felt like a quick one. And it is, I think, a new PB by about a minute. Also, I believe 5KC Gauntlet Veteran task. And that is Corrupted Gauntlet Veteran 5 CGKC. Surely rewarded? Never mind. I was just thinking to myself at the end of the last Gauntlet run there that honestly, it does not feel as difficult as I remember it being level 77, 78 magic in that range. I think it's a combination of having Mystic Vigor now, which helps a little bit, as well as just having all this extra PVM experience under my belt. Playing Wait For It was my first Ironman, and as the Ironman mode is famous for, you're kind of forced into doing a lot of different content that you typically wouldn't as a regular main account, right? So through Wait For It, I really gained a wealth of PVM experience from obviously the Corrupted Gauntlet to all the different Slayer bosses. And during my time playing Wait For It, TOA also came out, and then I actually learned Theater of Blood on Wait For It. I never did Theater of the Blood on a main account. And let's not even get started on the more recent additions like the Colosseum and the Quiver Grind. Now, I'm not saying the rest of this journey is going to be a breeze. We're still a 50 defense, 63 prayer Ironman at this point in time. I have a feeling I'm going to get slapped up pretty hard by a couple of bosses. Well, we are locked in it now. What comes first, 400 Corrupted Gauntlet or the Enhanced Weapon Seed? Obviously, I'm very excited to now be at the Corrupted Gauntlet, but the only downside is this takes up so much attention that I'm not sure what I can do on Wait For It at this point in time. While the KCs are a bit slow right now, going anywhere between 10 to 12 minutes, it has felt pretty comfortable. Let's see what we get here. 5 rune full helmets. Whenever you first get to a new piece of content on the account, you always get caught off guard with the combat task. So Corrupted Gauntlet Master, I guess that's 10 KC. RNG really just be RNGing. This singular room has 4 herbs. I had to reset a run earlier because I couldn't find more than 1 herb, and I was running all around the instance here. Remember when I said it felt easier? Well, I just had 1 bad prep run that I should have reset, but didn't. That was a mistake. And then being slightly tilted from that, I went back and died from just lapsing concentration at Hunliff. The margin for error is very, very small. I think I'm going to take a bit of a breather by doing some AFK fishing, and then we'll get back to it when we untilt. Wow, looks like that short break did wonders. Just got a sub 10 in UPB. Let's see what we get here. Wow. Was not expecting that. New PB, 955, Gauntlet Master, Perfect Corrupted Hunless, and Wolf Puncher 2. What was that, 3 CAs and 1 new PB? Let's take a look at our combat achievements, actually. We're 71 points away from medium tier. Surely, after all that, we get something out of this. Wow, imagine. Imagine if I got even like an armor seed. That would have been good. Holy! That's faster by like a whole minute, isn't it? 8:43. Let's check out the loot. Nothing. 25 KC. Let's see what we get here. Ooh, our first log at the Corrupted Gauntlet, a crystal armor seed. Unfortunately, we do not use the armor, but we'll take it. If it comes down to it, we can break it down for shards. That was Corrupted Gauntlet completion number 28. Can we get a back-to-backer? Unfortunately not. 5 rune full helms though, shoosh. Time for another Hespori. I always forget that the flowers pop up at the start. What are we getting today? Let's find out. Some limp words. Okay. Another day, another fruit tree run. We will head back to the Corrupted Gauntlet in just a second here, but for today on Wait For It, we're going to be at the Amethyst Mines. Ooh, picked up another farming level during the tree run. 82 farming. What does that get us? Oh, I skipped the... Well, I don't know what it gets us. Pretty clean first of the day, all things considered. Whoa, what kind of camera angle was that? Alright, what are we going to get? 40 uncut emeralds? No way! We are currently 40-something KC into the grind, and honestly, I feel like we're back into the flow of things now. I'm kind of just autopiloting through the prep phase, which is pretty nice. Yep, I decided anytime I want to take a break from running the Corrupted Gauntlet, I'm just going to head over to Otto's Grotto and do some barbarian fishing. It's a nice AFK, but still somewhat efficient thing to do, training our agility, fishing, and strength all at once. About to do another routine birdhouse run, and I don't know if I've really shown this, but this is what I like to do. Whenever I have a birdhouse run, I like to teleport to the farming guild, have GP on me, buy out the shop here, which actually already did, that was me, and then I, go do my birdhouse run. Between buying occasionally from Amelia there and the seeds you get from farming contracts, it usually gives you more than enough seeds for birdhouses and you'll never run out. So far today, we've made 5.6k amethyst arrow tips over on Wait For It. And there's a second armor seed at KC 49. That's pretty lucky. I don't know why I'm so excited, actually. I have no use for these. I guess, unless I break them down into shards. I completely forgot that 50 KC was a combat task, but there it is. A Grandmaster combat task, no less. Let's see what we get here. Back to back? Nope. Just came out of a 13-minute and 13-second Corrupted Gauntlet. That actual Hunla fight lasted almost 6 minutes. With the stats being this low, sometimes when you don't hit, you just don't hit. See, and the KC right after that last one, this Hunlift was a minute to 2 minutes quicker. What are we gonna get though? 11 crystal shards. Honestly, ever since they buffed the amount of shards you get out of the Corrupted Gauntlet, it has been crazy. We're up to 515 total shards already. Whoa, I got the exact same Hun left time in back-to-back KCs. 703 prep time, 423 Hun lift kill time on KC 54, and then on 55, 730 prep time, 423 Hun lift kill time. And 5 rune full helms. Back in September 2024, they buffed the amount of shards you get per KC. They bumped the corrupted gauntlet drop from a range of 5 to 9 shards to 7 to 12 shards. With that said, we're now at 61 CG KC plus 1 regular KC, and we're at 579 shards. At this rate, when we hit 400 KC, the rate for the enhanced seed, we'll have roughly 3.8k shards. That is more than enough to corrupt our weapon and then some. Getting later into the night, but we're still at the amethyst mines. We're up to over 12k amethyst arrow tips now, and our gem bag is apparently full because we got the sapphire. That was a relatively quick one. 919. 19 uncut rubies. Well, we're up to 63 KC. I think I did 33 today. I'm gonna call it a night here. Gonna AFK some barbarian fishing, edit a video, and then we will continue the grind tomorrow. Good morning, gamers. Just woke up, it's a new day. Today's background activity on Wait For It. As you can see, got the forestry outfit on. We're gonna chop some redwoods. I don't know why, I don't really need to. I still have, let's take a look here, over 8,000 redwood logs, but we're gonna go ahead and chop some redwoods today for the background activity. Obviously on 416 here, we're going to resume the corrupted gauntlet grind. Shout out to this guy in the chat, Hero Sir, saying this isn't 416, Hero. What are you doing here? And unfortunately, I missed it. I wasn't reading in chat. I was AFK making some coffee, and when I got back, I just hopped straight in the gauntlet. I wonder if he's going to be outside when I finish this one. First of the day, good luck me. Surely this goes well. It wasn't pretty, but we got the job done. What are we going to get on the first KC of the day? 193 cosmic runes. And a fat stack of cash, actually. Holy. A 919 on the faster end things. Let's see what we get here. 4 rune platelets. 69 KC. We started off the day at 60 corrupted gauntlet KC. We're at 70 now, so 10 KC in. I'm going to take a bit of a break. We're going to chill here at barbarian fishing. We are currently level 82 fishing, just under 10k EXP remaining until we hit 83. Wow, another armor seed at only 74 KC. That is the third one. So 3 armor seeds, 1 weapon seed, 74 KC. Can we get a back-to-back? We cannot. A little update on the birdhouse runs. We're still keeping up with them. Honestly, doing them every 45-50 minutes is a nice break from the corrupted gauntlet grind. We're currently at level 7200. And at 74, we'll be able to move on from U's to Magics. But we'll also need to get our crafting up from 62 to 75 in order to make magic birdhouses. We will cross that bridge when we get closer to 7400. But for now, there's still quite a good amount of birdhouse runs with U logs to go. So we will worry about it later. A new Hespori PB. And what do we get? 1 Renar. Wow, exactly 100 dragon arrows. Last KC before dinner. It's cooking up. It cooked up a weapon seed, but not the enhanced. Wow. That is KC number 85, our second weapon seed. I think our log is actually kind of crazy right now. Oh my, we just got back-to-back weapon seeds. So we got one right before I went to dinner, and we got one right when I come back from dinner. Interesting. Why couldn't it have been the enhanced? Can't actually complain though. 86 KC. This is crazy. The corrupted gauntlet session has been interrupted by a farming contract and then a tree run. Oh, we're gonna get a level out of this too. There it is. 83 farming. Let's see if we unlock anything. Ooh, spirit trees. That's actually pretty massive. While we were doing that farm run, I'm still on it actually, but I see the clan chat notification that, wait for it, has achieved 15 million woodcutting EXP. One more thing before we head back to the gauntlet. Our mahogany trees are done. Let's check out the EXP drop. 15.7. 15.7. 15.7. We just got to level 83 and now we're already almost 38% in. I pulled up the DPS calculator here from the wiki to showcase the DPS difference between the three attack styles and why we must pretty much have to 5-to-1 with the staff. So with each respective setup, we have the T2 armor with the T3 weapon. So the staff, the bow, and the halberd. If you look over to the right here, you can see the whopping difference and how the staff is so much better at 5.303 versus the bow's 3.072 versus the halberd's 3.853. And of course, this is with the respective prayers with Mystic Vigor, Deadeye, and the combination of ultimate strength and incredible reflexes. Now I got curious. My range level is only at 67 right now, right? So I was like, you know what? I could do with bumping it up, right? But what range level would I have to reach to match the mage DPS that I have now, currently at 79 magic? And the answer is 95 range to get a comparable DPS output. That is crazy, and that's not going to happen anytime soon. I guess we have no choice but to continue 5-to-1ing. Even if I did get Void right now and chinned up some range levels, that wouldn't even really help, honestly. While we're making hypotheticals, I might as well input some increased levels for melee as well, right? Well, we could have 99 attack, 99 strength, and then we would be 0.1 DPS better than our current mage. So if anything, if I was to train outside the gauntlet right now, I should just train more mage. Quick update over on Wait For It. Been chopping the redwoods and we're now at 9.3k redwood logs. The Corrupted Gauntlet is the first big test for any Ironman these days. This is usually the first PVM grind. At a drop rate of 1 in 400 Corrupted Gauntlet KC, the enhanced weapon seed is a game-changing, account-altering reward. Originally, the seed could only be turned into the Blade of Saildor, but then came the Bofa. Then came the Bofa. Obtaining the Bofa will propel a traditional account forward, taking on countless bosses and even using it at the pinnacle of PVM grinds, the Inferno. Well, we're not doing that. We're getting the Blade. Welcome to the second episode of 400 Corrupted Gauntlet, or the Enhanced Weapon Seed. Oh snap, I'm barely even paying attention during the prep phase, but we just hit 80 hit points. Another day, another tree run. Just gonna plant down some palm tree seeds and got 2 remaining magic saplings, do a birdhouse run, and you already know where we're heading back to. It's just so sad our palm tree died. I probably should get some papaya to pay for these, to be honest, but so it's another day at the gauntlet. I believe we are on day 4. We completed Song of the Elves late in the night, I'd say technically 5 days ago, but in terms of full days of doing the gauntlet, we've done 3 full days of doing the gauntlet, and now we're on day 4. We're sitting at 94 KC,
3 armor seeds, and 3 weapon seeds. I think we are pretty lucky so far. Over on Wait For It, we're just gonna go back to the amethyst mines. I always do enjoy a little bit of amethyst mining. The nice thing is you never have to bank. It's always really nice when you have so many crystal shards that you can just make at least some armor on the first rotation around. The weird thing was I made the U shape over there and I didn't get a weapon frame, so I kind of had to sneak off over here, get these bats, and on this third one we should get a weapon frame. Yep. But it's a very humble first CG of the day so far. We even get a corrupted dragon. Very clean first of the day, very minimal amount of mistakes, and surely we will be rewarded for it. With 7 crystal shards. Never mind. And that is 100 KC. What are we gonna get? Honestly, the 100 KC has come quicker than I thought. It's really flown by. It is Birdhouse O'Clock. I'm actually running out of U-logs. I'm gonna have to get some more. I think this birdhouse run, and then the next I'm completely out. Entering the Hunlift fight here, we have about 1.2k magic EXP to go until we hit 80 magic. And hopefully the level up message doesn't kill us. There it is, level 80 magic. Ooh, exactly 1111. It's meant to be. Never mind. Making my way back to the gauntlet just after a birdhouse run here, and I was looking at the loot tracker. We passed 1,000 shards. In fact, we're at 1,021, and our KC is currently 107. And another crystal weapon seed at 109. I think that is our 4th one. Yep. So we got 7 seeds, 3 armor, 4 weapons. Currently working on KC 117, or I believe number 23 for the day. And I'll tell you what, things were going pretty smoothly up until 20. I think like now that I'm trying to push past 20 KC on the day, I'm kind of just losing focus. I've definitely taken a couple of off-prey hits at Hunlift. But if we can keep this pace up, we should, or hopefully anyways, you can never guarantee, that we will get an enhanced seed shortly. While on this grind, I have been thinking, what happens if I reach 400 Corrupted Gauntlet KC and I don't have an enhanced seed yet? Well, you know, if I was a traditional solo Ironman, I wouldn't really have any other options, right? Besides maybe just taking a break and doing something else. But I would want to come back eventually. But like I mentioned before, I do have a Blade of Seldor sitting in Wait For Its bank, not even being used. And quite frankly, the Bofa on that account is not really being used right now anyways either, ever since the Tebow. I do wonder if I should reach 400 KC and not get an enhanced seed, if I should just kind of use it as a get out of jail free card. While I don't have any issues with the Corrupted Gauntlet, I quite enjoy it actually, but to be stuck here is a completely different story. It's still very early on in the grind here, so I'm not saying that I'm just gonna back out of this Corrupted Gauntlet run right now and pull out the blade. But it is just something to keep in mind, something to have in our back pocket if we just no longer feel like doing the gauntlet. Unfortunately, just came out of a CG with nothing but an adamant plate body for loot. That's because I clicked under the boss and got stomped out. But anyways, I got curious here. I wanted to look at the scoreboard, the KD ratio here. We're at 120 completions right now with 14 deaths. I think that comes out to somewhere between 8 and 9 KC per death, which is honestly not too bad. I'll take it. I think I would have a little bit better of a ratio if I did less KC in a sitting. Right now, these first couple of days, I'm really grinding them out, doing 15, 20, 25, I think even 30 in a day. And once it hits the 20 plus, like I said earlier, it starts getting a little bit rough. So start making more mistakes. In fact, I think I am at somewhere over 25 KC right now for the day. So this death was sort of due. It's always good feeling doing a birdhouse run and knowing that on this specific run, you're going to get a level up. There it is, 7,300. You can now trap black chinchompas. I didn't know it was 73 actually. That seems kind of a random number. Wow, another crystal weapon seed. I think we've gone 5 weapon seeds now up to 125 KC. It's been a little bit since the last drop. I'm not sure what the KC was, but either way, we have 8 drops in 125, so that's very lucky, I think. We're now at 128 CG KC, so I think that makes 34 KC on the day. I'm going to take a break right now. I don't know if I'm going to do any more tonight, but anyways, we TP'd here to the RD Monastery, and here's an Ironman pro tip. You should plant a whiteberry bush at the RD patch because you're going to frequently TP here, whether that's for the altar for prayer restore, or the fairy ring over there, or the spirit tree to the northwest, or even the bank to the northeast. Basically, you're going to be in this area constantly. This is why the RD cloak is prioritized so much for Ironman in the early game. And if you have a whiteberry bush planted here, every time you TP in, you can just quickly grab some whiteberries, which I've already done. I have some in my inventory. And note it with the leprechaun and just continue with whatever you're doing. You're going to need the white bears to create super defense pots. Wow, right now I've got everything you can do. I got the fruit trees, the regular trees, the farming contract, and my birdhouses to do. Well, and my Hespori is ready too. I'll gear up for that after this farming contract. That's Hespori KC number 10. I don't have a spade. Awkward. Alright, that's KC number 10 for Hespori. And we get white lily seeds. That's actually good. And we hit 84 farming. Quadruple U roots. I don't think that really matters to us. Working on the palm trees. Make sure to collect the coconuts. Baldor Park for the regular tree run. Can't forget to collect your whiteberries. And finally, of course, our birdhouse run. That was a bit of a trip, but now we're heading back to the Corrupted Gauntlet. Likely the last CG of the day, KC-136. What are we going to get here? 2 ruined chain bodies, 12 crystal shards. Alright, let's take a look over at Wait For It. We've been amethyst mining almost all day. I logged out for bits of it, but we're up to 12k amethyst arrow tips.
Good morning, gamers. Another day. Every day when I first log in, I'm at the farming guild on both accounts. So here on 416 Hero, I'm just working on a bush patch right now. And over on Wait For It, I'm working on the compost bin. And I swear, every time for the first 5 minutes logging in, I just go cross-eyed just because I'm at the farming guild on both accounts. And sometimes I get things mixed up. You know, I get one contract on one account and I get another contract on another account and I like flip them sometimes just by accident. Here's another Ironman farming tip. Well, it's not exclusive to Ironman, but here we go. So I grow watermelons here to put into the big compost bin. Sometimes it is a farming contract too, so it's 2 birds in 1 stone. But anyways, if you're trying to fill up the compost bucket but also harvest the patch, you can have 1 watermelon in your inventory. On the same tick, you click harvest watermelon and also use a watermelon on the compost bin. And it does this weird thing where it does both things at the same time.
I am making some house tabs over on Wait For It right now, but I'm thinking I don't really need to rely on these anymore. 416 hero is 80 magic now, well into the, well, at least out of the early game. You know, it's always debatable, you know, what people consider the early, mid, late game, end game, yada, yada, yada. But basically, it's been quite some time. We have the magic level, the house teleport, and then some. But some extra house tabs laying around could always be nice, especially if we're on the wrong spellbook. I checked the Slayer task I have on Wait For It, and we're on a Blood Velt task. Very easily AFKable with the Venator bow, so we're going to work on that. And of course, on 416 Hero, after completing my tree run and my birdhouse run, we're back at the gauntlet. We are currently at 136 KC, 15 deaths, so ratio's still looking pretty good. Let's take a look at the log real quick before we hop back in. 3 armor seeds, 5 weapon seeds. And one more thing, pulling Deadeye on Wait For It was actually beneficial too. I'm using it now on the Slayer task. I'm cooking up my food, just about to head to Hunlift, but we got a superior. First KC of the day. I was trying to juggle killing that superior Bloodveld and doing Hunlift at the same time. Wasn't too bad though. Unfortunately, no imbued heart, obviously. Otherwise, I would have probably been on the other screen right now going, oh my god. But anyways, as a trade-off, we're going to get the enhanced seed right now, right? Oh, an armor seed to start off the day. Not an enhanced weapon seed, but we will take it. KC number 137. I'll say it again. These armor seeds I really don't have a use for on this account because they require 70 defense to use the armor. However, I guess it's just always nice to see a 6.2 mil drop. Also, that last Hunlift was a 416 Hunlift kill time. It was meant to be. Barbarian fishing whenever we have downtime and or just don't feel like doing Corrupted Gauntlet has really been paying off because there is 84 fishing. And actually, soon enough, we're going to pick up an agility level too. 1.6k EXP to go. I wish I recorded this earlier, but I actually died to a demi-boss because my focus was split between the two accounts. I was juggling doing a Slayer task on Wait For It while fighting, I think it was a Ranger, a Dark Beast, here in the Corrupted Gauntlet, and I just wasn't paying attention, right? And it looked like I was praying the wrong prayers. I was praying melee against the Dark Beast. So I kind of decided, you know what, today I'm going to take it easy, take it a step back. I'm not going to AFK anything on the side. I'm just going to focus on the gauntlets. Just ignore the fact that I have 5 of these rim leaves. And I'm going to drop 2 of them. Holy, a 1316, a 546 Hunlift. It was hiding something, surely. Never mind. Just picked up a crafting level. We're now 63. The EXP is not much, but it adds up, you know, between cooking, crafting, and I think smithing as well. Not to mention fishing, woodcutting, and mining. Ooh, the sandwich lady wants to give me a baguette. Will it be stale? Will it be stale? It is not stale. Never. I have no idea what's going on today. It hasn't happened in like the first 4 or 5 days of doing the gauntlet, but today I've already reset about 4 to 5 runs just because the game is skimping out on giving me one specific resource. Like just this last one, I could not find any roots at all. I don't know. Just bad RNG all stacked up today, I guess. I think up until now, I've only ever reset like maybe 2 or 3 preps. So 4 to 5 resets just today versus the 2 to 3 resets over the last 4 or 5 days. I mean, you tell me. I don't know. Another 1111. Let's see what we get here. 5 runeful helmets. I don't know why, but that drop gets me every time. Just AC 150. No fucking way. No fucking way. 163. Casey, we got the fucking pet. What the fuck? KC 163, 1 Young Lift, 4 Crystal Armor Seeds, 5 Crystal Weapon Seeds. You know, it's only fitting because back on Wait For It when I was doing this grind, I got the pet on 66 KC.
Bro, what? Yo, the fuck? No, the RNG! That's not the drop I wanted.
It's almost like a rite of passage type thing that I have to get the pet first and then the enhanced seed. This is also the first pet of the account, Young Lift. What a first pet to get, honestly. No scaling pets yet, but I will take it. To think that I was actually done for the night too. I did what, like 20, 23 KC for the day, and then I was kind of struggling towards the tail end of it. Decided to call it a night. Did some Corp KC on Wait For It, but then I was like, you know what? I'm gonna come back, and look what happened. In the middle of 416 Heroes Corrupted Gauntlet Grind, we took on a little side quest. We took this opportunity to live out our Dolo GIM dreams and get some bossing done on our maxed account. With this farming contract, with the magic tree, it puts us at 85 farming level. Now we have access to the back of the farming guild right there, and right away we get a palm tree seed contract. We're back at the Amethyst Mines today on Wait For It. I just find that this task is the easiest thing to do while doing the Corrupted Gauntlet. But before we go back to the Gauntlet, another fruit tree run. Today's starting KC is 165. And that's first KC of the day, 1111. Perfect, right? 11 uncut diamonds. Well, 852, that's definitely the second fastest time we've had. That was a 250 Hun lift too, so fastest fight by far. No, it finally happened. I forgot to cook my food. Huh, that was interesting. I just picked up a medium task in the Coranda and Cabos area for the achievement diary because I teleported to the farming guild. You know, I was about to do my birdhouse runs, get some seeds from Amelia over here, and I misclicked on the door. And looks like I've never actually entered through the doorway to the farming guild. I've just TP'd here since I have access to the POH. Just did my 20th CGKC of the day. Was about to do a birdhouse run, but I noticed Hespori is once again ready. So let's knock this out. I forgot my dragon dagger. Oops. 11 Hespori KC. That was a 140. No new PB. Let's see what we get. Palm tree seeds. We always take those. Big level coming up on this birdhouse here. 74 Hunter. You can now catch ninja implings and place magic birdhouse traps on Fossil Island. Well, let's check out the skilling tab here. So, birdhouses, 74 Hunter for the magic birdhouse. But if we look at crafting, go under other here, you need 75 crafting to craft a birdhouse trap from magic logs. As you can see, we're currently 63, so we're going to have to go work on that. Over the course of 185 corrupted gauntlets, we've accumulated a decent amount of gems, actually. Of course, there's also the leftovers from Wintertodd and just other ways of getting it, like Slayer and whatnot. But the point is, we have plenty of gems to get our crafting levels up. I'm not sure how many gems we're going to have to go through, but we're going to get to 75 crafting one way or another. Before we get started on the crafting grind of 75, it is that time of the week to do Tears of Guthix. We can still do Tears of Guthix without worrying about leveling our defense by accident, because our rune crafting is still as low as 40, and we also have Slayer currently sitting at 48. So as long as we pay attention to these two skills and make sure they don't hit 50, we should be safe to do Tears of Guthix. And we jump from 40 to 42 rune crafting. Bank standing and cutting gems isn't particularly interesting, so while I do that, I'm going to do a couple of Fasani's Nightmare on Wait For It. As you can see, I only have the Inquisitor's top. It'd be nice to have the helmet and the pants as well. Actually, I think it's a skirt. And the first Fasani's Nightmare KC in quite some time actually went pretty well. I cut through all the sapphires we have, so we're moving on to emeralds. In the middle of a Fasani's kill right now, so hard to really switch to POV, but 65 crafting on 416 hero. We are nowhere near 75 crafting right now, but that doesn't mean I'm not going to do the birdhouse runs with U-logs in the meantime. We hit 66 crafting and now we're on to rubies. Something tells me I'm not going to have enough gems. I went through all the rubies and even all the diamonds, basically all the gems on this account's bank. Now we're sitting at 67 crafting, still 8 levels away from our target. Before I take from our trust fund, wait for its bank that is, I decided I'm going to make some phoenix necklaces. This is a classic 2 birds with 1 stone situation, because I'm going to need phoenix anyways. For a few reasons, but namely, I use them at hard mode Tob. After making a good amount of necklaces, I think it's time to just knock out the levels. We're taking out a handsome 6,000 uncut diamonds, courtesy of Wait For It, and we're going to launch ourselves to 75 crafting, so that we can get back into the corrupted gauntlet sooner. "70 crafting, 5 more levels to go." A little while ago, I mentioned being a little low on red spider eggs. We came to Sarachnis but left empty-handed unfortunately. I thought this was a perfect time, while working on 416 Heroes crafting levels, to try our luck again. I went ahead and muted game sounds while we're here. Sarachnis sounds aren't very pleasant. Anyways, Sarachnis is a fairly simple boss and is made even simpler by having gear like the Scythe, Mazuri, and Arania boots. Now, just like that, 3 kills in, we get what we were looking for, a giant egg sack. That will net us, I believe, 100 red spider eggs. But while we're here, we're going to finish out the trip, at the very least. But, as I was saying, simply turn your prayers on, click the boss, and hit it till it goes down. Bring thralls, death charge, and a spec weapon will speed things up. Alright, but what if you're not in max gear? Well, you may actually have to hit the smallest spiders. One does mage damage, and the other does melee, respectively. Without Arania boots, you'll get caught in webs, and that's pretty annoying. Not my problem, though. Alright, while I'm AFKing Sarachnis on Wait For It, let's check in on 416 Hero. We are currently at 72 crafting, so 3 more levels to go. Between Sarachnis, Venenatus and Spindle, as well as Araxor. Oh, and let's not forget about Verzik either. What is the obsession with spider bosses? This took a bit of time, longer than expected honestly, especially since I went with cutting gems, but we finally hit 75 crafting, and our little side quest is over. Members can now craft red dragon hide chaps, slayer rings, magic birdhouses, and divine rune pouches. Oh, divine rune pouches is actually huge. Obviously, we were after the magic birdhouses. The Corrupted Gauntlet is the first big test for any Ironman these days. This is usually the first PVM grind. At a drop rate of 1 in 400 Corrupted Gauntlet KC, the Enhanced Weapon Seed is a game-changing, account-altering reward. Originally, the seed could only be turned into the Blade of Sealdor, but then came the Bofa. Then came the Bofa. Obtaining the Bofa will propel a traditional account forward, taking on countless bosses and even using it at the pinnacle of PVM grinds, the Inferno. Well, we're not doing that. We're getting the Blade. Welcome to the third episode of 400 Corrupted Gauntlet, or the Enhanced Weapon Seed. The little detour we took away from the Corrupted Gauntlet led us to this, magic birdhouses. Now that we have this set up, we don't have to worry about our crafting levels for quite some time. That's because it'll take us getting from 74 Hunter to 89 until we reach Redwoods. By then, we'll need 90 crafting to craft Redwood birdhouses. Anyways, let's get back to the Corrupted Gauntlet. Our starting KC now is 185. Just came out of KC 200. What are we gonna get? Nothing interesting. 29 uncut sapphires. Alright, that was a bit of a risky one. I had less potions than I wanted to just because I couldn't find an herb to save my life. So I started flicking a lot during that fight. Surely I am rewarded for it. Oh my... no fucking way! That took me an extra second to process because I thought it was just a weapon seed, a regular weapon seed. But that was actually the enhanced. The enhanced at KC 202. Wow. Okay, let's take a look at the collection log. We have green log the Corrupted Gauntlet at KC 202 with 1 obligatory regular gauntlet completion. We have the pet, 4 armor seeds, 5 crystal weapon seeds, 1 enhanced crystal weapon seed, and of course the gauntlet cape. Wow. Alright, it's been a couple of minutes since I pulled the enhanced seed. I kind of just processed it. The clan chat went wild, talked to them a bunch. Now I've got it sorted out. So, with this enhanced crystal weapon seed, as you know, or if you don't know, I'll say it again, we're going to make the Blade of Sealdor. Now the blade is going to cost us 100 shards to make if we have the smithing and crafting level requirements, which I believe are 82 respectively, but we don't. We have 75 crafting and we have 71 smithing. We could go get those right now, or we tack on an extra 50 shards, making it 150 total shards to make the Blade of Sealdor. After that, it will cost us a whopping 1,000 shards to corrupt it. I've seen a few people get confused at this point of creating the weapon that you want, respectively. Now, if you have the levels yourself, you use the bowl. If you don't, you talk to the NPC. And then you ask them, could you do it for me? And we gotta be careful here. Pick the right option. We would like the Blade of Sealdor. Honestly, this feels illegal, but for this account, this is the route we take. There it is. Now we well, we gotta, yep, there we go. Just talk to her again. Blade of Sealdor corrupted. Huh. It'll cost us 1,400 shards. Either way, we have the shards. Let's do it. Okay, slight correction here. Although most of what I said is correct. it will cost you another 400 shards to corrupt the Blade of Saildor if you don't have the skilling requirements. So in total, I believe that costed me 1,500 shards, which checks out. So the clanmates and I wanted to do a super scuffed top run using my Blade of Saildor. However, as we were talking about it, I tried to equip the newly made Blade of Saildor, corrupted, mind you, and it occurred to me that I don't have 80 attack, which is the requirement. We have Fairy Ringed into Mauritania, and I'm making my way over to the Theater of Blood. Despite what I said, not being able to use the Blade of Saildor right now, the clan and I have decided to send a scuffed run anyways. On my way there, I'm going to have to check whether I should use a Dragon Simi or a Zombie Axe. I'm thinking a Zombie Axe. Made our way over to the top bank and we geared up. I have no idea why there's so many people here actually. But anyways, we're just packing our inventory with a bunch of brews, bunch of restores, some super combats, and a 4-way switch of each style. As for the other weapons, we're going to be using a Dragon Dagger for spec, and we're going to use the dualies for Nilo Room. For our mage, we got the Blue Moon top and bottom with the Ivan Staff and Tome of Fire. We're going to be using Ivan Blast. And for range, we're not 75 range yet, so we don't have access to the Eclipse armor that's sitting in our bank. So we're using red D'hide, although technically I can use black D'hide. But we have red. And we're using the MSB and the Ava's accumulator with amethyst arrows. This is it. Our first Theater of Blood. I'm not even going to pre-fire with the magic short bow. Ideally, I would have at least thralls, right? But we're here for the most giga-scuffed raid possible. Honestly, it could be worse. At least we have Blood Moon, we have Zombie Axe. We have the Makas. I wonder if the Makas would be good for these crabs right here, actually. Oh, my prayer drain is crazy. I should probably be full killing the crabs, actually. I don't have a sight. Look at this absolute champion in top. What if I get a purple? That would be something. Surely a skip? Of course. There's only one way to do this raid. And it's gotta go fast. Never mind, we leaked. Abort! The UIM doesn't have a chally, bro. What? The Grandmaster in max gear is panicking. The raid is... Oh, no, we're good. Let's check out this maiden time. 217, let's go. Better than 416. Surely the 2 down for combat achievement? Surely. Wait, I gotta go around. Unless this is an entry mode thing. Actually, yeah, if I pick up a good amount of CAs here, that'd be really good and get mediums. Oh, I'm so late. Hello, hit? I don't even have a salve. I haven't even done Haunted Mine. Oh my, big hits. Maybe I should have brought one extra Divine Pot. Think big. I don't have spec. I don't have my defender on, I'm trolling. No fly. No fly. Very close to the 2 down. No! Average bloat. They're talking about carrying me. I'm carrying them. Now we're gonna need a stamina here, most likely, and let's get another piece of hard food. Let's drop a brew and equip our dualies. I actually don't know if they should be on accurate or aggressive. Probably aggressive. Oh, I have the majors highlighted right now. Let me fix that. I can't even remember the last time I MDPS'd in top. I'm always a freezer these days. Oh yeah? Nilo Prince? The set effect is going off? The set effect is going 4 in a row. 5 in a row. 6. I have to equip the Tome of Fire first, which is a little annoying. I guess I can try to reorganize my inventory to where I naturally do that. Keep our prayer up. Oh, I'm getting messed up. The pillars are going down. No way a pillar is gonna go down in a normal top. What are we doing? What are we doing? No, I even had it set up the right way, but like I just naturally clicked the weapon first. I'm struggling to do my switches because it just looks so strange in my inventory. I could not bring the Avas, to be honest. That'd be okay. Is that my brew? That's my brew, right? Pick up the brew! Am I hitting decent? Yeah, sure. Staying in the wrong spot. Hello, are we gonna spec? It's 200 defense! Oh my. Okay, we're gonna need some more restores. At least 2 of those. And, maybe 1 more for good measure, I don't know. And then 2 sharks. Tons of points in the normal top. Oh my, I bonked it. Oh, I just hammered on 0 defense. This man's scythe was on crush. He's trolling. Huge dragon dagger spec. He's trolling. Dude, what is going on? That hurt. kind of slapping. Okay, I hit a 5. I cannot stress enough how scuffed this is. Obviously the gear as well, but my stats are very low. We have 74 attack, so we can't even use the blade we just got. Only 85 strength, 67 range, and 81 magic. Ideally, when we first get to top, we're gonna have high 90s at the very least. Okay, at the very least, actually, we should be able to use our Blade of Sildor. We could have pogwebbed. Oh my. Oh my. 416 hero has completed the Theater of Blood. It's too easy. A 2047. There's no purple. Dude. That's blood vials, maybe? 1 KC pet? 50 blood vials. We will take it. That is a collection log. We're back in for a second KC. Maybe this time my teammates won't have their sights on Crush. And being only 63 prayer, I'm just chugging potions. I used a whole super restore just to do Maiden. He's trolling. No way they didn't commit. Here we go again. No way, there's perfect blow. It's too easy. Sheesh. Seems so funny 5 ticking with a zombie axe. 42 max it. Much cleaner second KC. Surely a purple. A new PB. Dude. Oh my god, we're rich. 65 Runite ore. And that concludes 2 Tob KC. That was pretty fun, but we're not quite ready to camp Tob just yet. There's a list of items that we're going to need to go get. But pulling the Blade of Saildor right there was so unexpected, and it was just a spur of the moment thing to come and pot 2 Tobs. Everybody thought, including myself, that I was able to use the Blade of Saildor, but I didn't have 80 attack, and I didn't even think about it in the moment. We were already of the mindset that we were going to pot some Tobs, so I went ahead and came anyways with a zombie axe. Before we started the Corrupted Gauntlet grind, I mentioned that I would talk about a roadmap for the account. Well, I'm going to gather my thoughts, let the enhanced weapon seed drop really sink in, and we'll discuss it in the next video. It's the day after we pulled the enhanced seed. I've been parked at the Ammonite crowds for most of the day, and we've gained 4 levels so far. And it looks like we'll be able to hit 80 attack later tonight. While we're working on this, let's talk about our next steps and what the roadmap looks like. It's a bit of a meme at this point, but getting Void Range is still on the list. We're going to get 56 Slayer through questing and tasks to get our new best in slot magic weapon, the Warp Scepter. This is going to be pretty big because with the Iron Staff, we are locked to the standard spellbook. Which leads me to the next thing. We'll look to do Kingdom Divided to unlock Thralls. After getting the Warp Scepter, we can take our new gear to the Dagannoth Kings to get ourselves a Berserker Ring. We'll also head to Zora for a Blowpipe, and we'll get the quest while Guthix sleeps done, and grind for a set of Burning Claws. Some of these goals I will have to accomplish in a specific order, but in general, I'm not guaranteeing we're doing this in any specific order. With that being said, I'll see you guys when I'm at 80 attack and we can get started on our new journey. Still working on the 80 attack, but in the meanwhile, wait for it, is at the Zaya Mines runecrafting some blood runes. We're going to stock up for our scythe, as I feel a Fasani's Nightmare grind is on the horizon for us. A couple more Maka bonks here, and that is level 80 attack. We can finally equip the blade. Let's get out of here. It took about a day's worth of AFKing Ammonite crabs to go from 74 to 80 attack, but we got it done. Although it is an unconventional path to choose a blade over the bow, we will be making good use of this bad boy. Well, I was getting ready to quest again, but I've been called upon to Tob. Honestly, when you're playing on a pure or restricted account of some sort, you gotta take every chance you can get. Those opportunities won't come often. The first couple of swings with the Blade of Saildor, also known as the Salad Blade, just easier to say. Oh, max hit, 38. Feels good, man. Two down combat task, let's go. And a new PB 1740. No purple. Well, we knocked out a quick 2 raids. Nothing interesting this time around. It is super late in the night, but we just hit 70 range. Today is the day we are going to achieve combat. We will not stop until we hit medium combat tier. Our first stop, if you couldn't tell, oh, perfect timing, is Scurious. Let's take a look at the combat achievements real quick here. Scurrius. So here we are, Scurrius combat achievements. 1 KC for 1 point. This one, Sit Rat. If we get lucky, we'll get a Rat Bane weapon. If not, that's fine. We'll just skip over that. Scurrius Champion, 10 KC. Perfect Scurrius, 2 points. And 6 giant rats within 3 seconds, another 2 points. Scurrius was introduced back in January 2024, placed in the Varrock sewers. It serves as an early or mid-game boss that provides great combat EXP and introduces new or inexperienced players to PvM mechanics. First KC under our belt, Scurrius Novice. Ironically for us though, we've done 4 top KC and we're just now doing Scurrius. And that is 10 KC. Get a Rune Battle Axe, Scurrius Champion. Next up, we're currently on Fossil Island, running south to fight the crazy archaeologist. We're going to unlock the final mush tree here, Sticky Swamp. This boss is fairly simple. Attacks with range and melee, but just turn on prey range and keep your distance and simply mage the boss. Prepare to run across the room whenever he says, learn to read. Just like that. Oh, that took a hit. That's 1 KC, Mage of the Swamp. I believe that is for maging the boss. That should be it. Perfect. Oh, it's not called perfect. I'd rather be illiterate is the name of the combat task. But essentially that is the perfect task. Now with this boss, we just have the 10 KC task and the 25 KC task. And that is 10 KC, 15 more to go until we're out of here. Okay, mildly interesting, but we just picked up a black d'hide body. This is actually an upgrade for us, but only for about another 5 more range levels. At 75 range, we will be using the Eclipse set. And that is 25 KC combat task completed. And we get a crystal key to boot. We still have 43 points to go until we reach medium. So here we are at Barrows, and maybe we'll pick up some items along the way. Of course, armor won't be useful to us. Oh, and this is an opportunity to use the new Twin Flame Staff from Royal Titans. It is slapping. No, don't hit me! We are on our first run right now, and we already failed the Can't Touch Me CA. So we're going to go ahead and try the Carol's one, where we have to kill it with only specs. Now, unfortunately, I just dumped my 4 DDS specs right there. And, didn't kill it. So I think we're just going to stand here and wait for our spec to regen. All that for a double 0. I just realized I forgot to bring food. So I've been sitting here waiting for my Spectre regen, and then I remembered, I'm a GIM. So without further ado, here is some spec transfer. Surely we get it done here. There we go, just like that. Here we go, will we get an item? Nothing. This is it. Everything has lined up for the Can't Touch Me CA. I did Darok successfully. I did Guthans. Carol's free, obviously. You just pray range. And I did Varrock. And it is an Aram's tunnel. So I just have to go to Torag now. And hopefully not mess this up. So far so good. Finish it here, please. Nice. Now all we have to do is keep Prey Mage up the entire time, not smite ourselves, and this combat achievement will be done. Absolute perfect situation. We spawned Arums at the chest. Keep our prayer up. And there we go. I think we just have to loot the chest. Surely we get a drop as well. We do not. However, oh, we get 2 combat achievements in one. Can't touch me and pray for success. Pray for success is kill all 6 Barrows brothers and loot the Barrows chest without taking any damage. Oh, that kind of goes hand in hand. The next combat achievement we're going to do here at Barrows is the Faithless Crypt Run. Basically all that is using no prayer. The only scary part here really is Darok, because with the way Darok works, the lower his health is, the higher max hit he has. So, as we're nearing killing him here, he could just one-shot us. Oh! Alright, that's out the way. Everything else should be easier. We have an inventory full of Karam wands, and we're just gonna face tank everything. You know, I'm not sure why I didn't just entangle it and run away. I just face tanked it. Nothing in the chest, but we get 3 combat points. All that remains at Barrows is the 2 KC task at 10 KC and 25 KC. Oh, that's 10 KC. I'm just kind of autopiloting right now, so I didn't even realize. Opening chest number 15, I believe a drop at Barrows is roughly 1 in 15, so surely we're going to get a drop here. Of course, in reality, that's not how it works. Here we are, our final KC, KC number 25. Haven't had any drops yet. Will we get it now? Nope, but we have the combat task completed. This is what we came here for. We have 30 points to go. Made our way over to the Chambers of Zarek. We're probably not going to complete any KCs just yet. What we can do is complete some of the room-specific combat achievements. There's the CA, perfectly balanced. We're now at the Ice Demon room where we're going to attempt to do 3 combat achievements at once. The first one being simply to get kill credit without taking any damage. And it goes hand in hand with the next one, Blizzard Dodger, to receive kill credit for the Ice Demon without activating to protect from ranged prayer. And lastly, kill it with fire, finish off the Ice Demon with a fire spell. We have our trusty Twin Flame Staff and a Tome of Fire, and we're going to be casting Fire Wave. The Ice Demon is almost ready to fight, so we're just going to pot up now. Remember not to activate range, protect from range. Let's try not to get hit here. Oh, auto cast is off. That's spooky. That could have been bad. There we go. 3 combat achievements all at once. It's too easy. And cryo no more. I believe there's a few other CAs we can do at Chambers, but we're going to have to reset the raid and find another layout. For this next one, we're at the Guardians room, and we simply just have to hit the Guardians and finish them off without getting hit by falling rocks. Oh, wow, we didn't even need to do both of them. We just need to kill one. There it is, dancing with statues. Next up, we have the Muttadow's room. Now, the combat task is to prevent them from eating from the tree and healing. Well, an easy solution is to simply cut the tree first. But there we go, there's Mutta Diet. We're now outside the shaman room. We simply just have to kill one shaman without taking any damage. There it is, Shazian Specialist. And with just 2 points to go, we're here at Sarachnis, and we simply need to kill it with a crush weapon. So we have the zombie axe with us, we're going to pot up and let's head in. I wonder if the dualies would have been better, actually, I'm not sure. But the first thing I thought of was the zombie axe, and I just came right over here. We're only here for 1 KC, so just a couple more hits here. And there we go. Newspaper enthusiasts. You've completed enough combat achievement tasks to unlock medium tier rewards. You can... Oh, let's get out of here. Can I get my soul runes now? Thank you. Oh yeah, we're on a different world than on... Wait for it. Made my way to the Warriors Guild, and we're going to talk to Gommel here. Talk about combat achievements, and tell them we've completed a combat tier. There we go. We get an EXP lamp that we're going to put in the Slayer. 10,000 Slayer EXP. That puts us at 49 Slayer. We also get the Gommel's Hilt 2, which gives us 3 teleports to Trollheim per day. Well, with us finally knocking out some combat achievements and reaching the medium tier, we can finally set our sights on pest control to get Void. Considering how many times I've mentioned this in the past, it is long overdue. Oh wow, I just double-specced, double-clawed the Enrage phase. Oh, and that's perfect Fasani's. My peer group Ironman 416 hero is progressing fast. The PVM grinds are starting. With less and less time, I must make every hour and minute count on my maxed account. Wait for it. I've given myself 7 days to try and get a drop at Fasani's Nightmare, a boss that only main game collection loggers or endgame retirement home Ironmen go to fight. Today, starting at an even 200 KC with just 1 Inquisitor's Top and the pet transmog, we embark on a journey to do as much KC as we can bear. With the ever so rare drop rates, this is a marathon. Yet each KC feels like a sprint in itself. I don't know how many KCs we're gonna do. I'm on the wrong spell book, so tremendous start. But we're gonna go as long as we can. I don't even have my max cape. It's over. First KC, the famous or the infamous drop, 24 bass. Here is the minigame TP to Clan Wars of shame, because we forgot to bring a TP out. And let's make sure we get on the right spellbook. I've decided to go on this Fasani's grind because I've been heavily invested into 416 Hero over the last few months. But that said, we need to make some progress on the other account too. If you're wondering what I'm going to be doing on this account in the meantime, it will likely be some barbarian fishing and ammonite crabs to train our combat stats. We're a couple of KCs in now, and with this committed grind, I'm hoping to get into a good flow and rack up a few hundred kills. I've never been able to do more than 1 to 3 a day. Let's go over the gear setup real quick. The only Inquisitor's piece I have so far is the top, so I'm wearing Torva for the helm and legs. We're using the Rancor. I know there are people out there that use the Blood Fury for comfort, but in my opinion, that's too great of a cost. We have the Gommel's Penny to save a few charges. We got the Ferocious Gloves, Primordial Boots, the Ultor Ring, and of course the Scythe. We have a full 9-way switch with Shadow and Ancestral, including the ring, boots, and cape. Honestly, the 9-way switch is a bit of a pain, but I think it's worth it for the pillars. We have the blowpipe to deal with the sleepwalkers between phases, and the SGS to deal with the parasites. It also helps us heal in a pinch. Unfortunately, we don't have the Voidwaker, so we go with the next best spec weapon, the Dragon Claws. I swear these things are pretty inaccurate though. With the exception of the big items, there's not many great drops here. But hey, a stack of brews? I'll take it. We're currently at KC 209 with 1 item. According to the wiki page, it's a 1 in 113 chance to see any item. I think we may be seeing a second item soon. I actually hope it's another Inquisitor's piece, so that it directly helps in getting more KC. Another Saradomin brew drop. We will take it. And few serums, also a good drop. When I'm at barbarian fishing, I actually have to drop fish pretty frequently. So I think, for the most part, I'm going to be at ammonite crabs more times than not. We are ending the night on KC 220. We will start again tomorrow and see how much KC we can knock out. It's a new day, first KC of the day. Yesterday's session went pretty well. Hopefully we can repeat that. And died on the first KC of the day. Unfortunate. We went deathless yesterday. I guess it's just evening out. Now let's pretend that didn't happen. First KC of the day, we're going in. First KC of the day. Magic logs. Very clean kill. 430 blood runes. Oh man, the deaths really are evening out. Another walk of shame to go collect my stuff. We are currently at KC 223, so we've only got 3 kills so far, but we've died twice already. It's not looking good. Unfortunately, just made a ton of mistakes there and had to TP out, but better than dying, I suppose. Gold ore. Nature runes. It felt fast. Never mind. It felt fast for some reason. Quick little update on 416 Hero. I'm still fighting for my life right now at Fasani's, but we've been AFK at the Ammonite Crabs training our range up, and we are just under 100k EXP to go until we hit 75 range. There we go, there it is. Now this is huge because we can finally use our Eclipse set and the, how do you pronounce it? Addle? Yeah, let's go with that. Yeah, this second day is not going nearly as well as the first day. We are just now making it to 10 KC after, I don't know, 3-4 deaths, a couple of TP outs. We're going to try to get into a swing of things and try to get to another 20 KC on the day, hopefully. So whenever I'm shadowing these pillars, I'm not sure if I should be using Augury or Mystic Vigor. I ran it through the DPS calculator and they both end up at the same max hit. So does that mean I should be using the lower prayer consumption prayer at that point? I'm gonna give Mystic Vigor a couple of goes here. Honestly, I'm not even sure if I can tell the difference. The Spores and the Void Tiles are the worst combo. We are only 12 KC in for the session, but I'm taking a bit of a breather, AFKing some anglerfish here. Hopefully, when I decide to go back, things will go smoother and I stop dying. Alright, here we go again. We're gonna knock out 8 straight without dying, hopefully. First kill back. What are we gonna get? Uncut rubies. Oh wow, I just double spec'd, double clawed, then rage phase. 4 blood runes. Oh, and that's perfect Fasani's. It only took me 235 kills. I'm actually a little surprised that I never got perfect Fasani's before. I never actively went for it, but I guess every time I got a quick enrage phase, I would mess up earlier, and vice versa. During the enrage phase, I typically just let the sleepwalkers go in. That's why I proc redemption, because more times than not with a scythe and 100 spec bar, you should be able to kill it relatively quickly. And if all else fails, as long as you have prayer still and you proc redemption, you should be good. Well, after getting the perfect task, it's safe to say the break I took helped. It took quite some time to get here, but assuming this next KC goes well, we're going to hit 20 on the day, just as we did yesterday. It's pretty brutal because I actually ended up spending more time today fighting Fasani, but we're ending at the exact same KC. Hopefully tomorrow we won't die as much and we'll get into the 25-30 KC range. But everything could change if we get a drop on this next KC. And cosmic runes. Okay, that is KC 240. Oh wow, I just double spec'd, double clawed, then rage phase. Oh, and that's perfect Fasani's. My pure group Ironman 416 hero is progressing fast. The PVM grinds are starting.
With less and less time, I must make every hour and minute count on my maxed account. Wait for it. I've given myself 7 days to try and get a drop at Fasani's Nightmare, a boss that only main game collection loggers or endgame retirement home Ironmen go to fight. Today, starting at an even 200 KC with just one Inquisitor's Top and the pet transmog, we embark on a journey to do as much KC as we can bear. With the ever so rare drop rates, this is a marathon. Yet each KC feels like a sprint in itself.
It is day number 3, but before we head back into Fasani's Nightmare, over on 416 here, we gotta do our farm runs and of course Hespori. We are also debuting our new best in slot range gear today, the Eclipse Moon Set. Minus the Eclipse Addle. Obviously we're not going to use that on crabs. Heading into our first KC of the day, day 3. Our starting KC is 240 and we haven't had any drops yet. Maybe today will be the day. So for about half the KCs yesterday, I started using Mystic Vigor instead of Augury, and I think I'm going to stick to that. I haven't really noticed a DPS difference, and it saves a bit of prayer. Oh my, first KC of the day and I died just like yesterday. This is because I glanced over here. You see how this Ammonite crab is over here? I noticed someone, I mean, they probably didn't intentionally mean to crash, that's why they dragged the crab away, but that distracted me. I looked over, and that was just enough time for Fasani to flick to a melee attack, and I'm dead. I just TP'd in and see my clanmate, where are you at? First KC of the day, actually, hopefully. First KC of day number 3, and we get 210 death runes. I feel like this is deja vu because I forgot my max cape again, and so I don't have a TP out. Actually, that's not true. I have the Draken's Medallion that can take me to the top bank. 13 sharks. There's actually a couple of people in the clan also doing Fasani's Nightmare at the moment, and I was kind of cracking a joke about how you can tell because everybody's only going to reply in the clan chat in like 7 to 9 minute intervals. Alternatively, you could read the chat, try to respond in the chat, and then die. Zamorak Brews. For those of you that do Fasani's Nightmare or Nightmare, do you guys take the time to decant these potions into 4 doses so that you take out as many doses as you can out of the trip? Otherwise you just kind of leave them there, right? Just got out of a KC and catching up on the clan chat. This is the Fasani's Nightmare experience in a nutshell. 24 bass. Could be worse, could be 17 bass. And then apparently, I'm so dumb, I walked there for 2 KC when I have the Slep teleport already. For those of you that don't know, walking to Fasani's Nightmare or Nightmare without the teleport takes like a solid 2 minutes. And another person goes dead on the last KC of the night. People were trying to encourage him to do one more, and he's like, too late, already uninstalling the game. KC 246, some death runes. Quick update over on 416 here. Still parked at the Ammonite crabs, and I've been looking at the Eclipse Moon armor set. Honestly, it looks really good. Minus the derpy helmet, that is, but the top and legs are pretty clean. But yeah, anyways, we've been training our range levels up. We're now 77 range. Before we started this grind, I made it a point to fully charge my Tumikin's Shadow. A fully charged Shadow holds 20,000 charges. Now 48 kills in, we are at 16,751 charges. I wish I did the same for the Scythe, but I didn't preemptively charge it, so I don't really know how many charges we've used. I'm going to estimate around, at minimum, 3,000 charges. I think I had a lot more than 1,400.
Needless to say, using a scythe and a shadow is very expensive. As a main account, you don't really get your money back until you get one of the uniques. And for an Ironman, well, you don't get your money back at all. We're going to try out a few adjustments here. So in place of the Magus Ring for the pillars, we're going to use a Lightbearer to regen spec. And in place of the Saradomin Godsword, we're going to use the Elder Maul and try to spec Fasani at the beginning of each phase. We're going to see if that makes any difference. Here we go. First hammer, and it hits. No way. KC 250. Obviously, you can't really take anything away from just one KC, but it was a sub 8-minute kill. I tend to get over 8 minutes more times than not, and all 4 hammers for each phase landed. Honestly, it checks out. Fasani's is a crush boss, and hammers are crush, so it makes sense. So the second KC was a little bit slower at 806, but all things considered, with me messing up walking into spores a few times in that fight, an 806 is pretty good, and once again, all 4 hammers landed. I'm going to grind out more KCs with this new setup, and we're going to see how it goes. The 746. A 717. Wow. Everything's fine. Oh my. And time is 7:28. It's fine, it's fine. This is only like the second death of the day. It's fine. We are now at 260 total KC, which means we've completed 20 KC on the day. Right now, we are pacing 20 a day, exactly. 20 on day 1, 20 on day 2, and now 20 on day 3. But it's been going so well today, I'm going to push for a couple more. We're now up to 24 KC on the day, but as you can see here, another walk of shame to go collect my stuff. With that being said, I think I'm going to try and push for one more to end at a nice 25. On this last KC, I brought the Magus Ring and the Saradomin Godsword just because it was part of the bank tag layout. So we're calling it a night on day 3. 20 KC on day 1, 20 KC on day 2, and 25 today, totaling 65 KC. No drops yet, unfortunately, but I think we are due soon. We're here at top bank to recharge our scythe as we are down to under 500 charges. Oh, that was my cat. And there we go. It seems like we can't fully charge it, but we're up to 19,953. Day number 4 is upon us. With 65 KC from the previous 3 days, let's see what we can get to. Well, looks like there's a system update in 40 minutes. We can probably knock out a few KC before that. First KC of day number 4. Coins. I actually think this is the first coin drop I've had since the start. 69k. Very clean second kill of the day. And we get rewarded with Saradomin Brews. With just 15 minutes ago until the update, I think I'm going to do one more KC here. I could fit in 2, but it might be close and it's a little RNG, so we're just going to play it safe. Okay, right before the update. Huge claw specs. What are we going to get here? 19 grimy torstal. We're back after the quick system update. Hopefully, we've been blessed with some RNG this week. What the? A second parasitic egg and 22 bass. Let's take a look at the collection log here. Second egg at KC 271. The drop rate for the parasitic egg is 1 in 200. At the risk of jinxing myself, I just want to say, KC flies by really quickly when you don't die. I say this because we already racked up 7 KC on the day and it really hasn't felt that long. I guess I did jinx myself. Between the last clip and now, it is several hours, still within the same day though. Now it's just nighttime and we are 8 kills in, if I can do math correctly. You look away for half a second and you're back in Lumbridge. I've been so locked in on doing Fasani's Nightmare that I completely overlooked the fact that we hit 80 range. While the main focus this week has been Fasani's on Wait For It, the combat EXP we've gained over here at Ammonite Crabs has been massive as well. What a scam! There was literally nowhere for me to go other than run into a spore. So I realized in the last recording I couldn't quite capture exactly what happened. So I was in this situation, standing in the middle fighting Fasani, and all these blue tiles that I marked were covered. So they were unsafe tiles. Now these 2 green tiles I marked were the only quote-unquote safe tiles I had. But the problem was there were spores, these red tiles, there. So how does it make sense that my only safe tiles were to run into spores? And few serums. To be honest, when I first started this grind 4 days ago, I thought I'd be getting a drop pretty soon. The drop rate to see any unique item from Fasani is about 1 in 113. I got my Inquisitor's top back on KC 115, so right around the rate. Now, 161 KC later, I haven't seen anything besides a second egg. The clock is ticking, so we'll keep pushing on. No fucking way, man. A third egg? Dude. Yep, let's take a look at the log here. KC number 283. We just got our third egg. Our only actual item is the top. The eggs are 1 in 200, by the way. That was KC 285, meaning 20 on the day. Let's see how many more we can knock out. I'm beginning to have my doubts on the Elder Maul specking each phase, but the alternative is Dragonclaw specking, which is very hit or miss. There's not much I can do other than to go grind out a Void Waker or spam easy clues for a ham joint though. 37 uncut emeralds. This KC, total KC at 290, marks 25 on the day, which marks the same amount we did yesterday. As we do more and more each day, I get more and more comfortable doing the boss, so it feels easier, and naturally I die less and I'm able to get more KC. We're gonna see how many more we can knock out. If I can get to a nice 300 before I end the night, that'd be great. And in the middle of that 25th KC, we hit 85 hit points over on 416 Hero. The HP levels count more than ever with just 50 defense. 21 Bass. Your clanmate just got an Inquisitor's plate skirt. Surely I get a drop here too, right? Come on. I'm feeling it. Sarah Dumb and Bruce. No. We're currently at KC 293, but at this point I am determined to get to 300 before I get off for the night. We're starting to run low on these Relisims bombs too. In case you didn't know, you can use these instead of Sandfuse serums. This is mostly useful for Ironman or people that just want to save a bit of money. This is probably much cheaper. You can get these after finishing Zogre Flesh Eaters and talking to the NPC south of Castle Wars. It's getting to that point in the grind now where I'm getting desperate for a drop. There's people that will advise you against doing this, but I ran the dry calculator on the OSRS wiki. Let's just take a look. 73%. Ooh, a max claw. Surely a drop. Magic logs, never lucky, man. Actually, it's not even luck at this point. I'm due a drop. AC 299. We just have 2 more shots at this. For the night anyways. Come on, give me a plate skirt. Or not a plate skirt, but you know. Okay, prayer pots. Heading into KC 300, the final KC for the night. How satisfying would it be to get a drop right here, right now? No! We go again. Got a bad camera angle there and I didn't see the spore. Alright, we've really struggled through this last KC, but here we go. I almost blowpipes back. And my claws hit a 0. Second one landed though. Here we go, KC 300. Soul Runes. And so we end day 4 with a new PB of 35 in a day. This totals up to 100 KC during the 7-day marathon of ours, and 300 KC overall. With 3 days to go, I'm almost certain that we'll get a drop. But anything could happen. Catch you in the next and perhaps final video. My pure group Ironman 416 Hero is progressing fast. The PVM grinds are starting. With less and less time, I must make every hour and minute count on my maxed account. Wait for it. I've given myself 7 days to try and get a drop at Fasani's Nightmare. We are on day number 5, and to start the day, of course, I gotta do my farming contracts and birdhouse runs, and I got both my accounts working on the herb patch. Another day, another Hespori. Ooh, and we get the bottomless compost bucket at KC 15. The duplicate bucket from Wait For It, a massive quality of life, but it's nice to know that I've gotten it myself on this account now too. Maybe one day we'll pay it forward to a 3rd account in the GIM group. So I mentioned the other day that we were low on Relisim bombs. So we're here south to Castle Wars and we talked to this guy, Uglug Nar, or whatever his name is. Trade him, and he has a stock of 3 doses. It looks like each 3-dose potion is 200 coins each. If you guys don't already have the potion storage, I highly encourage it. If nothing else, but for the fact that you don't have to decant potions. We are on day number 5, and today we're starting at KC 300. And the first hammer misses. Is that a bad sign? First KC of day number 5. And we start off with Zamorak Brews. Oh, that could have been bad. I clicked on the sleepwalker. 7:28, pretty fast time. KC 3:02, and we get some sharks. Whether it's going to be today or the final 2 days of the 7-day marathon, I hope we get a drop. Just as we run out of prayer, 15 sharks. And there it goes, first death of the day. Unfortunate. Honestly, it was one of those where I definitely should have started brewing. I was kind of on the back foot and I was trying to recover and I just never did, and it caught up to me. I really don't know why I'm so stingy with my brews when I have over 6,000 of them. This has felt like a fast one. We'll have to see though. Half the time whenever I think it's fast, it's not even fast. But I've been seeing some pretty big numbers. Here we go. Moment of truth. A 7:37. It's not like breakneck speed, but I think what it was the first half of the fight was a little bit slow, but the second half of the fight was fast. Huge claws. Come on. Samurai Bruce, come on, man. Ooh, that was a little sketchy. 23 bass. Oh wow, that's 10 KC on the day already. Feels like we're flying through these now. Ooh. I was a lot further away from that pillar than I realized. I was trying to reach the far top right corner one, and I got dragged under the boss. Unfortunate. And that's the second death of the day. However, I'm going to take that as a sign to take a break. We're going to do some angler fit. Dude, I just got here. All right, I'm back from my break. Just ate a little bit of dinner. We've since re-geared. We're at 10 KC on the day number 5 here. Let's try and get at least 20 like we have the previous 4 days. I gotta be missing something here. It happened again. There were no save tiles except to run into a spore. So I had some vague understanding of the corner tile being safe, but I was always under the impression that you had to time it and that it was only safe for like a tick or a specific tick or something. But I'm currently being told that that corner tile on Fasani is always going to be safe. So we're going to try to keep that in mind. I'm just now noticing that my prayer potion stack has fallen below 1,000. Fasani's is really burning up the supplies. Despite having over 300 KC now, I've never actually read a full guide or watched an extensive video on Fasani's, so there are probably some tips and tricks that escape me. But hey, we learn as we go, and anyways, it seems like we do it just fine. A death here and there really isn't a big deal, honestly. Unless you're a hardcore, you know, then one death, then see ya. While the southwest corner tile trick is good to know and is useful in certain situations, I was thinking more about it, and it doesn't really solve the issue that I was dealing with. So I'd be fighting Fasani in the center tile here, and there would be spores adjacent to this tile that I'm spam clicking on right now, and all these other tiles are covered. So even if I ran into this corner tile here, I would still get hit by the spore. 24 bass. Nature runes. So the clanmates and I were talking about the hammer versus claw debate again, and it just occurred to me that I have a PB of 704 from claw specking. Now this was a while ago, so it was possibly before the Inquisitor's top 2. My guess is that the maul specking gives me a faster average time, but the claws have the potential to just hit big and give me a new PB. And few serums. Actually a drop that I don't mind. KC number 20 on the day, and we get Sandfew serums. Of course, I'm going to go ahead and try to pick up as much as I can because as an Ironman, I am not making Sandfew serums. Those things are a pain in the ass. No. So we are at KC 322 right now, and our log still looks exactly the same from when we last checked it. One Inquisitor's top that we've been using and we've had since the start of the grind, and 3 parasitic eggs.
We have the rest of tonight and the next 2 days to hopefully get a drop. And at this point, I'm really hoping it's not somehow going to be a dupe. And above all else, please no more parasitic eggs. Oh my... I just died to the dash again. Despite the fee being only 60,000 coins here, my coffer has taken a beating. I was over 1 mil in the coffer before this grind, and now we're down to 421k. 21 sharks. Ooh, a 717. That's probably the fastest kill I've seen in quite some time. Oh my... I don't know why, but I'm playing really zoomed in now, and that time I couldn't even see where Fasani teleported to dash. Sarah, Dome, and Bruise. We will take those. I'm losing the plot. Heading to our final KC of day number 5, KC 330. Surely last in the night, we're going to get a drop here. Here we go, last KC of day number 5. Cannonballs. Ending day 5 out of 7 here with an overall KC of 330, meaning we've done a total of 130 so far. More to come the next 2 days.
We are on day number 5. Over on 416 Hero here. Looks like it's been a week and we can do Tears of Gothics again. We're still 42 runecrafting and 49 Slayer, so below the 50 defense, which is what's important. So let's see what runecrafting level we end up at. And we go from 42 runecrafting to 44. I said day 5, but I mean day 6. 6 out of 7. Yesterday we knocked out a solid 30 KC. Let's see what we can get today on day 6. And dead first on the day. Honestly, I'm being slightly sidetracked by this dude standing here crashing me after I hopped like 50 worlds to find an open world. I'm gonna start being that guy for real, because why do I bother being courteous of others and hopping 50 worlds to find an open world just to be here for 15 minutes and then someone just crashes me right away? Like, why don't I just be this guy? Like, honestly. Making a new account has been very exciting, but this is honestly one downside. It's safe to say that the majority of the player base is in this mid-game stage, right? Where everybody's training up their stats and whatnot. So naturally, I'm going to run into more people. And by more people, more assholes. Anyways, that's the end of my rant. I am going to get back to grinding Fasani's Nightmare. Alright, first KC of the day was a little shaky, but we got it done. And we got sharks. Hope we get warmed up quick here because Death's Coffer is taking a beating and we can't afford these. Dude, I was getting ready to spec at the start of this new phase, but then I spec'd the parasite by accident, dang it. I ate all my food, but I'm still alive. And we still have prayer for redemption just in case for the enrage phase. Surely I get rewarded for actually clicking yellow to survive, right? Here we go. Rune arrows. Mildly interesting. Repeating number. KC number 333. Prayer potions. I'll be taking those. Been using up a lot of these. So off of that last enrage phase, you notice that I sometimes don't have the second claw up. And I think this is just user error. Sometimes I switch off from my light bearer too early, and the second spec either doesn't come up at all or late into the enrage phase. Oh my... Man, you can't do this boss with any distractions. You look away or glance away for 1 second and boom, you're dead. Okay, it's time to lock in for real. Massive 1, but the hammer hit, so that's fine. We're up to KC 337 now. How sure can we be? What the? What? We're up to KC 337 now. How sure can we be that Fasani's Nightmare actually gives drops? Yep, I'm back in Lumbridge again. So what I'm feeling on day 6 here is that there is a curve in progression when you're doing a grind like this. In the first few days, you're a little rusty or unfamiliar with the content, so you're going to die more. Then, in the middle, you get comfortable and you're in a good flow. Towards the end, however, like today and I imagine tomorrow, you start to really zone out on the content. It doesn't help going dry either. A hard-fought 10 KC on the day so far. Oh my god, I'm gonna do my best to stay alive here, but Blocketeer in my clan chat just not only got the Grandmaster speed time out of nowhere. Actually, he knocked out the Master and Grandmaster all in one go. But then he just pulled the pet. A dupe pet. 3 pets and 300 KC, he says. Oh, I'm almost dead. Huge claws. And magic logs. Well, I'm 18 kills in on the day, and I was about to take a break anyways, but once again, 416 Hero is being crashed. So you know what? Fuck this guy. I'm gonna go AFK crabs on this account as well. Don't mind me, guys. I'm just training to get 200 mil strength XP, you know? Gotta play for those high scores. I think after I'm done with this Fasani week, I'm gonna train in Nightmare Zone if I ever need a train combat, because I'm just so tired of this shit, man. The craziest thing every time is that I hop 2 worlds on the account that I'm actually trying to train on, and I find an open world. And it's so funny. Every time I pull up on my maxed account, within 2 minutes, they leave. Still taking my break here, sitting on 18 KC for the day, but we just hit 85 ranged on 416 Hero. I honestly did not expect to get this much EXP from this grind. Alright, I think it's actually been a good couple of hours since we did our last KC. Bit of a break there. Now let's get back to it and hopefully get a drop. And the first KC back, what are we getting? Cosmic Runes. Here we go, KC 350 Blood Runes. So that is 150 total kills since we started the 7-day marathon. Currently on day 6. Still got the rest of the night to go and tomorrow. Unfortunately, same story. No drop just yet. Over on 416 Hero, I decided to switch over to train up some strength EXP. We're currently level 86. Should be able to hit 87 within an hour. Without fail, every time I glance away from my monitor and it flicks the melee and just one-shots me. We've knocked out a few more KCs and not much has really gone on, unfortunately. No new drops. But we're about to head into our 30th KC on the day. That is KC 370, meaning 170 KC in 6 days, and we did a whopping 40 today. After hitting 30, I was able to get into a groove and knock out another 10 relatively quickly, but it's now late in the night, so we'll just get off, head into day 7, and hopefully, please, get a drop. Day 7 of 7, the final day is upon us. Of course, we got to start out the day doing Hispori and other farming related things. Ooh, just 1 second shy of tying the PB. With 170 kills in 6 days, we are on the final day. Let's try to knock out at least 30. I will not accept anything less than 30 to get us to a nice even 400, which means we would have doubled our starting KC. That being said, let's get to work because 30 KC is actually a lot. And the first KC of the day. Wow, first KC of the day, we get a new PB. We beat our previous PB by 12 seconds. It is 6:52. I was just about to crack a joke about how I finally didn't die on the first KC of the day. And not only did we not do that, we just got a new PB. I kind of had a feeling we were going fast when I entered in rage phase with only 90% spec. That has never happened before. So we're starting out today completely different, completely the opposite of how the last 2 days went. So maybe this is a sign of good things to come. And there goes the first death of the day. I was just one tick too slow from switching. Yeah, I probably should have TP'd earlier, but I was going to see if I could get lucky. I was completely out of food, and I was sub 15 HP, so I couldn't even proc redemption for that. Unfortunate. And that makes 10 KC on the day. So far, so good, besides having to teleport out of that one enrage phase. But honestly, that's better than dying. Our target is to get another 20 KC before we end off the week. You know, right now there's just not much to say, unfortunately, other than where is my drop? Like, literally anything, you know? Like an Inquisitor's piece or an orb. Although I will say, if I do get an orb right now, with the way the drop table works, I'd be considered lucky. Funny how that works. Oh my... A mace! A fucking mace! What KC was that? 385 on the final day of the 7 days. We finally get a drop. Honestly, I'm kind of speechless right now. It's like, yeah, I was expecting a drop, but to get a mace? What is the drop rate on the mace? It's a 1 in 1,250. This bad boy is worth 403 mil right now. Sheesh. Of course, we got to take a look at the log here. KC 385. 185 kills in this 7-day marathon so far. We're going to shoot for 400 still. We're going to see. But now we have 2 Inquisitor's pieces. We got the mace and the top. Oh, and yeah, the 3 parasitic eggs. Before this 7-day marathon, I had gotten the Inquisitor's top at 114 KC. Now at 385 KC with the mace, that makes a 271 KC gap between the 2 drops. Which means before today ends, there's actually a chance that we could get a 3rd drop. But that might just be asking for too much. Anyways, the scythe is still going to be the go-to for me. It is still better than the mace. However, just for the fun of it, I'm going to go ahead and do the next KC, the back-to-back attempt with the mace. No back-to-back, unfortunately. Okay, I know. I'm sure you noticed. I forgot to equip my Avernic Defender with the mace. However, my point still stands. The scythe is still better. While I'm still going to be using the scythe, the mace does have its use. I don't have a ham joint, and as such, I've been using the Elder Maul, a 6-tick weapon, to deal with parasites and husks. Now I can use this 400 million GP weapon to kill husks and parasites. Oh my... I didn't record the enrage phase, but... A nightmare staff! Just 3 KC later! What is going on? RNG gonna RNG. No drops in 271 kills. And then within 3 kills of each other, we get a mace and now a nightmare staff. Let's take a look at the log, but I mean, I just showed you it only 3 KC ago, but there we go. 3 items now. Nightmare staff in there. Guys, at the risk of sounding greedy, day 7 is not nearly over yet. It's still early, and we're due more than 3 drops. We're at like 3.4 right now or something like that. It's just so crazy seeing these collection log messages in the chat box. Oh my, I was fighting for my life on that one. Anyways, 602 blood runes, that is KC number 390. I took a bit of a break for dinner, but now I'm back to knock out 10 more KC so that we can reach the nice even number of 400. Having done 185 KC over the last 7 days, my inventory was set up a certain way, and in the last few KCs, it has since changed, and it's actually really messing with me. The struggles of getting new gear. We have just a few more KCs to go until we hit 400 Fasani's Nightmare, but we're over on 416 Hero because you just saw it. We hit level 90 strength. We've been at Ammonite Crabs all week, and we've been reaping the rewards. 90 strength, 85 range, 87 hit points. And we are heading to fight Fasani for one final time this week. In the middle of my final KC here, and where Yat has achieved 200 million hit point EXP. Truly maxed. And we finished the final KC with double claws. What are we getting? 18 sharks. We'll take it. 400 KC. Well, let's take a look at the collection log one final time, although nothing has really changed since KC number 388. And of course, we got to put on the Nightmare Staff one time for the one time. Although we don't have any orbs. Maybe that will come in the future. But for now, we turn our focus back to 416 Hero, our 50 defense, 63 prayer pure. My 50 defense account is going to take on the hardest PVM challenge from 2005. That's right, Jad. Even today, the Fire Cape is a major milestone for many people. Well, what does it look like to do fight caves in 2025 in old school RuneScape? Let's find out on 416 Hero. But before we even step foot in the fight caves to fight Jad, we need to accomplish a few things to get there. First, we need higher range levels. Thankfully, while I was away at Fasani's Nightmare, I got my range levels up to 85. Second, higher HP levels is a plus too. We're now at 87, thanks to Ammonite Crabs. However, Jad has a max hit of 97. So even still, one mistake and it's over. We're going to boost our range levels even higher. If you've been following the series for a while, you know I hunted some red chins. I said I would throw them when I had Void. I put that off for so long, but today's the day we are getting Void. While I'm going to be racking up the pest control points to get Void, I'm going to be on wait for it to hunt even more red chins. We're going to be using the middle boat here because we're not level 100 yet in combat. And to be honest, because of our 50 defense and 63 prayer, we're not going to be level 100 for quite some time. At this point in time, we're only going after the range void set, so we're going to need just 850 points for the helmet and of course the top, bottom, and gloves. Thanks to us achieving medium combat achievements about a week ago, we get 2 bonus points per game, making it 6 points per game for us. So let's give a really quick rundown on pest control. So you come onto the island and you hop into these boats.
there's a beginner, intermediate, and veteran boat. The veteran boat will net the most points, but you're going to need at least level 100 combat. Because I'm not a level 100 combat, I'm at the intermediate boat. You need to be at least level 40 to be in the beginner boat, and you need to be at least level 70 for the intermediate boat. Once you load into a game, you're going to run into the center here, and there's this void knight that you're supposed to protect. Now the best strategy is to close these gates and run to the portals and destroy the portals as soon as possible. Unfortunately, it looks like there's currently no one at this portal. Now each portal actually has a attack style weakness, and now I'm dead. But generally speaking, whatever attack style you choose to train is going to be good enough as long as you focus down the right things and there are enough people in the game. Occasionally, spinners will spawn, this highlighted mob right here, and those things will heal the portal. So if your team lacks DPS and the portals aren't going down, make sure to target those before you hit the portal. Now you can't just hit any portal, you have to pay attention to which portal has its shield down. So right now, the east one has a red box around it, meaning you're free to hit this one. I'm hitting the spinners right now so that they can't heal the portal, and now that they're gone, I hit the portal. Again, I just want to reiterate, please hit the spinners. There's an important distinction here. This game mode is safe for hardcores, but it is not safe for group hardcores. And one more thing, besides the void points that you get, you actually get a little bit of GP per game. Not a crazy amount, but it's like a nice little bonus, you know? If you're playing pest control at the peak hours during the day, games should go by pretty quickly. I'm currently playing on a Sunday afternoon, so naturally there's a lot of people. And sometimes when there's a lot of people, there's going to be multiple pest control games going in at once. So if you hop into the boat and the game seems to have skipped you over, because there's actually a player cap per game, I think it's like 25 or 30, something like that. Don't worry, you're probably going to get into another game really quickly. As a side note, I swear once upon a time, pest control used to not give you any combat EXP for whatever reason. They must have changed this at some point, and honestly, this change is for the better. I never understood why you couldn't get combat EXP. Quick update on the red Chinchompa hunting situation. We're just about to get 300 in our inventory. I believe 416 Hero has about 2,000 sitting in his bank. Let's see how many red chins we can hunt during this pest control grind. We just passed 200 pest control points off of the last game, so we're a little under 25% of the way there. And we just hit 1,000 red chins hunted in this session. Pest control is a reflection of real life. When people enter a room that has a closed door, and when they leave, they don't close it. No fucking way! UIM Tebow! He called it earlier today. UIM gets a Tebow. This man is running out of excuses to do the Inferno. Or to not do the Inferno, rather. Anyways, final pest control game. Finally, we're going to reach 852 points. Assuming we don't fail this game. Honestly, at this medium boat, games do fail semi-often. With our points, let's talk to the Void Knight. Scroll down in the reward shop, and we're going to get the Void Knight top for 250 points. We're going to get the robes and the gloves. And we got to be a little careful here. The helmet, but the range helmet. There we go. Collection logs. And let's put it on. Sheesh. He's in the way. Here we are. That took quite a bit of time, but we got it done. Over on Wait For It, we've been hunting red chins the entire pest control grind, and we ended up with just shy of 2,000 red chins. Obviously, I was not hunting them very efficiently. We're not going to waste too much time here, but just real quick, but a rather significant upgrade that we're going to give ourselves is the Amulet of Fury. So let's go ahead and make that real quick. We're going to want a Onyx Amulet Unstrung. Combine it with the Ball of Wool,
We get an Onyx Amulet. And I'm on the wrong spellbook. Here we go, standard spellbook and enchant. There we go, an Amulet of Fury. Let's go ahead and put that in the group storage. Over on 416 here, let's grab it out of the storage and put this bad boy on. There we go. Off to the tunnels. Made our way to the tunnels. Here we are set up, throwing some red chins. We got about 4,400 chins to chuck. We'll see what level we get to. We're currently halfway through 85, so I think we're going to get to 86 for sure. Got some divine range pots with me, prayer pots, and just a little bit of food just in case. Okay, now we're really into it. We've got it set up. We're getting big EXP drops. I'm on the way over with wait for it to drop some more supplies. We're going to need a little bit more food and some anti-poisons. Here we are. We made it on wait for it. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to drop some Corwambons and the anti-venom potion and then TP out. Of course, we're using the new Royal Titan Prayer Scroll, Deadeye. Here comes supply drop number 2. Ooh, I missed the pop-up, but that was 86 range and 88 hit points. About 600 chins chucked so far. I think just about 1,000 red chins have been chucked so far. The EXP is flying. We're halfway to 87 range. 87 range, and we still got 2,500 chins to throw. We have about 1,800 red chins left. I think we're going to be able to get to 88 range, but we're not going to have enough chins to carry us to 89. So once I hit 88, I'm going to stop there, and then we move on. Just a couple more chins here, and we're going to hit 88 range. One more throw. And there it is, 88 range. We are out of here. After almost 3 hours. Oh, I'm not logged in on the other account. I can't TP out. That was a lot of skeletons. Okay, now we can TP out. We are now ready for the fight caves. 62 waves to get through, and then we meet Jad at 63. Now, as someone who has done countless Jads, on top of all the harder PVM grinds I've done, including Bulwarva, Inferno, and the Quiver, I'm still kind of nervous for some reason. For one thing, we're 50 defense and 63 prayer. And I think the biggest reason is, this is something I'm supposed to do, no problem. But all it takes is one mistake. But before we head in, let me just show you my setup real quick. We're going to be rocking the full Eclipse set. We're going to have an Amulet of Fury, Barrow's Gloves, Snakeskin Boots, and our inventory looks like this. We're going to have the Divine Range Pot, a range pot, a whole bunch of super restores, one brew. Honestly, I probably won't need the brew, but like I said, I'm a little afraid for some reason, so I'm going to bring that just in case. And then we have 7 Corwambons. One small adjustment, I'm going to bring 1 stamina.
There it is. It has been done with supplies left over as well. We didn't end up using the stamina pot, but that's okay. Our first big PVM achievement on this account. Feels good, man. It honestly wasn't too bad, but 50 defense is definitely scary and makes everything a lot scarier. Well, it has been done. The pinnacle of PVM back in 2005, but done in old school RuneScape 2025. All these restores left over tells me that I probably could have just used my offensive prayers a bit more often. I was pretty conservative with that. But yeah, I'm not gonna lie, this was pretty nerve-wracking. I can only imagine what it's gonna be like when I hit the Inferno.